Last night on MasterChef Australia.
Any one of us can be on the firing line.
Our first elimination.
Literally like you're stabbing someone in the heart.
Melissa, unfortunately, you will not be Australia's first MasterChef.
Tonight, our first masterclass.
Today is about the ultimate cooking class.
It's time for our amateurs to learn from the professionals.
One of life's little pleasures.
As Gary and George show what it takes to become a master chef.
Mine was better.
At stake for the winner, a chance to work alongside Australia's culinary elite, a book deal, and $100,000 to make their dreams a reality.
A new day today. We know we're going to MasterChef Kitchen to do a masterclass. We're all there to learn. It's what we'd all been waiting for, and yeah, pumped up about it.
I was really excited that we had a masterclass. It was fantastic because we had all this pressure on us to deliver all these meals by ourselves in our way. And for the first time, we saw the chefs on the other side of the bench teaching us the basics.
There was an elimination last night, we understand. And I can't see Melissa. Is she gone?
Melissa, I'm really sorry, but you will not go on to see yourself as the first MasterChef.
I believe that we all learn from the experiences we gain in life, and this has certainly been an experience that I've learned a lot from.
Why? You felt that she let the team down, in a sense?
The weakest link?
Pardon?
The weakest link?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's the words I used yesterday. She was the weakest link in the team.
Those that you were on the blue team, you can see you look exhausted. It was obviously tough decision.
It's a horrible day.
Oh, well, today's a better day. This is all about the ultimate cooking class.
Guys, this is a masterclass, and we're here so you guys can refine your skills, learn a little bit more, hopefully build from that and take it to your next challenge.
Amazingly, when we were on tour, that was a long time ago. Remember the auditions? Remember that thing? The lining up, the little carrier bags full of food. We saw a hell of a lot, an enormous amount of one particular dish. Can anybody tell me what it was? Mashed potatoes. Lamb chops, lamb and mash. Lamb rump, lamb chops, lamb cutlets. Not sure if we did any lamb fillets, and mashed potato. And those varied from, you know, completely acceptable and very good home-cooked meals to utterly boring and disastrous.
That's great. Come here. Give me a hug, because that is fantastic. Classic flavours, great combination, that's good.
But can I say, the three that did cook lamb, it was exceptional. Joshua, come on, mate, come up. Rack of lamb, we're going to cook that quite simply, hot roasted. And Gary's going to show us something that's really lovely and it's very close to my heart, and that is the sexiest pom puree, or as we call it in Australia, mashed potato. All right?
There's two of those babies, and they run down, turn around. They run down the back, right? So there's a backbone, that's it. Take a little bit of that fat off. The next stage is to remove a little bit of this connective tissue and chain, what we call a chain. And again, we keep that. okay? And then, see how I've gone round like that? So you start off on the front and work your way round methodically.
Beautiful. Just to finish up with the lamb, we don't want the bones to burn, yeah? They're presentation and they're quite beautiful, so we just make a little cover and we cover them up. A little bit of olive oil, salt, and we start at fat side down, yeah? Okay? Okay, and we'll get that nice and golden brown. Right, Josh, you want to pop it in?
Okay, so mashed potato. And Julie, you did mashed potato. So you come up here and you can give us a hand. Now, we've baked these on a bed of salt, all right? And the reason we've done that is because it pulls the moisture away from the potato. If you bake that straight on a tray, you end up with this little sort of hard, wet spot where the moisture's trying to go somewhere and doesn't go anywhere. The most important thing here is that the potato is hot and stays hot through the whole process. The moment it cools down, you're going to end up with gluggy mashed potato, right? This is what we do, okay? So you have to pay attention.
Yep.
I'm using this only because it's easy, but this is a drum sieve. Sieve, drum, because it looks like one, all right? So what you're doing is you're putting your weight through your shoulder and you're pushing that through so you get a very fine riced or sieved potato, and that's crucial. And you've got to work fast. See all that steam coming off? You've got to work fast when you do that. Milk, and you need to add a bit of heat to that. All right, so that comes up to the boil. And we're only going to use butter and milk, no cream, okay? This is the fat's coming from the butter, the flavour's coming from the butter, and we use a good unsalted butter.
Gary, I'm about to pop that in the oven. So we've got beautiful caramelisation there, yeah? See the beautiful colour, and that's just going to... And then we're going to continue caramelising that in the oven, that side down. 6 minutes, and we'll turn them for another 6. So the oven's at 190 degrees, guys. We'll rest it for half the amount of time we cook it for, OK? So if you cook something for 12 minutes, rest for half the amount of time, which is 6 minutes. Carve out.
Mashed potato, or rice sieved potato, and then we're going to put the milk around the outside. Right, you're going to grab that whisk. Just put a little bit of salt in there. And then we're going to take a little bit of butter.
Just a couple. A little bit? Oh, my God.
What I want you to do is I want you to use the base of the whisk just to stamp down on the butter, right?
Okay.
Come on, be a bit...
Bit aggressive?
Yeah, because what I don't want to do... Well, they're not that aggressive. What I don't want to do is I don't want to, you know, start beating this before I've got an amount of, you know, of the milk and butter in there, right? That's it. And then pop it back on the heat and then start whisking. Question from Poe?
That was 2 potatoes?
3.
3 potatoes.
Come on. 3 potatoes.
3 potatoes, and how much butter have you put in so far?
Well, so far there's about 300 grams.
Okay.
And then we're going to add a little bit more, because I'm not sure there's enough in there.
Lamb's out of the oven. We're resting it, yeah?
George, sorry, Chef, do you always rest your meat under foil?
Yeah, you should rest it in a warm environment, yeah? It shouldn't be in a cold environment, OK? Resting it doesn't mean that you... Resting it is basically there so you're not losing any of its moisture. I'm going to make a quick sauce. All this beautiful little flavour in the bottom of the pan. And, you know, great restaurants, all those pan juices, they never go into the pot wash. They get used, OK? So a little bit of garlic, and simple. Don't need to complicate it with lots of different vegetables, blah, blah, blah. Rosemary, that goes in. A little bit of thyme. I've got a little bit of white wine here. So we just deglaze that, lifting up all those beautiful little sediments, OK? A little bit of veal stock, that splashes in there, and we'll just reduce that down really gently. We make all of our stocks out of chicken bones at the restaurant, and the chicken wings, because think of it, we love eating chicken wings. They've got the most flavour in it. And if we make a brown stock, we brown the bones. If we're making a white stock, we don't brown the bones.
Can you use a red wine? And what white wine is best for lamb?
Don't get too confused with... White wine's fantastic because it's light. Red wine, when you reduce it a lot, it goes into this sort of Vegemite state. It tastes like Vegemite. So I've carved the lamb. Nice and rosé, OK? We'll put that one somewhere else.
Ooh, George. Look at that lovely little dollop of mash.
And then we've got just these green beans we've just tossed through olive oil. Nice and simple. And then some of that pan juice.
Moderation, of course.
OK.
Oh. Mate.
Trevor, come on down. Yeah, you cooked lamb.
I did.
Yeah, it was delicious, wasn't it? It was like cacciatore.
Lamb cacciatore, yeah.
A little bit more
George
juice
is making sure that it's got a bit of fat on it for you. Got to have a bit of that. Oh, yeah. You see, I knew you'd go for that bit. It's the best bit, isn't it?
It is. It certainly is the best bit.
Yeah.
Does that make you happy, Trevor?
Mine was better. No, it's delicious. It's very nice. Beautiful. Absolutely fantastic.
Yours was... Your lamb, can I tell you, you cooked that rack of lamb, I remember on the audition. Absolutely spot on. So my top tips for mash, well, bake. If you're gonna, let's be honest, if you're gonna be extravagant, bake the potatoes on rock salt. Really, really important, okay? Because it's gonna help draw the moisture away from the spud. What you want when you crack that thing open is a nice, steamy, fluffy potato flesh, okay? The next tip, you gotta keep those potatoes hot. The moment they get off hot, they become cool, they're gonna be gluggy. So you need to sieve them or rice them as quick as you can. A little bit of milk that's already up to the boil into your pot and start whisking in ice cold butter straight away, okay? Little splash of milk. And you end up with perfect mash every time.
Lamb, as we saw, lamb rack. Yeah, a lot of you guys cooked it in the audition tour. French the bones, make sure they're nice and clean. Pop some foil over the bones so they don't burn. Presentation's important. Caramelise the fat. Those of you that did taste this one, the first thing you mentioned was the crispiness, the crunchiness of that lamb fat. Caramelisation in the oven. Don't overcook it.
And one of life's little pleasures, mashed potato and gravy. A little chef's treat, mashed potato. Come on then.
Come on.
The potatoes in the oven.
So this is your big chance, yeah? This is for you guys to take something away and hopefully build on it and use this, yeah? Because you're going to need all these little skills, these little tips, yeah? Absorb them. The simple things, yeah, are really important. So grasp those and hopefully use them to go forward, okay?
So let's flash back, first of all, to the top 50. Can you remember that? I'm sure it's well and truly cemented in your minds. You had a mystery box. You had 45 minutes to think of what to do with those ingredients and then get on and cook something that obviously was supposed to impress us. It was a tough challenge, wasn't it? I'm sure it's still very fresh.
Oh.
Brings back memories, doesn't it?
Huh? So let's not forget chocolate, flat leaf parsley, a pork chop, lemon, eggs, bread, caster sugar, apple, tomato, and of course, cabbage.
How many people cooked pork chop? Wow. So that's about, what, 14? So, yeah, about 14 of you cooked pork chop. OK. Kate, you did eggy bread, didn't you? And I thought that was quite brave, because I think basically you used that, didn't you? Did you put chocolate in it?
Yeah, there's chocolate in the bread.
You know, French toast caramelised apples. Look, you've missed the mark. It's sweet.
So tell me, Gary, what would have you cooked?
I think I would have gone with the egg bread, the pan perdue, the French toast. You know,
delicious.
Use those ingredients, the lemon.
Yep. And everything else?
The apple.
The apple. caramelise that off? Or...
Yeah, and the chocolate, just leave it alone. Just leave everything else on and just make an absolutely beautiful French toast. And I think you just got to be creative about how you approach that ingredient. You know, do you cut it in half? Do you know? And often the creativity or just the look of a dish changes by the way you cut something. So that could make a difference, and I think that's what I would have done.
Because you eat with your eyes, yeah?
Yeah, and just the way you present it, make it stand out from everybody else.
I know it's not part of the mystery box, but I love chocolate. I'm a chocolate freak. And I've got a really delicious olive oil chocolate mousse that I make. And it's fantastic because there's no eggs, no flour, especially this day and age when people are gluten-free. And it's an absolute cracker recipe.
So that's what we're going to make for the moment. We're going to do eggy bread with your chocolate mousse recipe.
Beautiful.
All right.
Alrighty. So olive oil chocolate mousse.
Chocolate mousse.
Yep.
So you've got a double boiler here, which is a little pan of boiling water with a bowl on.
Yep,
Essential when you're doing chocolate. You can use a microwave, don't forget.
You can.
No, it's good. Somebody shook their head. Oh, no, you can't do that. No, it's really good. No, very, very good.
So we've got 300 grams of chocolate here into our double boiler, and we're just going to melt that down. That's
so you've
exactly
got
right.
cream?
500 grams of cream. OK, so that goes in. And we need to whip this up.
Oh, I'm not whipping it. Who did the eggy bread? Kate, come on, up you come. So soft peaks is when you lift the whisk up and you get that very soft folding, you know, sort of trail of cream.
We'll be here all day.
Alternatively. Yeah, off you go. Now, soft peak, don't over-whip it because this recipe, you can't over-whip the cream, right?
No, not at all.
It's all to do with the temperature of the chocolate.
That's right.
And how soft the cream is, right?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it will just turn into butter and then it will just separate as soon as you add your chocolate. And really, 3 simple ingredients, yeah? Olive oil, good olive oil, good chocolate, cream. That's it, yeah? No eggs, no flour, really simple, OK?
Speed it up.
The cream has to be room temperature?
No.
No?
No, you can't whip cream at room temperature. It needs to come out of the fridge.
So that's what we're after. We're after that nice, see how it's just holding. Yeah, just holding. So that's soft peak. That all right?
Yep, that's good.
Yep, it's good.
So I've melted the chocolate, and a good way to check chocolate past sort of 45 degrees burns, OK? So to check it, if you haven't got a thermometer, is just the bottom of the lip, OK? It should be at blood temperature, right? And that's perfect for me.
And why did you put it on your lip?
For me, that's sort of the
probably the most sensitive
part there.
Your elbow? But
well, yeah, we're not going to dip our elbows in. So to that, I emulsify 200 mils of olive oil, to the chocolate, OK?
And that's giving it a lovely shine, isn't it?
Yeah.
Beautiful shine.
So as I pour in, you're going to whisk it, OK? All right.
And you've got to whisk consistently, even speed, nice and fast, yeah? Go. Try and go round in a specific direction, yeah, that's it. Lovely. That looks lovely. Absolutely gorgeous.
So I at least get to taste my whisking efforts?
That's nice.
Yeah.
Oh, it's really good.
We make this to order, yeah? When I mean we make it to order, the docket comes in, the guys have little batches and make it to order. This never sees the fridge, OK? All right, what happens to olive oil when it goes into a fridge? It solidifies, yeah, it sets. So you don't want a grainy mousse, OK?
Eggy bread. Let's pop the gas on low on here. And then 2 eggs in the bowl. Now, look, a real French toast would have milk or cream, cinnamon, but you don't have to. I think what we'll use here in the flavouring, because you had this in your magic box, is we'll use this. So, lemon zest. 1, 2, turn, 1, 2, turn, 1, 2, turn. 1, 2, turn, 1, 2, turn, 1, 2, turn. And then just give that a whisk and we'll put a touch of water in. All right, just to extend it a wee bit. And sugar. Can't forget the sugar. Put in another one. All right, give it a whisk. And then what I want you to do is I want you to taste that. Finger or spoon, choice is yours. You don't want to eat raw egg?
Not a huge fan of raw egg.
Yeah, but do it. You know, I remember when I was an apprentice and we made chicken mousse, you've got to eat raw chicken. Oh, God, I might die of food poisoning. But, hey, if you can die of food poisoning, you shouldn't be making it in the first place. Does it taste sweet?
Yeah. So
Tastes nice?
You can taste the lemons.
You can taste from a raw product, the cooked product. So soak the bread in, but try not to deform it too much. Don't squeeze it like crazy. But what you really want to feel is you want to feel that that bread has soaked up every little ounce of the egg.
It's like a little sponge, isn't it?
It is.
It is.
Quite spongy.
Yeah.
All right, let's pop that in there. But carry the bowl to the thing. Make sure you turn it one more time before you pop it in the... Turn it one more time in the egg. That's it. And then give it a second to drain. All right. OK, then pop it in. All right. Now, we don't want that to be too hot. It's control of temperature, and we need to make sure that that's cooked really evenly through. So it looks nice, doesn't it? It smells nice.
Yeah, beautiful. OK, and this is just absolutely beautiful when you take butter into that state of a green burn noisette, you know. Alrighty. That goes on the plate. A little bit of salt.
Oh, here you are. You can do the salt.
Yeah. The salt just brings out the chocolate, yeah? It really accentuates it, takes it to another level.
Remember, there was olive oil in the mousse, so we want to accentuate that as well.
Pamperdou or French toast, olive oil chocolate mousse, and a little bit of sea salt.
Two very simple elements, yeah? Want to try?
Yes. Oh, look at the butter oozing out. That's sexy.
Is that not bad? Bit sweeter? No, bring it back.
Oh, that's good.
So, guys, just to recap, tips on making the olive oil chocolate mousse. Make sure the bowl's clean. Use good quality chocolate. Make sure your cream is whisked to a peak stage, OK? And don't put it in the fridge. Make it, serve it, eat it. Delicious.
So the pamperdou, or the eggy bread, the French toast, remember, if you can, use a soft bread. A brioche is beautiful. And it's really just in the control of the temperature in cooking, nice and slow, so it's golden brown. But more than that, it's about soaking that bread in a lovely tasting egg mixture. And you might be put off by the fact that it's a raw egg, you know, horrible. But it's your responsibility as a chef to taste through every point of control, every point of the process, so that you understand how it's going to taste on the plate.
So tell me, do you all want to taste it? Yes! All right, so let's get all our food and let's have some dinner together, yeah?
Next time on MasterChef.
Week 2, here we come, yeah?
Yeah, let's go for it.
The pressure reaches breaking point for some.
Nick's got something to tell us.
As our chefs face 2 challenges.
It's business time.
First, the mystery box.
How am I supposed to work with this?
And then, the invention test.
And really, to win this challenge, you need to think outside the box.
It's quite interesting.
Flavour's good, it's gutsy, it's ballsy.
And for the bottom 3, the threat of elimination follows.
If you don't perform, you're out. So as simple as that.
Last week on MasterChef Australia.
It's time to cook for your life.
Sam went head-to-head in our first celebrity chef cook-off.
Congratulations, Manu. You won the challenge.
After a sushi restaurant challenge, we had our first elimination.
Melissa, unfortunately, you will not be Australia's first MasterChef.
Tonight, the pressure reaches breaking point for some.
We want to see something beautiful. We want great food.
As our chefs face 2 challenges.
It's business time.
First, the mystery box.
Yeah, they're like funeral boxes.
And then, the invention test.
But the 3 of you who perform the worst will face elimination.
At stake for the winner, a chance to work alongside Australia's culinary elite, a book deal, and $100,000 to make their dreams a reality.
wake up this morning, new week, happy as ever. Last week's gone, it was a tough week.
It's been crazy how fast this group has got together. Yeah, I'm a funny guy. I would not have thought that I would have made such close friends in 7 days. We are away from our family. We're not in contact with them at all. I miss my wife terribly.
We're missing out on a lot of aspects of our life. It's very hard.
Nick was quiet. He was obviously having a lot of internal thoughts. I knew that there was something up. There's been something up for the last week, I think.
Good morning, BJ. How you going, like? Nick and I are very, very close. We've travelled this whole journey together. We spoke in depth last night, and he wasn't coping being away from home.
Been married 15 years, very, very happy. We do everything together. We're one, we're a unit, and she means everything to me.
That decision just pondering in my mind. It was a really tough morning.
Oh, sorry, mate. It's competition time again, and it's time to get into it. We've been told that there would be cooking today, there would be a challenge today.
Don't ask questions. There's a lot of nervous energy in the house about the cooking challenge coming up, but I think everyone's ready to give it a go.
Week 2, here we come, yeah?
Yeah, let's go for it. And the speculation starts. It's a dessert challenge, it's a meat challenge, it's a whatever challenge, which is always fun in that house.
And MasterClass, Elimination.
It's a new week. I'm still here. Bring it on.
When we went into the MasterChef kitchen, Nick was acting a bit odd. I didn't know what was wrong, and I think a lot of us were worried if it was okay at this point.
We walked in this morning, started the second week.
You've survived your first week in a MasterChef kitchen, so congratulations.
I had to speak to the judges straight away.
When he walked past me in my peripheral vision, I've gone, oh shit, here we go.
Hi, Gary. Hi, George. Sarah. Matt. Could I have a quick chat to you?
Yeah. Of course you can.
I had a phone call last night from my wife. We're really one. We're one person, and being apart, it is killing me. I thought it was going to be a lot easier.
She's struggling at home? Or?
I think she's struggling.
She's feeling lonely?
We got family. We got support. I think she just needs me.
But you're a contender here, no? You're.
I know I am.
Part of the top 20. You're a strong individual. You can't work your way through this.
I thought I could. I really thought I could. She means everything to me. I think it's important for me, for my life. I do need to step out of the competition, and I need to go back home.
Just proves a point that how much I love her.
When we went through that audition and we saw your wife, you know, she came in and had a chat, and I remember asking, because we were worried about it, and we said, would you support her?
You did.
And she said, yeah, 100%, I'd support him 100%. It's a big thing, moving away from home.
How much do you think this means to him?
A lot.
Yeah?
A lot.
And you're going to be okay if you're left behind?
Yeah, I'll be right.
I'll miss her. She means everything to me.
So, Nick's got something to tell us, something to tell you guys as well. Bit of a shock. Tough decision.
I didn't want to break down. Bottom line, I'm a softie. I'm full of emotions.
I have to go home to my wife. Hope I see you all soon.
Even the toughest nut had a little bit of a tear in his eye because we're all missing home. We all know where his head and heart is, and he has to follow his heart.
Thank you very much.
Nick, on behalf of us, I think we all thought that this guy was going to be in for the long run, you know. Best of luck. I think your wife and you deserve each other if you're that supportive of each other. and you go for it, and don't let it kill your dreams. Best of luck, Nick.
Thank you very much.
And best of luck for the future.
Thank you very much. I love being around people. That's why it was hard saying goodbye to my friends, to my new friends. See you guys. From using MasterChef and what I've learned in this short time, I'm going to do it. I guarantee 100%.
So that was a tough moment, I think. It was a tough moment for all of you. But for you guys, you need to let some of this emotion go, refocus, and give this challenge your best shot, all right?
Blinker's now back on. At the end of the day, it's a competition.
Shit, I'm on my own here, son. Better get a grip. Just get in the zone. It's business time.
You've probably noticed a wooden box in front of you. You're now about to face another mystery box challenge.
It could be anything.
My fridge is a mystery box. I get home from work, I open it up and go, what'll I make out of that?
Using the ingredients in that box, you will have to make the best dish you possibly can.
You love these challenges, don't you? The three of us are going to obviously judge the best dish. The winner will have exclusive access to the pantry for the next challenge. So that winner will be able to pick the core ingredient for the rest of you to use in the Invention test.
This is undoubtedly the most important challenge you've faced so far. Win this challenge and you set the ground where you're going to fight the elimination round. That is a huge advantage to have.
Are you ready to have a look?
Yes. Yes, chef.
Knocking on it, trying to smell it.
There's only a couple of things that can fit in that little box, so...
That's why it's called a mystery box, because you just don't know.
You can lift the lids on your mystery box. Now.
Right, guys, interesting commodities. Tomatoes are very versatile, absolutely beautiful this time of the year. Smoky bacon, eggs, and bread.
I go, yes, this is stuff I cook 5 times a week.
It's a bacon and egg sandwich, bacon and egg sandwich, bacon and egg sandwich, because what else could you do?
So your mind rattles and rolls and try and come up with a dish that'll impress them.
We will only today be tasting dishes that we think are worthy of tasting. And we're looking for dishes that show an understanding of the importance of textures, creaminess, crunchiness, softness. And really to win this challenge, you need to think outside the box.
Your 30 minutes starts now.
Whether to go plain Jane, something that I'd done before, and nail it, or try something new.
So you've got a poached egg in there, and you've basically formed up the cling film.
Yep.
Did you oil the cling film or anything like that?
That's what I'm going to do.
Oh, I've given the game away, haven't I?
Do scrambled eggs.
I do seem to have trouble getting my thoughts together, and like having limited ingredients does seem to help me.
I had this idea just from the MasterChef classes.
You want to feel that that bread has soaked up every little ounce of the egg.
So I'm going to cut up nice sticks of bread, roll it in some egg and some grated cheese, and then toast it with lots of butter.
Some really interesting stuff. It's great.
OK, guys, you've got 20 minutes left.
When Gary calls, there's 20 minutes to go, I was very comfortable.
Chris, what are you cooking for us, mate?
I'm going to do eggs in hell.
Eggs in hell?
Yeah.
What's that?
I'm just going to reduce down a bit of tomato, a little bit of white wine vinegar.
So what's the hell bit? Is that the Tabasco?
Not too much, enough to get the bit of burn.
Clever.
Trevor, you're rolling something there.
So I'm sort of doing like a spin on a breakfast wrap, like a breakfast burrito type thing. So an omelette, bacon, tomato, cheese in there, soak it in eggy bread, refry it, cover it with bacon bits.
I'm really looking forward to
that.
Thank
you,
you,
guys.
Trevor. Good job. Guys, you're just on 8 minutes now, so timing is crucial from here on in.
Okay. It's not working, pivot.
Yes.
It's all about trying new things here.
Yeah, I thought it would boil like a hard-boiled egg in the oven.
So who's catching our attention?
Definitely Trevor. I mean,
Definitely Trevor. That's good stuff. So it's going to be a cracker if he pulls it off.
Well, that's right.
After Nick leaving, I cannot concentrate and...
You're flustered.
I'm flustered.
You need to pick it up. Yeah, you need to let it go for a minute.
Everything was going wrong.
It's all right. Just stay focused. I'm a bit disappointed that no one's just gone for that classic breakfast, good poached eggs, bacon and tomatoes, and done it absolutely brilliantly. OK, guys, you got 5 minutes.
Oh, come on, get together.
Make it count. Make it beautiful. Check the seasoning. Don't muck it up right at the end. 1 minute to go, guys. Come on. Boom, boom. Shake the room. Bit last minute there, Lucas. Living on the edge.
You just got to do it again, mate. Do it again if you can. Ooh, guys, you need to be plating up now. You're down to the last 30 seconds. Remember, if it's not on the plate, then we're not judging it. 10. That's it, pans down, everything on the plate, all done. So, time's up. What are you doing? You're holding an egg yolk.
Yeah. I just didn't finish my presentation.
Normally I plate up a bit ahead of time. I just didn't do that.
Tough.
Your challenge was to be creative and to prove that you have the makings of a professional chef. The judges will now choose the 3 most impressive dishes. They'll choose the one winner, and that person will have the advantage of going into the pantry first, where they'll pick the core ingredient in today's main challenge, the Invention test.
It's a big prize. The winner can really get an advantage by putting his stamp on the next challenge.
I don't know what happened in masterclass and what these 2 guys showed you, but there's been a marked improvement in the food you put up in this challenge. And that certainly made our job, choosing the 3 dishes, much, much harder.
The first dish is Chris's.
It's an egg in hell.
An egg in hell?
Egg in hell. Just spicy tomato sauce with an egg yolk.
And you put a bit of cheese on the top?
Yep, just under the
grill. Spicy tomato, soft egg yolk.
Yep.
Certainly, you got the soft texture right, didn't you? And the crispy croutons and the whole dipping thing. It could be more hellish for me.
It was just the egg yolk you put in there?
Just the yolk, yeah, no white.
Good texture. Yeah, it isn't as spicy as I thought it would be.
What I really like about this dish is when you see it brought to the plate, the first thing you want to do is pick up one of them and put that in there.
Yeah.
And forget the knife and fork. And the second thing you want to do is when you bite into it, you want to hear that sound of the crunch reverberating around your open mouth. NASA's done research that shows that the sound of crunching or crisping actually stimulates your appetite and makes you taste things and heightens the sensation of eating. So on that basis, an astronaut will be proud to eat that dish.
George, what dish are you going to call up next?
Trevor.
Essentially, it's bacon and eggs in French toast. Then I made a really tart tomato sauce to cut through the richness of the toast.
I really like that.
Thank you.
It's got good acid.
Yeah, you get that nice sort of eggy toast, so that's like a Japanese omelette.
Yep. I saw this come out of the pan. You know, you haven't quite got the temperature into the cheese. Yep. The melty cheese is really important in this dish. I forgot to include the cheese in that recipe. This is the first time you've managed to combine the big flavours, the ballsy pub flavours we picked you for in the first place. In this dish, it comes together. So well done, Trevor.
Thank you very
much.
much.
Great stuff. Thank you.
Matt, whose dish would you like to see up at the tasting table next?
Is pose.
It's just a tomato with an egg that's been poached inside of it with some bars of French toast.
You could market those cheesy French toasts, I reckon. With a pint of beer, that'd be beautiful. The egg's slightly undercooked, which is always a risk with something like this, but that's good stuff.
I think they look fantastic. And they taste great. It's a delicious combination of this lovely sort of pungent cheese on a really crisp crouton, and they're an absolute winner. You could develop that idea. Alternatively, I might steal it for myself. To the top three, I think you obviously did something that stood out from the rest. But there can only be one winner. So, we can announce the winner is...
Of course I'm hoping it's me. All three of us were hoping it was, you know, our dish.
Chris.
I felt like $1 million. It was great.
Let's move on to your next challenge. It's called the Invention test, because you will be required to invent a dish from scratch using ingredients that you'll source from the pantry. This is by far one of the most important challenges you'll face in the kitchen, because the winner will be given a chance at a free ticket all the way through to the finals week of the competition. But the three of you who perform the worst today will face elimination.
If you don't perform, you're out. So as simple as that.
Chris, as winner of the Mystery Box Challenge, you have an incredible advantage. You get to go into the pantry first and choose the core ingredient that everyone must use in their dish.
It's exciting. It means I get to control what happens.
So, Chris, once you've chosen the core ingredient for yourself, and obviously the rest of the competitors, you then pick 10 other ingredients from the pantry so you can create the dish that you've chosen to do.
Right, guys, you have 1 hour to produce a dish. Like any great restaurant, a restaurant has a theme and a concept. Your theme today is Italian. So think about what Italian is, yeah? Because it ain't just spaghetti bolognese. It's beautiful, it's delicate. Right, Chris, it's time now to go into the pantry.
Okay, Chris, so you've got 3 options. Obviously, you have to pick one core ingredient from these 3. What are your hopes under there?
I'd love duck to be under there.
Duck?
Something gamey would be great.
Okay.
The kind of flavours I love.
The first ingredient? Octopus.
I immediately want to avoid that because I'm not overly confident in cooking that one.
I wouldn't do it. I'd do it long and slow, and we don't have time, so...
All right, fair enough. The next core ingredient
is chocolate.
Chocolate.
Bit of a wild card.
What do you think of that one?
I don't really cook with chocolate.
Oh, you're limiting your options. So the last core ingredient, Chris, let's hope it's one you want.
Duck. Bunny.
Rabbit.
Yeah, very, very nice.
You cooked with rabbit before?
A couple of times.
I love to cook with the whole animal. It was perfect, tailor-made.
That's what we're all cooking. It's going to be bunny.
It's going to be the rabbit.
It is.
I also have 5 minutes to choose my pantry items.
Your 5 minutes starts now, Chris.
I'm not very confident with Italian-themed food. I chose fennel and the figs because they're in season at the moment and they go quite well with rabbit. And then I just chose some general herbs.
Let's go and let everybody else know they're using rabbit.
Cool. My thought was he's going to pick something that I don't know how to cook with.
I'm a bit nervous because Chris cooks some pretty obscure stuff.
If there's old pig in there, he'll pick that.
Right, the moment of truth. Chris, please reveal.
Yeah, that's all, folks.
I haven't really cooked game before, so I can't wait.
I've never cooked a rabbit before, but I also know that most people haven't.
Now, Chris had 5 minutes in the pantry. You will have 1 minute each.
Oh! I cannot see how I'm going to go in there and come out with anything other than the rabbit in 1 minute.
Sam, your turn in the pantry.
Most of what I needed was veggies, garlic, onion, tomato, basil, that sort of stuff. Italian flavours. Oh, come on.
OK, Sam, time's up.
Oh, that sucks.
1 minute in there is not enough time to find what you're looking for.
I got 6 ingredients and I really, really needed 10.
Everything's changed around. I couldn't see anything.
Where's the garlic?
Eggs. Halfway through, I didn't even have one ingredient on my platter.
I am just trying to remember every core piece of what I was on about and still keep the abundance of food together. So I was just grabbing produce left, right and centre.
Jenny, your time's up.
Coming.
Jenny.
Coming.
The dish I decided to make is leg of rabbit with citrus caramelised leek and balsamic reduction. Back in the Renaissance period, a lot of dishes were rich and using citrus.
You're ahead of time. You don't need any more time?
No.
OK.
Keep you intrigued.
You have 30 seconds to go, Julie.
I went into an absolute state of panic. I started running around like a headless chicken and I couldn't see the things I needed.
Your time is up.
Oh no! I don't want to come out.
Come on. Here you come.
When I have left the pantry with none of the core ingredients for what I want to cook, I have no idea what I'm going to do.
Oh my God.
You have 1 hour to cook a dish of your choice. Remember, it is an Italian theme. Your time starts now.
Cutting up the rabbit was quite easy for me because I've done it quite a few times.
Sam.
George.
Rabbit.
Indeed.
Would have you picked it?
No.
No? Why is that?
I've never cooked with it before.
So that was good on Chris then for picking a rabbit then.
Yeah, you could say that.
So what are you doing with it?
I'm going to pan roast the legs.
Yep.
And then have some white wine and onion in there to keep the moisture in there.
Yep.
Put that in the oven. I'll then do like a roasted tomato sauce with garlic, basil.
All right, sounds nice.
All right, cool.
I've got to get this right. I'm missing Nick a lot. This was his challenge. I've got to do my very best on this one.
They are crucifying these
It's a
rabbits.
massacre, isn't it?
It's like a horror movie.
Yeah, it's a massacre. Yeah, you know what it is because they've never really jointed a rabbit before.
No.
It seems like a difficult thing, but
Yep.
when you've been shown once, it makes absolutely perfect sense.
Yeah.
I butchered the rabbit quite quickly, chopped off all the legs, deboned the carcass and pulled everything out.
I was worried about you because you didn't take many ingredients out of the pantry.
I wanted to keep it really, really simple.
Yeah.
Like, I just want maybe 4 things on the plate, all complementing each other.
Are you using all parts of the rabbit?
No, I only want to use the 2 front legs.
Which is the most tender part of the rabbit?
It's up the top, underneath the breast.
The front legs work the hardest.
Hence a bit tougher.
Oh, maybe, I don't know.
Maybe.
Lots of other bits of rabbit there. You might want to have a think about that. So what's the dish?
I'm just going to do a sort of a Italian ragu with a white wine cream sauce.
Yep.
And do the salty capers in it.
Lovely.
So I'm going to put all my vegetables in there, and then at the end just throw some figs in to give it that sweetness.
That's great flavour.
Linda, what are you doing there? You're making some sort of tomato
I'm
puree?
pureeing tomatoes. I'm going to make a tomato foam.
It's an inventive challenge. That's what you invent to do, invent something that you've never made before.
It's going to be a very refreshing thing to the rabbit.
You're going to roast, you're going to fry, you're going to...
I'm going to make most likely a terrine or something along those lines.
What is Linda doing?
Head tomato basil, great flavours, but can I tell you, I'm a bit concerned.
She said actually to me, she said tomato foam.
Yeah.
And what she's done is a creamy tomato mousse. OK, Tom, so what are you cooking?
I'm doing a seared rabbit. There's a parsley, garlic, oregano paste on top.
Right, it smells nice, actually, really quite pungent.
Julie, is it the first time you've ever played with rabbit?
Absolutely. I've never even tasted it. I couldn't find white wine or garlic.
OK.
So basically the flavoury things I needed.
Can you give me a one-liner, something that you'd put on your menu?
Rabbit 2 ways Italian style.
And what's the Italian bit?
It'll be some basil. I have decided that since I can't do a big, robust Italian dish, I'm just going to do something that is well presented.
Well, what's in there now?
We have rabbit, kidneys, rabbit liver. It didn't have all the ingredients of a terrine.
I don't understand where you're going with it. How are you going to...
I'm working on that at the moment.
Right. OK, so we'll come back and find out. OK, Brent, what are you cooking, mate?
Steamed rabbit was announced. I said farmhouse, Italian. Lots of little plates of serving. It's a really kind of way I like to eat.
What's stewing away in here?
I've got stewing. I've got the back saddle for the rabbit.
Right.
And I've got capsicum, red onion, and fennel. I'm going to cook that out
To really
and then balance it up.
cook it down. See how it turns out. Thanks, Brent.
Thank you.
When I was frying off my pieces of rabbit, I put a little bit of salt, which I probably shouldn't have, but it's OK so far.
You've got to season it. So, I mean, as long as you keep tasting,
Yep.
Jenny, you've roasted some rabbit off already.
Oh, the pan fried, I'm only using this flavour into the pan. I'm going to put almonds, lemon rind, roasted garlic, and cover that to make it moist, to keep it so it doesn't dry out.
Nice.
Roasted in that.
This is for flavour.
For the sauce.
So rabbit in 2 styles.
Yes.
Smells nice.
Lovely.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's 15 minutes to go. Move your bums, yeah? What do you like? What are you looking at?
I think Jenny is doing a good, safe option. She's keeping everything in the pan, everything in the pot.
Yeah.
Along with Brent, he's a safe option as well.
Yeah.
Everything's in one pot. It's a stew.
I might have bitten off more than I can chew, but I tell you what, if I pull it off, it's going to be a feast.
Aaron, he's gone Renaissance Florence.
If it's only going to be 2 things on the plate or 3 things, they've got to be spot on. And that's the test now.
I'm liking what Chris is doing.
Yep.
If he doesn't overcook it, I think it will taste really nice.
That's the only thing I'm worried about.
It looks like it's going to overcook.
Right, guys, you've got 5 minutes to go. This is when it counts.
Looking around me, I see all these beautiful Italian braises and stews and lovely pan-fried things. And I think, oh, crap.
When I was looking at other people's dishes, I started doubting my dish all of a sudden. Have I done enough?
Drew, Dress, dress, dress. You've got 1 minute to go. Boom, boom, let's go.
I think I'm a chance. I think I could actually go up and do top 3 twice in one day.
I've plated my dish and I'm ready for it to be served and presented to the judges.
30 seconds, guys.
I'm not overly happy with my dish. I don't think it's a disaster, but I think I could have done a couple of things better.
10 seconds to go, come on. Right, guys, tools down. Time's up. Dish is up.
My plate's done. It looks quite nice. I hope like hell I've cooked it properly. But whether I've done enough to be in the top 3, I'll find that out when it gets cut open.
You're asked to make an Italian-style dish using a core ingredient of 1 rabbit. You had an hour to do this. Sam, you're first to bring your dish up for tasting.
So I'm up first, and it's more and more pressure you put on yourself. The weight of the world continues to sit on your shoulders until the tasting's done. I wasn't excited about my dish, and I expected that to come across in the way that my food tasted.
Tell me what the dish is.
It's a roasted leg of rabbit with roasted tomato sauce, garnished with the livers and fried capers.
The rabbit leg's tender if handled well, and the tomato and caper and the rocket oil that you've put together is actually quite pleasant.
The flavour's good, it's gutsy, it's ballsy.
The sort of dish that wouldn't look out of place on a menu in an Italian restaurant.
Surprisingly, the judges actually like my dish.
Thanks, Sam. Grab your plate and back to your station.
Thanks, Gary.
Aaron, please come forward.
It's exceptionally important I stay out of the bottom 3. I was in the bottom on the chicken challenge. In fact, I lost the chicken challenge.
What have you done?
Leg of rabbit with citrus caramelised leek and a balsamic reduction.
Nothing wrong with putting 3 ingredients on the plate, but they've got to be smashing. The leg is well overcooked. I can't taste any orange. All I can taste is burnt bits.
Okay.
Your 5-year-old could cook better than that.
There is no way on the planet I'm going to be in the top 3.
Jenny, you're next.
Tell me what you have,
Right,
Jenny.
it's rabbit roasted with garlic, lemon zest and almonds on a bed of lemon slices and fennel.
That is a good, gutsy dish.
Delightful.
Has it got bones in, or do you take them out?
I took bones out.
Most of them.
It's tasty. I want to grab crusty bed. I want to mop all that up.
The rabbit's moist. The eggplant's on the raw side.
At this point, I expect that I'm in the bottom 3.
Tom, you're next.
If you can have the ability to actually present something well, it'll taste that much better.
Pan-seared rabbit with the parsley garlic rub and rocket salad dressed with tomato water vinaigrette.
That immediately looks to me like an Italian dish. It's a great, simple Italian dish. It's exactly what we're looking for.
Julie, you're up next.
I am always nervous when I face the judges. What they say about my food means a lot to me.
What's this?
It's a rabbit tasting plate.
It doesn't look particularly appetising, I've got to say. Flavour's good though.
What do you eat the pâté with?
That's what the potatoes were for.
Can't really dip them in, though, can
No,
you?
you can't because they went soggy.
I can see you've lost your way.
I've blown it. Completely blown it.
Sandra.
I've eaten some Italian food in my time and I've never seen parsnip being on it.
Trevor.
Beautifully cooked. Thank you.
You've done a good job. Shiitake mushrooms. Are they native to Italy?
Brent, please step forward.
I don't have to wonder if it tastes good because I know it tastes good. I'm just wondering if it's enough for the judges. Or too much.
What do you got, mate?
Braised rabbit with capsicum, onions and fennel. Roasted potatoes, charred zucchini and sweated red onions.
I actually really love the rabbit, mate. It's got really good flavour.
Thank you.
This is probably the best thing you've done so far. Well done, mate.
Thank you.
Really well done.
Thank you.
I've just melted, I've just gone, oh, so relieved.
Linda, please come forward to the tasting bench.
We have a tranche of rabbit with pesto crumbs and a tomato foam.
Congratulations on achieving what I think you've set out to achieve, which is to deliver something that does look like a dessert. It's very big within Europe. For the joke to really work, it has to taste delicious. That doesn't quite achieve that.
That is horrible.
When someone mentions that your food is horrible, you definitely know you're in the bottom 3.
Chris, you're lucky last. You got to choose today's core ingredient, the rabbit. It's now time to face the judges.
I'm confident that I haven't screwed it up.
What's the dish?
Stuffed saddle with bean puree and roasted fennel.
The bean is very cloying. The technique here, though, is really impressive.
I didn't feel like I was going to be in the bottom 3, which is the important thing at the end of that challenge.
The judges have tasted all your dishes. We will now go away and decide the 3 best and the 3 worst dishes of the day. That is, which 3 of you will face elimination. The judges are ready to reveal their decision. Today's winner will be given a golden opportunity, a chance to fast track all the way through to the final week of MasterChef. Sadly, the 3 worst performers will face elimination. If I call out your name, please step forward. Brent. Aaron. Julie. Tom. Jenny. And Linda. I've called out 6 names. You are the 3 best and the 3 worst cooks today. The rest of you, you're safe for another day.
Yes!
Well done to all of you. You can now head home and get some sleep.
Could the following 3 people take another step forward? Brent. Tom. And Jenny. Guys, the judges have decided that your 3 dishes were the best today. Well done. 3 delicious dishes and a really tough decision. But in the end, the best dish of the day had to be the one that summed up in the best way possible the generosity of the Italian table, the simplicity of the Italian table. Brent, yours was the best dish of the day.
Thank you. Thank you. This is the best. Yep. I wish Nick could be here to share it because I know he'd be really excited for me. So.
Congratulations, Brent.
Thank you.
You'll be back here in a few days to cook off against one of Australia's leading chefs.
Can't wait.
The good news is, the 3 of you can now go home and get some rest. We'll see you tomorrow.
Good luck.
I can't wait. This is gonna be brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I get to face off against the world-class chef.
Aaron, I was really, really disappointed in you today.
I felt disappointed myself.
You gave us a dish that had no heart.
Linda, we've seen some highs from you. This is definitely the lowest point. That dish was abysmal. It was not acceptable. And hopefully, it doesn't cost you the competition.
Julie, do you think it's fair that you're here?
I am very disappointed. I totally deserve to be here and I'm sorry to you.
You're a good cook. You messed up today.
Yes.
Tomorrow, all 3 of you have a chance to redeem yourself. But one of you will go home.
I have no idea if I'm going to stay in this competition.
Tomorrow, the 3 of you face the pressure test.
It's a mixed bag, and it all depends on what the challenge is to determine who will go home out of the 3 of us.
The pressure test is going to be one of your toughest challenges yet. The stakes just keep getting higher. This is it. It doesn't get any more important than this.
Thank you for giving us a chance to cook again.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. I can't even imagine what they could be bringing on that could be more pressure than what we've just been through.
Tomorrow night on MasterChef Australia.
You'll have to fight to keep your place in this competition.
The bottom 3 face off in a pressure test.
I may be going home today.
A little word of advice, you need to move.
And for the worst performer, elimination.
If I've stuffed it up, I'm going home.
If you were in my kitchen, you would have gone by now.
Later this week, 2 teams hit the streets for a head-to-head challenge.
You've just become event planners.
And special guest judge Curtis Stone will expect nothing but the best.
There was big mistakes on both.
Yeah.
So it's a tough decision.
Last night on MasterChef Australia.
Nick's got something to tell us.
A shock announcement.
I have to go home to my wife.
He has to follow his heart.
Plus, our chef's creative limits were pushed in the Invention test.
Brent, yours was the best dish of the day.
Absolutely brilliant.
Tonight, the bottom 3 face off.
You're about to face the pressure test.
And for one of them, elimination.
I may be going home today.
A little word of advice, you need to move.
I just hope that I've done enough, or one of those 2's done worse than me.
If you were in my kitchen, I think you would have gone by now.
At stake for the winner, the chance to work alongside Australia's culinary elite, a book deal, and $100,000 to make their dreams reality.
Elimination Day. I'm in the bottom 3. I may be going home.
How are you, sweetheart?
Why did you open that curtain so early?
So, how are you feeling about today, mate? Calm. I have to remain calm. Otherwise, I'll just go to mess.
Be yourself today and just keep you calm. And if you look pretty calm.
Back to classics and basics.
Yeah, mate, you can do it. We've all seen you do it.
Chris has won the Mystery Box Challenge out of a choice of rabbit, octopus and chocolate. Chris chooses rabbit.
They are crucifying these
It's a
rabbits.
massacre, isn't it?
A lot of you'd never cooked rabbit before, and it was fantastic to see you step up to the plate and address that rabbit and do some really interesting stuff with it.
Aaron, Julie, Linda. It was a tough gig today, wasn't it? But you've got to ask yourself how you're going to make it through to the next round.
Tomorrow, all 3 of you have a chance to redeem yourself, but one of you will go home.
Yesterday, I knew I'd be in this position. Stuffed my dish right from the start. I knew it was coming. I wasn't going home over a rabbit.
Well, it's become evident that he just can't cook. He knows a lot, but he can't cook. And I think he'll go home. Yeah. Julie's a good cook.
Yes, she is.
I want that chance just to show, look, this is my food, this is what I can actually do. I just have to get the right challenge and stop freezing up in my head and just cook like I would at home.
It is gut-wrenching being in the bottom 3. I took too many risks and it backfired on me. I have to make sure I bring out what I'm really good at.
Oh, back to everything, Julie. Just about.
Being in the bottom 3 means that this experience and that opportunity might be over for me. I would really be disappointed to go home after cooking like I did yesterday, because it was horrible. When people ask me to describe myself, probably the first word I use is a mum. I think I was a mum before I even had kids. My dream, I suppose, my vision, I'd love to have a little restaurant that people come to. But I would have to say that my ultimate goal in food would be to reach as many people as I can with that love and that giving that cooking for people brings.
I want to really see if I can follow a career in the food industry. I have this little dream. I would love to be the next female Jamie Oliver, inspiring others to cook and educating them about how important good food is. I think I could change people's lives with cooking.
My time's not done yet. I haven't come and shown what I can really do. I'm at my 2nd year of business at Victoria University. The time is right to throw business out the window and pursue my passion for cooking. I'm a self-taught amateur chef, and these books, they're my teachers. Molecular gastronomy is my Bible. This is where the future of fine dining cuisine is headed. Voila. My dream is to have a 3-chef hat restaurant with my name at the top, with the molecular gastronomy theme, with the additional tag of being the best in the country.
I hope that all 3 of us perform at our absolute best today. Moment of truth, eh?
Yeah,
You all right?
Yeah, of course.
A bit nervous.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that you won't ever come across again. As we walk into the MasterChef kitchen, I see everyone looking from above, 3 kitchens in front of me, ready to go. And all I can think is, keep it simple, Linda, keep it simple.
There's multiple people in the house that I think should be facing elimination instead of me. I'm tired of being on the bottom. I want to just ace this challenge and continue on in the competition.
Linda, Julie and Aaron, welcome back to the kitchen. The 3 of you were the worst performers in yesterday's Invention test. So today, you'll have to fight to keep your place in this competition. Now, this really is your final chance to prove you are worthy of a shot at the MasterChef title. Today, you're about to face the pressure test. The person who performs the worst will be going home immediately. This is a defining moment for each of you.
It's a serious competition that will potentially change the winner's life in ways that none of us can even fathom nor imagine.
So the pressure test, it's really going to put you out of your comfort zone. This is what this challenge is all about. It's like a real kitchen. You want to feel the pressure, you want to feel the stress, you want to feel the butterflies in your tummy. It's what a real kitchen's like, it's what service is like, and you've got to use that to your advantage. You've got to embrace it, take it on, enjoy it. We love it. You're going to be cooking one recipe. You're all cooking the same thing. You have 45 minutes to cook that recipe. And it's something we've chosen because it's tricky, it's technical, and it seems on the face of it that it's really quite easy. But believe me, it's not.
I'm determined not to lose this challenge, and I'm ready to find out what it is.
The pressure is definitely building.
Guys, it's a high-risk dish. I've seen this one go wrong many times. And the dish is a Tart Tatin. It's a classic French upside-down caramelised apple tart. And it can go wrong right up to the last minute.
I've never made a Tart Tatin in my life. I've actually never eaten a Tart Tatin in my life.
Respect the dish, because it is the foundation to a lot of pastry chefs out there. It's a beautiful dish when it's done right. Understand your fruit, being apple, check it. Understand that temperature is extremely important when you cook it. Be very careful you don't burn the sugar, because that can just take the dish to death.
I'm going to be looking for this little bit of acidity from the fruit. I'm going to look for a tiny bit of caramelization around the edge of the pan. When I cut it, I'm listening to the sound of the crunch from the pastry. Already my mouth is starting to water at that idea. If a caramel is burny, if you burnt the fruit, all that stuff is going to show up on the plate, and we're going to look at it and we're going to know, even before we've tasted it, that you've missed the mark. That's why this is such a high-pressure test.
It's terrible, that feeling inside you that you could be going home, and it all depends on that Tart Tatin.
Linda, Julie, Aaron, you'll be given a recipe, ingredients, 45 minutes to cook, as well as the 10 minutes resting time. I wish you all the best of luck. It's time to head to your stations.
Good luck, guys.
Hits me like a bit of a blow that I may be going home today.
You have 45 minutes. When I call time, you must take your Tart Tatin out of the oven. You have 10 minutes to rest your apple tart. Whoever cooks the worst Tart Tatin goes home. Your time starts now.
There are only a few ingredients to manage, so I decided to just work through the recipe in a methodical way.
First, cut the apples to fit into the Tart Tatin.
Thank God it's not us. Part of the pressure cooker is having, you know, the rest of the group watching you from above, from the gallery.
So you peel your apple, chop it in quarters, and then take out the core while on the angle, so out comes the core. It's a really complicated and technical dish to pull off, and to pull it off in 45 minutes puts you under pressure. The most important thing that I have to remember is follow the recipe to the T. Don't vary it, don't move it, don't do anything other than what the hell's on that recipe, and I'll be fine.
I have never cooked one before, and I think that with a recipe I'll have a much better chance of producing something edible.
Second, roll out your pastry to fit into the pan.
My main concern at this point in time is worrying about the pastry cooking. It needs, 20-25 minutes minimum after I've given myself 10 minutes of caramelising cooking my apples.
Third, create your caramel.
Melting your butter, dumping your caster sugar on top of it, just shaking it around the pan for a bit until it gets this beautiful rich caramel.
And make sure it does not go black.
Right, guys, listen up. Yeah, you've already used up 15 minutes. So by now, really, your apples need to be going into the pan and you need to get your tatin in the oven so it cooks in time. Little word of advice, you need to move.
I'm trying hard to put the heat on as low as I can, but it's blowing out. And I nearly ruined my caramel.
Feeling confident, Julie?
Not really.
So what are you looking for in your caramel? What are you looking for there?
To be golden brown, and then when the apples go in, I want it to sort of foam up.
I think there's a risk there that it's really going to burn, so you might want to consider stirring it. It's up to you. So what does it say in the recipe at this stage, mate, to do with the butter and the sugar?
Shake it, don't stir. Unless it sticks to the bottom like that, just grab a whisk from
Yeah, don't keep lifting the pan up, though, you know. It's a risk because you lose the heat.
The apple and caramel part is probably the most important part of the tatin. If you stuff the apples, it destroys the rest of the dish.
Some of your apples look very thin, don't they? What have you done there, Linda?
I'm trying to get them as even as possible so each apple cooks, and trying to make sure that there isn't any space left over because we don't want to see the pastry underneath.
Yeah, but when they cook, they'll shrink, won't they? So you've got to bear that in mind when you layer them in.
Linda was struggling really obviously. I thought because she was following a recipe that she would not waste time on doing anything that was too fiddly, which is what she tends to do.
My apples look slightly thin, but I was trying to make sure they fit into the pan all aligned together. I started panicking slightly. I had only caramelised my apples for 2 minutes, not 10 minutes, and was freaking out.
You know, cook the apples in the caramel so they're golden, soft, and reduced down in size a bit. Getting your puff pastry, flopping on top, throwing it in the oven, pulling it out 25 minutes later to a beautiful tatin.
You need to be thinking about putting it in the oven in the next 5 minutes, otherwise there's a risk that your pastry's not going to cook.
Now there's about 26 minutes left to go, and I have to get it in the oven so that it's in for 25 minutes, because that's what the recipe tells me. My main concern is that I didn't cook the apples on the stovetop for as long as I was supposed to, and I just have everything crossed that they're going to cook in that oven.
Julie's tart goes into the oven first, pretty much spot on with her timing. I think she was 24 or 25 minutes to go. Second in was Linda.
Under the time pressure, I chucked that pastry into the pan, didn't arrange it nicely, threw it in the oven.
She put it straight on the top shelf, which I thought was a really strange thing to do. You should put that in the middle shelf. I think she knows what she's doing, so I was confident she'd be all right.
To prick the pastry. I opened the oven and I quickly pricked it again. Gary and George saw me pricking it.
Did it say dock it, did it? Or were you just docking it?
It did say to.
It did say to dock it? You forgot?
You run against the clock. The 25-minute timeline's gone, and the apples haven't had enough time to cook, so I leave them in the pan cooking by themselves for a bit longer. And I'm thinking, well, I've got to put my oven up a bit hotter just to speed up the process. And my puff pastry had actually stuck to my board. I'd cut it and left it too long. I had to sort of peel it and stretch it and then recut it to fit the pan. At the pan, I fold in my tatin, put it, pinching the edges, folding it around the apples, and then bang in the oven. Up until that point in time when the dish is in the oven, I just don't stop. I start whipping my cream. I'm nervous as anything. I'm just hoping to God I cook this pastry because I've done everything pretty well up to this point. I'm just hoping the pastry cooks.
I could see that the pastry was going brown quite quickly and there was still quite a long time on the clock. I should have turned it down then, but I questioned myself because the recipe says 220, which is a really hot oven. I have no idea how this is going to come out because I've never made one before, and I'm feeling extremely nervous because if I've stuffed it up, I'm going home.
I had put my dish on the top rack and it was too high. So the pastry started browning too quickly. And if it was there for another 20 minutes, it would have been charcoal black.
Linda's is not looking very good at all.
She's cut the apple.
It's too thin. As it says very clearly in the recipe, cut the apples into quarters, remove the core, and then layer into the caramel. And that's really not that complicated.
No, Julie's done really well. See what comes out of the oven.
Sound caramel, nice reddish colour. The apples have gone in. She didn't fuss around too much.
Yep. Aaron claims he's done Tatin before.
He didn't look that confident, did he?
No.
He's fiddling about.
Yeah, a lot of
fiddling about with the caramel.
Yeah, that's right.
Honestly, when it's flipped out, I don't think it's going to look that great, but it might taste nice. Okay, guys, you've got 5 minutes left on the clock. Use your time wisely. Don't panic and take it out of the oven if it doesn't need to. But of course, if you need to take it out of the oven, if you think it's cooking too fast, too long, then please do.
I want to use all the time I'm given to make sure that my apples are cooked all the way through.
Tatin, you've got to shake it in the oven, otherwise it'll caramelise and burn on the top of your tart, or it'll stick and it won't fall out. So I'm looking at it. Okay, 5 minutes. Shake, shake, shake. Yeah, another 5 minutes. Shake, shake, shake. And I'm just constantly checking it, making sure it's cooked, making sure the sides are tucked underneath. And I'm probably fiddling with it a bit too much.
I am not confident at all. My life is pretty much hanging on this tart tatin cooking right now in the oven. And all I can do is pray and hope it comes out.
I spent quite a lot of time peering in the oven door because I don't know if it's going to come out of the pan and I don't know if the apples are going to be cooked.
I look at my tart tatin in the oven and I see it hasn't risen evenly and it has some burnt bits on it. So I quickly take it out and I start scraping off some of the dark bits.
I'm really focused on getting this right, and if I stuff this, I'm out of here. So I'm leaving it, I'm looking, maybe I should pull it out, and I'm sort of starting to second guess myself. I thought, bugger it, pulled it out. I mean, I know that it does caramelise and burn a bit around the edges.
You know, for Tatin in 45 minutes is no easy challenge. I just hope that I've done enough, or one of those two has done worse.
I pull the pan out of the oven. It didn't look that dark in the oven, under the oven lights. When I brought it out into the actual light of the kitchen, it looked a lot darker.
You now have 10 minutes for your tart tatin to rest, and hopefully you'll be able to turn that out successfully onto your plates. When it's rested for 10 minutes, you should be able to put your hand on the top of the tart and you should be able to spin it round. This is a really important part of the whole process. If it doesn't move, it's stuck.
The waiting game is the worst part because not only are you waiting to see how your dish went, you're waiting to be told who's going home.
All that's left during the 10-minute resting time is plating up. I think it's the last thing that can go wrong. I can't wait actually for the 10 minutes to be up to find out whether or not it looks good.
That looks fantastic.
It's all right,
yours is the lightest out of all of ours.
How's yours, darling?
Mine was a bit too dark. How did you cook your apples?
I put them in the pan, spread them.
Did you cut them thinly or?
Yeah, no, they're all even though. So, like, one was a bit thicker, so I cut it up.
As soon as I saw Julie's beautiful tart tatin and Aaron has perfect apples, I was starting to doubt myself.
Aaron's asking us at the end of the challenge whether or not the pastry's twisting. And I say to him, I'm not touching mine until 10 minutes is up.
Was yours spinning? Yeah, good. Yeah, mine's spinning. Mine's doing 360s.
I'm nervous. I just want to follow the instructions. I put my hand on it and gently twist it in the pan. I'm so relieved the pastry's twisting.
Your 10 minutes resting time is now up. This is extremely crucial.
I've got to invert this dessert onto a plate. So I put the plate on top of the pan.
This is the moment where it could all go wrong. So be very careful.
All I can think about is, will it pop out and fall off the plate perfectly?
I'm just really focused on getting this right.
So I put the plate on top of the pan. And I flip it. And I'm just waiting for extra weight to fall onto the plate. And I lifted the pan and everything had come down onto the plate. Oh, the relief, the relief.
Very quick motion, flip. The Tatin comes straight out off the top, so it's good, it's cooked really well. One of the apples sort of falls out, but I put that back in. And then using my spatula, I take it off the plate and plate it neatly onto the main plate.
All I can think about is those few seconds. Will it pop out and fall off the plate perfectly? It looked terrible. It had a few shriveled apples on it. The pastry was just coming out of the ends, and I went, oh my God, I am screwed.
The judges will now taste your dishes one by one.
I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing to be the first dish tasted by the judges. The stakes on this are really high.
Julie, how do you think you went?
I'm not quite sure how they're actually supposed to look. So I'm not sure how close that is to a good one.
You happy with the result?
There are a few things I would do differently if I was going to do it again. I would have done the caramel sauce on a lower heat, and I would have turned the oven down a bit sooner so the pastry wasn't quite so dark.
Thanks very much. You have to leave us to taste and deliberate.
Thank you.
And just listen to that. It makes a fantastic crispy sound of all those layers of pastry.
Apples are soft, pastry's crisp.
I think it could have had a little bit more acid.
You wouldn't want to push that caramel anymore because I think it's a little bit too close to being bitter. But certainly the apple flavour is very true, and she's got some fantastic lift in the puff.
When we're waiting in the room, I'm feeling a little bit anxious. Someone's going to be eliminated from the competition.
My whole cooking life here at MasterChef depends on that one tatin.
So, Linda, how did you go?
I made a few mistakes. I should have tried to put more apples.
Did you burn the pastry?
It was burnt in a few little spots, so I tried to scrape that off, but I think it was a bit too late. So, in terms of a tart tatin, it's not a good effort.
Why are you so upset?
The proof is in the taste of the pudding. It just has to taste great, and I think that's the most important thing, the thing that I've been overlooking the most in this competition.
Thank you, Linda.
Thank you. All I could think about was the fact that someone was going to be eliminated.
She's definitely had problems. The top of the pastry's burnt, and yet I've got a raw, undercooked piece of pastry by the apple.
The apples do look a lot more overcooked, and I think that's due to the way they were cut.
I'm not so sure if it's actually got the same bitterness. Julie's had that little bit of bitterness, and I don't actually think that's quite as bitter.
I'm up against two amazing cooks. It is extremely important for me to get through this challenge.
I'm feeling pretty confident. The Tatin has got nice colour on it. I'm hoping that it's cooked though, the pastry's cooked.
Out of the three, where do you think yours stacks up?
It's up there. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to be perfect. I used all my apples.
Did you burn the pastry?
Yeah, it's a little bit overcooked. Probably a bit around the sides and on the top.
You burnt the pastry?
I wouldn't say, oh, yeah, if it's burnt, it's burnt.
I don't know, I'm asking you. I'm going to have a look in a minute. Did you burn the pastry?
It's over brown on the bottom, yeah.
You didn't get the sudden urge to blend it up and turn it into a foam?
No.
No, spherified?
You know, that's not me. You know, I love that food. It has been me, yeah. You know, that's good food. But, you know, last night I went home and I thought a lot about food. I woke up this morning with a different mentality about the whole competition, and I just, I want to cook like good food. I'm not a chef.
Okay, Aaron. Thanks very much.
The hardest part is having the dish judged and knowing that my fate rests on this that I've just done, and there's nothing I can do to change it.
Great sound.
Yeah. He's really overcooked the pastry. He's cooked the apples really well. The caramel is a touch bitter, maybe just a little bit too far.
It's got a definite zing to it that I quite like.
I just want to peel off the bottom layer of that puff and eat it without it, because it's like that badly burnt bit of toast.
It's spoilt it. Really has.
I know that I'm on thin ice with hot blades, and I'm ready for their verdict.
We've got to send somebody home out of this. I think we've still got a few questions to ask, so I think we should get them back in. We've got to send somebody home out of this. I think we've still got a few questions to ask, so I think we should get them back in.
My fate rests on this.
Just want to find out one way or the other.
Today, we have to make an important decision. Now, of course, we'll base that decision on the challenge today, but also we need to take into consideration your efforts in past challenges, and I think that together will help us make the right choice. Julie, you've made some mistakes, you know, in odd challenges, and today's, for example, is no different. It's hard to make a perfect dish. You didn't use all your apples. Why was that?
There was 26 minutes to go and I had to get the pastry on and get it into the oven. I made the decision to get it into the oven rather than try and put more apples in.
Obviously, your cooking would improve doing something like this. I mean, it couldn't help not.
Absolutely.
I mean, is this ultimately just going to improve your home cooking, or...?
The idea is that what I love to do for my family and my friends, I'd love to be able to do for more people than that.
It must be very hard being away from your family. I mean, do you think you can last the course?
I've truly walked away from everything to be here. So I'm not about to say, you know what, I can't hack it anymore, I'm going home. It's not easy. I didn't expect it to be easy. And I'm going to do it for as long as you'll have me here.
Okay, thank
you. Linda, apple tatin today. There was definitely some good flavour there, yeah? As much as you gave it a lot of negative when you put it in front of us, we are looking at the tatin, but we're also looking at where you've been in your journey here at MasterChef. For us, you're a roller coaster. You know, you take us to these highs with an, amazing dish. I still remember the blueberry rice pudding. I thank you for giving me that memory. But then I got this really bad memory in my head from the rabbit challenge, which was a dish of disaster. It was a disaster dish. It was one of the worst things I tasted.
Really let yourself down on there. That is horrible.
Are you getting it?
Yeah.
Are you understanding the basics?
I've just realised that it's about putting taste and the simple techniques, nailing that, and then progressing to something more advanced. I'm trying to cook dishes that I'd love to cook in 10 years' time.
Thank you, Linda.
Aaron, the taste of burnt pastry is a big issue with something like a tart tatin because there's nowhere to hide. On the other hand, you manage to get an awful lot of apple on there, which is fantastic. It's a dish. It's about apple. My concern is how comfortable were you cooking that dish as opposed to fiddling around with a little degustation plate?
I was at home doing that. All of my dishes looking back that I've done, I've tried to put someone else on a plate. I have to put my taste on a plate, cook the things that I love.
Why did you come here in the first place?
The background I came from, hospitality is not a shined upon industry. My school education was you either become a doctor or a lawyer or an accountant. You know, for me I love food, I want to become a chef. You know, I had people say, you know, you're not born to cook for other people or to wash dishes, and it's not about that. It's about doing what I love, and to me this is, you know, to enrich my life, to show me what food is.
Thank you.
Julie, Aaron, Linda, today we have to make an important decision, and that is which one of you has to go home.
The challenge is over. What's done is done. What's served is served. There's nothing for it now but to wait for the judge's verdict.
My confidence level is non-existent. My nerves, I can't even feel anything. I'm just numb. I'm really numb.
Julie, you've delivered some good dishes, some great flavours.
Thank you.
Your dish today was lovely. Wasn't perfect, but it was lovely. Linda, George hit the nail on the head. It's a roller coaster. You've done one of the best dishes in the competition so far, and I think you've given us the worst dish. So when we're trying to make our decision, Linda, it makes it hard for us. Your tatin wasn't as bad as you thought it was. Aaron, the gap between your aspirations and your capabilities is huge. And how I get that through to you, how George gets that through to you, I don't know. We don't play with quantum physics before we can add up. Your tart tatin, it wasn't perfect, but the apples were nice, the caramel was good, and your mistake of turning the oven up a little too high is easily corrected. We've had trouble deliberating, but we have made a decision.
One of the three of you could be Australia's first MasterChef. But also, for one of you, that dream and that opportunity is over. Julie, your dish was fantastic. Congratulations. It's a beautiful tart tatin. Linda, we have concerns about both of you, and really, this challenge and those two tart tatins crystallised and provide the tipping point for making the decision of who stays and who goes. The person for whom the dream of becoming Australia's first MasterChef is over is Linda. I'm sorry, Linda. Do continue to cook. You think a way that very few people think about food. You think in a lateral manner. You've got some great humour about the way you cook, and you've got some really great taste ideas as well.
I know today was a big tipping day for me, and look, little mistakes can cost you the competition. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you for bringing us some amazing memories that we'll never forget. I know it's in your heart. I can feel it. Keep doing it.
Whatever you choose to do, it has to be for you. Something that makes you happy, not anybody else, just you.
Thank you.
It's the right advice in life, so I wish you the best. Guys, have you got anything you'd like to say to Linda?
In that house, out of the people who were there, you were one of the most genuine people there. You know, follow your heart, don't give up.
I think you're a really lovely person. I think you're a creative spirit. I know that you're going to be fine. Okay.
Linda, it's time for you to leave the MasterChef kitchen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm taking away a lot of lessons from this experience. I will go back to simple cooking and simple food. At the end of the day, it was my time to go home, and there can only be one MasterChef.
It is another experience in my life that I will treasure and I will remember for the rest of my life. And, you know, you just have to build on these experiences. Sometimes a door shuts and another opens.
Okay, guys, on a more positive note, I hope you've learned something from today's challenge. We don't want to see you here next week, do we?
Not at all.
So let's keep our fingers crossed that we don't see you here, and it's time for you to go. Thank you very much.
I've learned that I have to learn how to crawl before I can walk. I'm not a chef. I'm a cook who just loves doing it. And I just now have to take this passion and turn it into a career by doing the smart thing, which is tasting and producing tasty food.
I'm still in the competition. I've dodged a bullet. I'm so relieved, and I'm more determined than ever.
So, guys, what are you thinking?
Back at the house, there's 16 people pretending they were judges, me included.
Who do you think's coming in?
We're waiting to actually see who's been eliminated.
I think Julie's got a very good chance of coming back tonight.
Yeah. I think Julie's safe, definitely.
I think Aaron's done.
He's destroyed every single dish he's cooked. I mean, at least the other two have put up some nice tasting food.
Aaron's in trouble. In all fairness to Linda, she hit some marks and it came out a bit burnt.
I'm actually hoping that it will be Aaron that gets through, because I actually think Aaron's picking up a lot more than Linda.
Well, the elevator opened and Julie walked out with a huge grin on her face. Then the elevator opened again and everybody was expecting to see young Linda walk through the door, and it was Aaron.
He gets a welcome back from a lot of people, but myself in particular, I'm shocked to see him, as are a lot of other people in the room.
No, it was bittersweet because it was down to the wire with me and Linda.
What did they say?
Everything right back for the whole competition, and today I made the better tart, so that's why I'm here.
They really said it was a flip of a coin between these two guys. And you know what? She smiled and said so graciously and beautifully, "Thank you so much for the opportunity. I've really enjoyed it," and gave us a hug, and off she went.
I gave a lot up to be here in this competition. Sometimes you do have to give up the biggest things in life to find yourself.
Hey, Linda, welcome home.
Welcome back, my dear.
How was it?
No, it was great. I took too many risks though. This week was absolutely crazy. But I had an amazing experience and met so many wonderful people. And I had to cook rabbit. Have you ever had rabbit before?
No.
Very good.
I made it.
Must be properly cooked.
And Linda, guess what's for dinner tonight?
What?
A rabbit.
A rabbit. Oh my God! Look, this is...
It's a rabbit. That's the thing that got me out of this competition. That was my downfall, that rabbit.
I'm really committed to food, and it's my passion and something that I will keep on following for a long time to come.
tomorrow night on MasterChef.
You're about to cook off against one of the finest chefs in the country.
Brent goes head-to-head in a celebrity cook-off.
I am out of my skin about this challenge.
Will the amateur have what it takes to beat the pro at his own signature dish?
I'm cooking better now than I have ever cooked in my life.
At stake, the chance to fast track to the final week of the competition.
I'm dead, man.
Looks lovely. But if that's Brent's, he's done a really good job.
Last night on MasterChef Australia.
I am out of my skin about this challenge.
Brent went head-to-head with one of the best chefs in the country.
Martin, congratulations. You won our challenge today.
I feel proud to be even acknowledged as a contender.
Tonight, 2 teams host a banquet.
You'll be cooking for your team, plus one very special guest.
And international cooking sensation Curtis Stone will accept nothing but the best.
I think it's overcooked. Ah, that's a disaster. To me, the lobster's a bit tasteless. There was big mistakes on both, so it's a tough decision. Morning, fellas.
It's a new day. We wake up after Brent's challenge.
Well, Brent, you just faced an incredibly tough challenge. You had to cook off against Martin Burtz from Longrain, who just happens to be one of the most talented Asian-style chefs in the country. Martin, congratulations. You won our challenge today.
So to the rest of the contestants, I think they need to pull their socks up and watch out for you. Well done, Brent. Good job.
He did well yesterday, so he deserves to be proud of himself.
It's going to be a big day. We've got a big challenge. We're about to start. We're not quite sure on how it's all going to work, but there's a bit of a buzz around.
I do not want to be on the losing team this week. Bottom line.
I wake up this morning and I come out of the elevator, and as soon as I see the note and the aprons, I call the others to come up.
Guys, come upstairs to the 3rd level.
What's happening?
Today you will be leaving the MasterChef house for your next off-site challenge. Before you go, you must split into 2 teams. Brent, as winner of this week's Invention test, you will captain one team. You have the choice of team colour and deciding who leads the opposing team. You also have first pick of team members.
There you go, mate.
Choose carefully.
Right. I don't have a strategy per se. I have a collection of names that I want to work with.
No surprise, guys, I chose blue. Ginny, come and grab red, mate.
I've chosen to pick Jeannie as my opposing team captain. She's got quite a big personality. I'm hoping that will get in the road of her organisational skills. People may not follow her.
I was very happy that we're still the red team, and I thought you have to think now in a strategic way to make sure you pick up the team members you want before he did.
Sam, get your ass off the couch.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, mate. No worries.
I need very talented individuals that can adapt to anything that was put in front of us. people that I rate as some of the strongest competitors.
All right, Chris, get up.
I like that.
I thought Jenny would have picked me first. She knows I can cook, she knows what I'm capable of.
Big Trev.
Oh, Trev. Sorry, Reds.
Tom? I could not pick because of friendship, because it wasn't just my interest here at stake, it was everyone's. And I have to think with my food heart, not my own personal heart.
Josh.
Yeah.
Justine?
You look bloody uncomfortable there, Lucas. Get up.
Oh, the big fella.
It could be seen as deliberate in my choices of getting the strong males out.
You've got a testosterone there, guys.
Got a testosterone.
Is it boy versus girl thing? No. I've just picked the strongest team because I don't want to lose.
Andre.
The next person for the blue team is to balance up the genders and also to cover us for desserts. Kate. Next up.
Paul. You can.
Julia.
Julie.
Michelle.
Yeah.
There are two people left on the couch, and that is Aaron and myself. The red team is all talking amongst each other. Jenny's very indecisive at this stage, and I'm just thinking that just felt horrible. It really did.
Sandra.
Maybe.
Sandra.
I'm actually hurt, I suppose. I didn't think she'd leave me till last.
Aaron, I can't believe you're still sitting there, mate. Welcome aboard.
Being the last one to be picked doesn't faze me. The blue team is a hungrier team, and the red team is the Titanic waiting to happen. They're either going to get there or they're going to sink miserably.
All right, blue team, let's go. I'm quite cocky and confident that the team that I've picked is ready for anything.
I'm very, very excited. I think we've got a great team, a very strong team in the sense of being united.
With the challenge that's coming up, we know we're going out somewhere and we think it's outdoors. We're up for anything. It's all good fun.
We arrived at the Vaucluse Yacht Club. We walk in, it's like a long, dark hall with all these little boats, and we walk through to the pier, and there we see two barbecue kitchens.
Welcome to Vaucluse Yacht Club. It's here that you'll be competing in this week's team challenge. The consequences of how well your side performs today will be enormous. One contestant from the losing team will be eliminated.
The rules for the challenge are that we're cooking a banquet for 10 people and for one surprise guest. We've got $500, we've got to go out and buy all our produce, so there's heaps to be done.
Your special guest will be judging you not only on your food, but on the ambience, the presentation, as well as the quality of conversation.
So in an instant, you've just become event planners. You've become caterers. Scary proposition when you think about it, because this is about your guest's experience. They need to walk away from your lunch feeling like $1 million. For the real cooks amongst you, this challenge is going to be fantastic. Each team has $500 to do everything, pretty much. You're under pressure here. Brent, step forward. Jenny, step forward. $500. Spend it wisely.
Do you mind if I count it first?
Do you think I would have done that? Best of luck, guys.
Your time starts now.
Strategy time. I am basically only the chair.
Horseshoe it up.
It's an open slather, open forum. Everybody contribute now or forever hold your peace.
With this setup, the majority, I would say, seafood.
Seafood straight away.
Absolutely.
Look, I'm thinking clean, like fresh seafood and different mayonnaises. Sauces.
The thing we eventually decide upon is welcome to the captain's table. We're going to have a seafood-based lunch with Trevor in his Navy uniform as the host of the event.
I want to hear about what everyone would like. Prawns.
Crab.
We decided on doing a seafood platter, serving a whole fish with a dessert at the end.
I think a dessert is such a crucial thing of a banquet.
That maybe doing all Australian produce and having that as our theme is a better idea.
Yes.
And it's so much easier for me to do a dessert then.
Why are we changing our idea now? Exactly, we're not.
It shouldn't have even taken me that much effort to actually get an idea in. So I was a bit worried at that point about our organisation on the team and how things were going to run smoothly.
I will set up 3 teams. Kitchen crew, shopping, propping. We'll just start thinking nautical. We'll put it all out there in a sec.
Sam and Josh, the shopping and produce. Kate and Aaron go back to MasterChef Kitchen. Those two won't miss a beat. Lucas and Michelle to get any kind of propping. That leaves Julia and myself to intellectualise and work out where we're going to sit everything.
I'm happy with that. I'm more than happy to decorate it.
Can I just say, look where we are? Water, yacht club, nautical fresco.
Because I don't want them to hear anything.
I always try to listen to the task. And what stuck in my mind was the words banquet, atmosphere, ambience.
But let's just do 1 or 2 dishes and a salad. And maybe something.
We're going to do a cold seafood platter to start with, a whole fish as a centrepiece, and Andre's going to put together a big spread of Italian, Mediterranean-style grilled vegetables, a bit of a green salad and a nice little dessert.
Warm water, the sea and the sun, the smells.
I immediately gave the rolls to people like Chris and Justine for shopping, and Condra will do the vegetables. And I'm good at desserts, I'll do that. And Paul is very experienced in decorating.
Nobody says they don't want the role that they're given, and they go racing off to get the stuff they need.
Thank you.
My assigned role was do the seafood buying. Seafood's my life. I've lived and breathed seafood for as long as I can remember.
We've got to be quick.
Yeah, so as much as we can buy that's already done, it's probably the best option.
Absolutely agree. Seafood, come on. We're going to get 3 whole snappers. Sure. Can you clean them up for us?
Yeah, no problem.
Thanks, man.
Put something in that size there. You reckon 2 of them would be all right? And that one straight next to it as well. That one there? Yeah.
That looks good.
Our food was going to rely on the quality of the ingredient. We're literally serving up seafood in a very natural state.
Oh, you do have them cooked?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. From the moment Sam and I got together in the seafood shop, we killed it.
Fresh produce now, mate. We'll go straight to the grocery and we'll grab that, all right?
Thanks, mate. Thanks a lot, eh?
Where's the greengrocer? That one.
We'll be as fast as we can. Seafood first. Chris and I agreed to stick together and go to each shop together so we don't forget anything.
Can we get the smaller of the 2 salmon?
Smaller one, yeah. I think this is beautiful.
I think it's absolutely beautiful.
We've got to make sure he's clear, good eyes, which means it's fresh.
They had a magnificent whole salmon there, and we just thought that is the most amazing centrepiece.
Careful.
Move! Aaron and I are in charge of collecting the equipment from the MasterChef kitchen today. As soon as we get to the kitchen, Poe and Tom are also here, and we know it's going to be a race in to see who can get the best stuff.
Wine glasses and tumblers.
Get all those. So we're just grabbing anything that we think might come in handy. Platters, plates, cutlery. I was actually a bit sneaky and grabbed the entire things as spoons in an attempt to put the red team off.
Got scales?
So turn it in so
After the shoppers and equipment collectors have left, the team start grabbing everything nautical we can find that's not bolted down.
No, that's fine. It's nautical looking. That's okay.
We've got Trev as a great prop in his naval uniform.
Nautical type things for the team, something like that, no?
All right.
Just a thought.
No, let's let the food do the talking.
Okay.
But please
Brent got fired up with adrenaline and he cut people off and did it his way.
But I don't want that to move again.
Okay. Now, you've got to think of the criteria: banquet and atmosphere. That's what we created.
We decided to drape our marquee with the organza fabric. We wanted ours to look elegant. So Jeannie knows how to do all that sort of stuff, so she faffed it up.
Yeah, I'm going to tie them and then have a little name tag for each person. And then
I knew straight away that Poe's the strongest creative in the team, so we went about getting a lot of the flowers and foliage just to leave to Poe to do.
Both teams are back at the yacht club and it's crunch time.
Mate, we're set. We've got more seafood than you can shake a stick at.
Hey guys.
Thank you. We've only got such a small amount of time to prep and serve up this lunch for our surprise guests. I think the pressure's on at this point. Everything's in that bag.
Swimmers off. Crabs are on. Crabs are on. So lobsters, swimmer, prawn.
I grabbed my timesheet and basically drilled everybody. Okay, where are you at with this?
We've got a plan, we're going with it.
Where are we at with that? So I was just doing a military drill.
I'm on prep, slicing potatoes, slicing fennel. Yeah, all systems go.
The hardest thing to make is probably making sure our snapper is cooked correctly. So we've given Lucas a few hints on how to do the snapper, and he's running with that.
But when I turn it, we're going to lose the juices, aren't we?
We'll just fold it.
Yeah.
And then...
Okay, gotcha. Yep. I've got to make sure it's a little bit underdone, so when the mystery guest eats it, it's correct for them.
Oysters, red wine, vinaigrette, champagne. Champagne glasses are done, Minga.
Is that a yes or a no? On to dessert.
You're on to dessert?
Done.
Righto.
I'm glad that my team agrees that I should be doing a dessert. I was quite worried at the start when no one really thought that a dessert needed to be served with a banquet.
So I'm sorry, I've had to keep up to ask you at the time.
We have 33 minutes to go.
Yep. Beautiful.
Gary, with 30 minutes to go, drills us, are you ready? Are you ready? And I'm like, mate, we're so ready.
Okay, Brent, tell me where you're at. What are you serving? We've got dipping sauces.
Sam, we've got vinaigrette
sauce and we've got garlic mayonnaise and seafood.
Did you make the mayonnaise?
Oh,
you didn't make the mayonnaise?
No,
the special guest might know. It might be the Queen, your special guest. She'll know.
It's a time challenge. There's some great products available. The boys have sourced the best for us.
Right,
so.
okay.
We might need someone else to work with it. They seem quite busy, a lot of excitement, a lot of buzz, and I think Gary picked on that, and he came up to me at one stage.
You seem much less excited than the guys over there.
Jenny, you've got all together. I said, Gary, relax, it's all flowing. That's our style. I said, I'm part of this team, and I'm actually going to be cooking with the team.
My role is to prep the whole salmon and get that in the alfoil and in the barbecue and try and get that timed correctly.
Chris, you're looking after the salmon.
Yes.
How do you know when it's cooked?
It just feels right.
So what happens if you unwrap it and it's not?
No, you can't really undercook fish.
You can.
You can, but
of
not...
Of course you can.
Well,
You've got 15 minutes to go. You can unwrap it and it might not be cooked.
It's cooked.
Okay, it's cooked. All right.
Has the vegetables done? It's all done.
I think the hardest thing is the Mediterranean vegetable platter, which Andre is doing. It's more labour intensive because he has to actually slice the vegetables, but it's just the time that it takes for that.
We still are on cruise control. Everybody's confident. We've got everything prepped. We're going to just time it beautifully.
Okay, guys, you've got 5 minutes to go. Everything's got to be put down, your pots, your pans, and you need to be ready to serve your guest. Okay?
Yeah, just greenery.
Gary says it's time to stop. Our guest is arriving. We look up and there's this magnificent boat pulling up to the pier.
I wonder who the guest is, guys. This is exciting.
Aaron, who is it?
Can't say, I need to see his face.
So here's your special guest.
It's Curtis Stone.
Oh, it's Curtis Stone.
Yes.
My name's Curtis Stone. I'm living in Los Angeles hosting a TV show and writing cookbooks. And for me, it's all about the food.
I have to admit that when Curtis got off the boat, I had a bit of a perv. I don't think that any female there was unhappy to have him as our surprise guest today.
Very good.
Nice to see you.
You too.
Welcome. How are you, Gary?
You well?
Good to see you.
Curtis is a leading, internationally renowned young Aussie chef. He was classically trained in London under the legendary Marco Pierre White. He's also author of Surfing the Menu, which became a smash hit television series. And he's about to launch a new cookbook called Relaxed Cooking.
OK, guys, I hope you're a little bit nervous now that Curtis has stepped off the boat and you know who you're cooking for. Curtis is going to have a little look around and see what tempts him and see who's going to sit down with first.
I think I'm going to follow my nose.
So you're going to follow your nose, Curtis?
It's a pretty big nose, so I mean, I'm going to come over here. Some of the key things that I'm going to look for are, of course, great food, because that's the cornerstone to every good meal. When you're a good host, you make someone feel very relaxed. So I want to feel relaxed.
I'm the team captain.
So there is a theme to your lunch?
There is. I'm actually a chief in the Navy. I'm on long service leave to come and do this little caper.
Wonderful.
So we figured we've got a little bit of a nautical theme. We might as well use me as a prop.
OK, that's it. Come on, Brent, let him go. So, Curtis, which team tempted you?
I do like a bit of a theme, so it's going to be, on my right, the blue team. I decided to dine with the blue team first because I think they put a bit more effort into it than the red team.
So, Brent, you've got 20 minutes to add all those last little finishing touches to all your dishes. Make sure everything's ready to go.
Well, actually, Gary, our team is ready to go with the experience right now. Everything's going to spoil if we don't start right now.
Fantastic. Off you go, then.
Thank you. Come on, team.
When the blue team tell me that they're going to forfeit their 20-minute prep time, I think to myself, that's some confidence right there. These guys must be on the ball. They must know what they're doing.
Welcome to the captain's table, Mr. Stone.
Thank you very much.
Curtis, please take a seat at the head of the table.
The head of the table. You little beauty. I felt really special. I thought, well, isn't that lovely? They're going to give me the best seat in the house. Then they sat the captain of the ship next to me, which was also really sweet.
So we've got some prawns and some crab meats and...
Tell us what you feel like, Curtis.
Mussels.
Probably got it on that plate.
I eat it all, so, you know, you go for it.
We've got the seafood platter on the table. Basically help yourself, service.
Australia's seafood is so delicious, so you don't really need to muck around with it too much.
Yep.
It's a garlic mayonnaise. I mean, it's all pretty standard cooking with that sort of stuff.
I'll have a glass of the Sauvignon Blanc. Thank you. So tell me about the two dipping sauces.
It's just a garlic mayonnaise, which is store-bought mayonnaise, garlic and lemon.
We should not have bought mayo. We have 9 people on that team who know how to make mayo. Why would you buy mayonnaise?
Who's tasted the lobster? What do you think? To me, the lobster's a bit tasteless.
Ah, the lobster's going to come back and haunt me forever, I know it.
How did you buy it?
Whole cooked.
Whole and cooked. You're a little bit in unknown water when you're buying a cooked crayfish.
Yeah.
You know, a crayfish should be cooked as close to being killed as possible. If you source great quality ingredients, you don't have to do too much to it.
Okay.
You know, I'm not impressed by the lobster.
I probably did let the team down. They didn't have any raw lobster there, and I would have honestly bought it if I did.
As a cook, I'd try and discourage you from making an excuse of, well, that was sort of all we could get our hands on. If that's all you can get your hands on, don't use it.
Yep. Great advice. Thank you.
Makes that a little straight. This
On the end.
Trevor's next door.
Clear away. Thank you.
The service for the blue team could have been helped out a lot by chilling everyone out. They kept getting up and down from the table. It was a bumbly mess.
There was beautiful snapper there today, and when they came out, I just thought, man, I wish I had hooked on a couple of those myself.
Yeah.
You know,
I think Brent's quite nervous. What he tended to do was monopolise a conversation. He didn't really let many of his other team get a word in. And that's important, especially as a leader. You need to make sure that everybody's playing as a team.
The most beautiful stuff ever.
So it's time to serve the fish. Can I give you the cheek?
The cheeks are delicious.
I made sure I gave him the fish cheeks and the back of the neck because it's just so juicy and tender.
So you've got a bit of snapper. Tell me how you've cooked it.
I scored the meat, put a little bit of the tops of the fennel into it, a bit of salt, pepper, olive oil, and stuffed it with fennel, a bit of parsley, and just a splash of white wine just over the top, closed it up and cooked it for 18 minutes on the barbecue. Let it sit, and a fennel and potato bake that we did on the barbecue.
Yum. I'm so hungry.
We lost track of time a lot during lunch.
It's great.
Good.
What do you think? I love fennel. It's one of my favourite ingredients.
We've only just served the main meal and he's really enjoying it, but we still have dessert, so we were a little bit worried.
So guys, just to let you know, we started off with 30 minutes and we've got about 5 minutes to go.
Time flies.
So at that point, I'm in a bit of a rush to get up there and make sure that Curtis at least gets to taste our dessert before time's up.
Where's the banana, Kate? Here?
It is in a bag underneath this counter. I'm going to put it in the bowls, yeah. I'm just messing it all up on the plate, to be honest.
Fish cooked on the bone has got so much more flavour than if it's been filleted first, so I really admire your decision to cook a whole fish. It's great. It's harder to do than cooking a fillet, so I'm very impressed.
Sorry to rush you, Curtis, but just so with time, the dessert.
Perfect timing. That was delicious.
Aussie mess, based on Eton mess, but more Aussie.
Aussie mess?
Aussie mess.
Whose idea was this?
This is
Kate's idea.
Kate, come over and join us.
Go, Kate, go, Kate,
So I
go.
take it you've never had Aussie mess before?
Aussie mess? I don't know what an Aussie mess is. You've got to explain it to me.
Everyone knows Eton mess, obviously. So we've got meringues, some minted cream, passion fruit, bananas, and a mango coulis. Something nice and refreshing and summery. So.
The flavours with the passion fruit and the banana, I love. Delicious. The cream's nice and velvety, and the meringue, I think it works. It's nice to invent Aussie food. That's what we're all about. The blue team has got a real spark in there. They serve a couple of really good things. Guys, I think time's up, so that's my last.
Here's to Curtis, everybody.
Cheers. Well done, Phil. Thank you.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your lunch.
Come on. Thank you.
Cheers, team.
Lunch number 2. I love this. Who's been
The
leading?
challenge is we have to cook for the team and Curtis Stone. We get given $500 to go shopping and we have to come up with a banquet.
A whole baked salmon.
It's time for my second meal of the day, the red team.
Do you want me to plate that for you?
The red team used their prep time, and I think it was really wise.
I start plating up the vegetables and just keep my eye on Chris's fish as well. Things are pulling together. We should get this done.
Let's go.
Okay. Superb. I was stoked with how everything came seamlessly together.
How's it going, guys?
Welcome.
Looks like a wedding.
Wow, look at that. My first impressions of the red team was they had it together. They were really calm. I was impressed. The table looked beautiful and they were all very relaxed. Great. I'm sitting here.
Would you like some water to start?
I'd love some water, thank you. This all looks beautiful.
Yep.
You spelt my name wrong though, Po.
Did I really?
I'm only joking.
Oh.
Had my name on my play setting. It was really sweet and it was quite classy. It was well done.
Well, do you want to help yourself to some...
Yeah, so what have we got here, guys?
Okay, we've got the smoked eel.
Some smoked eel.
Yep.
Po, for you?
Oh, Curtis served Po for a little bit. Yeah, it was just friendly, happy and comfortable.
Thomas.
Do you want me to get some food, Andre? Everyone got a drink?
Yeah. Who's got a drink?
Cheers.
Cheers. Welcome, Curtis. Lovely to meet you.
Cheers.
We've got some, we've made some mayonnaises also.
All
roast
homemade?
garlic, just lemon and a dill mayonnaise.
Yeah.
So how did you make this one?
Just the egg yolks, mustard. I did half olive oil, half sunflower oil. And then we finish off with lemon and dill.
That's really good.
And then saffron.
Curtis commentates on all of the food. He loves the homemade sauces.
Should we clear these and move on to some bigger things? Yeah.
Looks good.
We picked salmon because it looks good on banquet.
So you decided to cook it in foil, so it's baked?
It's baked on the barbecue, yeah. It's 45, 50 minutes, then we left rest for about 15.
So what was your intention? How did you want to cook it?
Oh, just low and slow. I wanted it to be a little underdone.
So how do you think this is cooked?
I think it's slightly over.
Yep.
I would have liked it a little pinker in the middle. Mind you, it's been sitting there for a while, so I don't think it's been...
I'm not sure that this is the right dish if you weren't sure when you were going to serve it. I think you're right. I think it's overcooked. To me, to serve a nice big fish like that and not worry whether it was hot or cold and a little bit overcooked, you're getting into dangerous territory there.
There's quite a lot of pan juices down the bottom if you want to get into some of those.
And we accepted our mistake. We knew because you all make mistakes. And also the vegetables. We created 4 seasons in one.
So tell me about the veggies.
Veggies thinly sliced. The mushrooms just had a bit of oregano on it.
I'll give you a quick crash course. Mushrooms, autumn. Asparagus, it's the quintessential spring vegetable. Pumpkin is autumn, winter. zucchini, summer. So we've gone spring, summer, winter, and autumn.
Oh, so I put the whole year in your dish.
We could call it the quattro stagioni. And they served vegetables from 4 different seasons. Ah, that's a disaster. Like, that's the one thing you are not allowed to do when you serve me lunch. When you're a chef, you have to think about what's grown in season, when you can, what's grown locally, and what's good.
Seasonality.
Seasonality is super important.
Sandra and Jeannie wanted to go back to get the desserts prepared because that was their dish.
Jeannie's actually created a fantastic dessert, George's olive oil mousse.
I love chocolate, and I've got a really delicious olive oil chocolate mousse.
We've got 4 minutes left. Let's go.
This is a raspberry. I've had this before. It's almost like a raspberry champagne.
Oh, yum.
Jenny, fantastic. Where did you get the recipe from, Jenny?
Friend of ours.
That was quite a lot. It's actually George's recipe with the olive oil. I
thought I recognised it.
George's recipe, and he'll be quite proud that I've used it.
To that, I emulsify 200 mils of olive oil to the chocolate, okay?
You've got to be careful when you ask a Greek chef to do a French dessert. Because they start putting olive oil in it. But
I could have closed my eyes, actually, and be with my own family. It was extremely relaxed.
For me, it just reminded me of, you know, the weekends, just eating, talking, laughing. It's a very European thing.
It tastes delicious.
It works with the berries and the chocolate.
Really nice with the berries. The mousse is very rich.
Have a sip of the beer now.
Okay. Guys, I'm having so much fun, I don't want to leave, but thank you so much for a delicious lunch, and I've really, really enjoyed it.
Thanks, Curtis.
Thank you for coming. It's lovely to meet you.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest without me.
Thank you.
We will.
Fantastic.
Good job.
Beautiful meal. Team Red.
We've pulled off exactly what we set out to do, which is a warm, inviting, comfortable environment with loads of beautiful food, good drink, good conversation. We've done it.
So you arrived in a beautiful boat. You turned up in this gorgeous setting, and you got to eat some nice food, I hope.
I had lunch twice. What a fantastic day.
It is good. So tell us, how did the blue team go? They set up Trevor in his submariner's outfit.
And you know what? You could look at it and think, is it a bit tacky? I thought it was a bit of fun, and we got straight into it, which I loved. They denied the 20 minutes of preparation time. They said, we're ready. And I love that confidence.
Do you think that was a mistake, possibly?
Because they didn't take that 20 minutes, there was always a lot of people getting up and down from the table. And in the end, they seemed a bit rushed and they seemed a bit nervous.
Yeah. How did you feel about the food to start off with?
I admire their vision because they thought to themselves, let's get great quality seafood and serve it really simply. Yeah. But unfortunately, that's good if you get good quality stuff and you serve it right. Yeah. The lobster was bought and cooked. And to me, to pay that much money,
why would you do that?
It's a disaster.
It is a disaster, isn't it?
And they also had store-bought mayonnaise. Now, if they're here in a competition showing off their cooking credentials, they should be making the mayonnaise themselves. Let's get to the main course, because I'm eager to talk about it. We got served a whole snapper. Yep. It was delicious. Okay. Beautiful and moist, really succulent. It was hot. It was cooked to perfection. Yeah. I don't know how it improved their main course. It was really good. And then dessert was an Aussie mess, right? It was based on the Eton mess, which is the English version of the dessert.
Classic berries, meringue,
absolutely.
Cream.
Yep. It was a real Aussie dessert. The passion fruit, the bananas, the cream, the meringue. It was fun. I liked it.
Right. So blue team, we've got some ticks and we've got some crosses.
Bit of both.
So over to the red team. Yeah. How did you go?
From the second I walked into the red team's little group, I felt really relaxed. And to me, that's very important. Yeah. Their table was set beautifully. They were probably marginally classier. Yeah. They had some nice flowers there. I was really impressed because they made the mayonnaise themselves.
And they should make it. It's easy.
When the red team served the main course, which was already all out on the table, it was a whole salmon, very big piece of fish, which is hard to cook. We all know that.
And you've got to keep it pink, because if you overcook salmon, it's horrible. So did they overcook it?
They overcooked the salmon. When I made mention that the salmon was overcooked, they tried to rectify the problem. They got a few more of the juices from outside of the salmon, and it marginally improved it. Yeah. On side of that, there was a plate of vegetables, which they called antipasta. They'd chosen one vegetable from each season. And when you're talking to a chef that believes in seasonality, local produce, it's a big mistake to make.
their dessert? They did a chocolate mousse, didn't they?
They did a chocolate mousse, which I think was George's.
Did they admit to it?
George's, and they admitted to it, which I was impressed that they gave it up, and they did it very nicely. It's very decadent, very rich, and they broke up that richness with some fresh berries. Perfect for this time of year.
But can you forgive that salmon? That's the, who knows?
It's tough. There was big mistakes on both.
Yeah. Have you made your decision?
I have. It's in this envelope.
Give me that hard-earned decision. It's time to say goodbye, I think.
Yeah, let's do it.
So, guys, it's time for Curtis to head home.
Thank you for such an amazing day. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
So on the outside, Curtis is a lovely guy, but he's an experienced chef. He's a tough taskmaster, and he's made his decision. So, guys, the decision awaits you. Goodbye.
So the challenge is over now, and I think that our team performed very well, and it's a very close call. It's going to be a tough one.
We've arrived at the MasterChef kitchen and we're about to take our positions. So I'm just hoping that Curtis has made the right decision.
There are those chairs in a row waiting for us. We sit down and we've got everything crossed that we've won this challenge.
Blue team, red team, welcome. You've just completed your second team challenge. You're asked to make a banquet lunch for 10 people. You had to feed yourselves, as well as one very special guest, the internationally renowned chef and author, Curtis Stone. Now, Curtis was not only your guest, he was also the challenge judge, and he had to decide which team lost and which team won.
So Curtis was judging each team on the total package, not only on the food, but the presentation, the decoration, and of course the conversation.
The winning team will be rewarded for their efforts. They'll get to enjoy a long lunch at one of Sydney's finest restaurants, Hugo's in Manly. More importantly, they'll get to spend valuable time in the kitchen watching some of the country's top professional chefs. The loser of the challenge will unfortunately have to cast their votes to eliminate the person they believe should be leaving the competition. So let's get down to business. Gary, from what Curtis told you, how did the red team go?
In terms of positives, the table setting, I think he was pleased with. It was understated. Your flowers, the names on the leaf, which was a lovely touch. So well done there. The chocolate mousse.
He loved it.
Funny recipe. Where did that come from?
I used George's recipe because no refrigeration needed, and you need to leave it at room temperature.
Was it as good as George's?
I think it was great.
Yeah. He liked the fact that you introduced the idea that it was a friend who shared the recipe for the chocolate mousse and didn't name George straight out, and that George might be proud of that. The fact that you made your mayonnaise, very impressed. So, obviously there were some big pluses, but also some big negatives. And one of the big mistakes, the salmon was overcooked. Now, Chris, I think you were hoping that that was going to be the pièce de résistance.
It was perfect when it came out. Unfortunately, had to sit there and it just, went a little bit too far.
Nothing's perfect when it comes out because we don't eat food as it comes out of the oven. Yeah. You have to take a rest into consideration.
Yeah.
The other thing that Curtis pointed out was the seasonality of the grilled vegetables. You had zucchini, you had asparagus, which, we're talking spring, summer, and then some confusion.
I put all the seasons into one dish and it looked beautiful for summer.
Pumpkin was a winter veg, and on a glorious summer day, we just had a mixture of vegetables for colour.
Excellent point, and I can see where that can help me in the future, definitely.
Okay.
Jenny, this is your first time as team leader. How do you think you went?
Well, I think I was very calm and I tried to be of assistance. I feel quite confident because we executed what exactly the task was.
You've just completed your second team challenge. You were asked to make a banquet lunch. You had to feed yourselves, as well as Curtis Stone. Now, Curtis was not only your guest, he was also the challenge judge. Gary, how did the blue team go?
Curtis mentioned a few things that stood out. And let's not forget that he picked the blue team to go to first. And the thing that struck him was the fact that you had a theme. You had Trevor dressed up as a Navy captain. You had a nautical theme. He spoke very highly of the snapper. Josh, you're the seafood man. You come from a seafood family. How do you feel about that?
I looked at the whole fish range and the snappers looked the best.
Another thing was the Aussie mess, based on a classic English dish called Eton mess, which is berries, whipped cream and meringue. And you guys did it with meringue, whipped cream, banana, mango and passion fruit. So well done.
Thank you.
Some of the negatives, the rock lobster, that it wasn't that good, that you'd bought it in, cooked, rather than raw and cook it. I mean, you know this, don't you? You've seen how it gets cooked, haven't you?
Yeah, I wanted to get live lobsters, but they didn't have any.
Curtis felt very rushed.
Yep, got it. Go. Go, Kate, go. Go, Kate, go.
You chose not to use the 20 minutes extra time. That 20 minutes was there for you guys just to put the finishing touches on all your dishes. Are you still holding to the fact that that was a good decision?
Everything would have spoiled. We had beautiful fresh seafood stacked on ice, and we wanted that snapper to be just banging hot, and it showed through. I'll stand by the decision.
The other thing that he did mention, and I picked up on it as well, of course, was the store-bought mayonnaise.
This much of it.
It's got to be the easiest thing in the world to make, a vinaigrette and mayonnaise.
Yep.
Take the lesson on board.
Yep. It's valid. We made a decision as a team that we would do pre-bought mayonnaise, and as a result, it probably wasn't our best move on the day.
So, Brent, how did you go as team captain, do you think?
I was just the chairperson. Yes, yes, no, great idea. What does everyone think? I will set up 3. That's the way I work at home.
We need to know who was the best performer on the team. Who was the standout?
It was a team. It was a team. No, wait, please.
No. Brent. Brent.
Yes.
Listen. Stop being a politician. Start being a chef.
Josh and Sam, I put them in charge of shopping and produce, and they came home with the goods.
Obviously, there were some big positives, but also some big negatives from both teams, the blue and the red team. Curtis Stone is a highly respected chef, very successful, and a man who knows his food. He wrote down the winner, popped it in this envelope, sealed it by his own fair hand, and left. In a restaurant, there's an old saying that the customer's always right. Well, Curtis Stone has made his decision, and whatever decision that is, he's right. The winning team is the red team.
The moment this is the red team, my blood had drained out of my whole body. It was overwhelming.
Chris, come here.
Chins up, guys. Be proud of what you did.
It sucks. We did what I said. Michelle, in the end, it's not your fault, okay?
I had a big cry. It just flowed out, and it's like, shit, I'm on the losing team again.
It's not your fault.
I felt ripped off. Unfortunately, I knew, and now I'm going to fight for my life against the knives that are going to come out.
Tomorrow night on MasterChef Australia.
I know I can cook better than half these people.
It's elimination time as Blue Team pays the price for defeat.
Most of us have been through this last week, and none of us are keen to do it again.
It's chef against chef in a fight for survival.
Because I feel like now it's a witch hunt because I'm at the top of the tree. I feel like I'm fighting for my life on this one.
And their fate lies in their competitors' hands.
You're going to lose someone good here if it's me.
I don't know how long Aaron's going to last in this competition.
If he doesn't step it up, his time will come.
Last night on MasterChef Australia.
You've just become event planners.
2 teams entertained special guest judge Curtis Stone.
I had lunch twice. What a fantastic day.
But there could only be one winner.
Have you made your decision?
I have.
Tonight, the losing team goes head-to-head.
You will now be voting on the person you think performed the worst in the challenge.
It's chef against chef in a fight for survival.
I feel like now it's a witch hunt because I'm at the top of the tree.
And their fate lies in their competitors' hands.
I don't know how long Aaron's going to last in this competition.
If he doesn't step it up, his time will come.
You've just completed your second team challenge. You're asked to make a banquet lunch for internationally renowned chef and author, Curtis Stone.
We have to create atmosphere, we have to create theming, we have to put on a banquet of food, and we have to be the perfect hosts. And I'm so excited about it.
The winning team will be rewarded for their efforts. They'll get to enjoy a long lunch at one of Sydney's finest restaurants, Hugo's in Manly. More importantly, they'll get to spend valuable time in the kitchen watching some of the country's top professional chefs. The loser of the challenge will unfortunately have to cast their votes to eliminate the person they believe should be leaving the competition. That person will be going home today.
There's an old saying that the customer's always right. Well, Curtis Stone has made his decision, and whatever decision that is, he's right. The winning team is the red team.
We're absolutely thrilled to win 2 challenges. I can't wait to go and have another nice long lunch, see another professional kitchen.
I had a big cry. It just flowed out and it's like, shit, I'm on the losing team again.
Michelle, in the end, it's not your fault, okay? It's not your fault.
I'm at the top of the tree, I am the captain, and now I'm going to fight for my life against the knives that are going to come out.
Congratulations, Red Team. Enjoy your lunch and your time in the kitchen. We'll see you back here soon. Blue Team, you will now be voting on the person you think performed the worst in the challenge. The person with the most votes will be eliminated immediately.
I'm quite nervous, as I haven't been in this situation before, and it's quite gut-wrenching. I'd kick myself if I got booted out.
It's tough, isn't it? It's tough, but you have to be honest. You have to look at how each of you performed on the day and make the right decisions. Ultimately, we would like to see the best cooks, the best chefs, people with potential going through to the next round.
I wish we didn't have such a strong team because it makes this process a lot harder because you're having to get rid of a serious competitor every time.
I'll see you back here in 1 hour.
After hearing we lost the challenge, we knew the exercise was now to split up into groups and talk about
You know, who did well, who was the weak link, who needs to go home. It's a crap experience. First people I talk with is Josh and Michelle. I think we're in agreement about the mistakes we made.
What's a banquet?
Yeah.
A banquet is everything.
You want some fish? Here, pass it over.
Exactly.
That's what it's about.
Dinner with your family.
People running around and serving.
Yeah, that was a fatal mistake. I absolutely 100% agree. The food should have been all out on the table, big platters. You know, perhaps someone could have been passing food or whatever, but it needed all to be out because we didn't have time.
So, guys, just to let you know, we've got about 5 minutes to go.
Got it. Go. Go, Kate, go. Go, Kate, go.
There were several opportunities and times that I had suggested things to Brent and it went unheard and it went, no, I'm going to do it my way, or no, I'm going with this option, or no.
Just a thought. No, let's let the food do the talking.
My thought was the reason that we lost is that there was a lack of organisation that fundamentally is the responsibility of the team leader or the captain.
The conversation between Sam and Josh got really heated because I feel like I'm fighting for my life on this one.
The decisions that I believe that led to our loss in the end yesterday, I ultimately believe they were your decisions. That's what I believe.
I didn't put myself into the captaincy role, it was chosen for me. And I did the best damn possible job by trying to listen to everybody, take everybody's opinion in and distill it into a direction and keep that direction for the survival of the team.
I could not, if I look at the rest of my team, everyone did everything you asked.
Josh, you've really made me uncomfortable because I feel like now it's a witch hunt because I'm at the top of the tree.
He expressed his opinion, bro.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you how I feel.
Nah, Josh, I totally disagree with you on that, mate. The best is yet to come out of me. I've only just won a challenge. I'm really comfortable. I've got a lot to give this competition.
What are you cooking, mate?
It's going to be a feast. Food, to me, is intensely personal and a giving process, so just want to keep giving and making people happy.
Brent, yours was the best dish of the day.
I've actually got a lot to give to the title of MasterChef. You're going to lose someone good here if it's me.
Aaron's name crops up a few times because of the way he's performed in individual challenges since the start of the top 20. I don't know how long Aaron's going to last in this competition on his own accord. If he turns out one more of those disaster dishes for an Invention challenge, I don't know that the judges will keep him here themselves.
His individual stuff has been a bit wanting, and he doesn't really cook in the house for anyone else, so it's hard to say whether or not he's actually a good cook.
You know, maybe he does need to justify what he's been doing the last couple of weeks because he turned out an awful coq au vin.
You know, without even tasting it, I can see that it's like red urine.
I'm never going to live that coq au vin down.
Now, to be honest, Aaron, your name came up a few times last night with people talking. I mean, I don't think that there's many people who think you've been performing to the best of your abilities in this competition. We all think that you have so much potential and that you haven't shown it so far in this top 20.
I haven't had challenges that really showcase what I can do.
For a 21-year-old kid to cook that sort of food and to cook a dish like that at that level is fantastic.
My cooking dream is to eventually own a 3-chef hat restaurant.
Well done.
I want to win MasterChef. I'm determined to win. You know, I've been on the bottom a few times and I'm just tired of being on the bottom. I know I can cook better than half these people.
It's this stunning day in Sydney. The sun's shining, sky's blue. It is just amazing.
It's just relaxed. Everyone just can't get the smile off their face. Everyone's just so happy that we've done it again.
Hi guys, congratulations. Thank you. Welcome to Hugo's, just this way. Thank you.
I'd like to make a toast to all of you, each one of you, for being the top 8.
Thank you. Cheers.
It's exactly what you need. Sitting by the water, just relaxed atmosphere, just so rewarding. Just felt so great.
It's just divine, beautiful school prawns, a really, really nice asparagus dish. We were just in heaven.
I could do another dozen of those.
As part of the reward, we get to go into the kitchen.
Come in. Hello, guys.
Jenny.
It's Sandra. Nice to meet you too.
I think it's a definite advantage to get to see how restaurants actually work. It's not just about cooking food. If you want to run a restaurant, you need to know how timing works, how dockets work, how all those things work. It's really exciting to be able to see that firsthand.
bloody good is it to win team challenges every time? So what do you think's going on back in MCK? So what's your prediction? Who's going to have an empty bed tonight? Brent? Michelle?
Michelle or Aaron.
Anyway, they lost, we won.
That's all that matters. We head down into the kitchen to place our votes, and the mood's pretty somber at this point.
The tension in the room is almost like you can cut through it with a knife.
Blue team are all lined up with our dreaded spikes in front of us. The time has come for us to reveal our votes.
Contestants, for one of you, the hope of becoming Australia's first MasterChef is about to come to an end. One by one, you will now reveal who you believe should leave the competition, and you'll place your vote on the spike in front of that person. The person with the most votes will be leaving immediately. Michelle, could you please reveal who you believe should be leaving the competition?
Brent, I'm sorry, mate. You're a great captain, but I felt that there could have been a more balanced dynamic between males and females in this instance. And I felt that we could have benefited from some more female input. You were in charge of that, so I'm sorry I have to do this to you.
Take it on board.
Thank you.
Aaron, it's time to reveal your vote.
Brent, this vote is based on conflict resolution and lack of discussion already in the team. You had a problem with how someone was affecting your leadership. You didn't address it there and then, and that's a big ethical no-no to me.
Brent, it's now time to reveal your vote and your reasons why.
Before I cast my vote, I'd like to say I had a real problem about coming to a decision on our efforts yesterday. I've had to do it on performance over the top 20 week. Aaron, I've picked you. I do so with total regret, because I think you're passionate, confident and affirmative, but we've had many chats before about, bringing some, besides your beautiful presentation and your extreme food knowledge, bring some flavour to the plate, brother, all right? Thank you.
Yeah.
Aaron, you now have one vote, and Brent, you have 2 votes. Sam, please tell us who your vote went to.
Brent, my vote will go to you. And I think the fundamental reason that we're all standing here right now is on the back of one part of the challenge that we had yesterday, which we failed to deliver, which was essentially deliver a banquet. And the organisation around, your organisation around delivering a banquet-type setting was the reason I think we're standing here today, and that's why you've got my vote.
Okay.
Aaron, you now have 1 vote. Brent, you've got 3 votes. You only need 2 more votes before you'll be going home.
Rightio.
Kate?
Brent, you do get my vote today.
Reason?
It's tough because I know you were the winner of the Invention test this week. But yesterday you were team captain, and as such it's your responsibility to make sure that communication within the team is at its best. And I feel that if communication had been better, maybe we would have been a little less disorganised throughout the challenge, and we might not be in the position we are now.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, but you get my vote.
as a response to that, even though I was the facilitator, and saying yes, no. It was a group decision how we ran that. If your opinions weren't heard, I'm sorry. But we had a plan, we set to it. You come mid-service to me and started trying to move the goalposts again. That was inappropriate. And
I'm not talking about mid-service,
No,
Brent.
you came to me mid-service and started saying, X, we had a plan, I executed it, done. That wasn't the time for it.
And here we are now.
Correct.
Brent, you now have 4 votes. Aaron, you have 1 vote. Brent, 1 more vote and you'll be going home. Trevor, it's time to reveal your vote.
My vote is for you, Brent.
You too, Trevor.
Right? We had a great plan.
Yep.
We executed it exactly how we planned it.
Yep.
And yet we're still here at Elimination.
Yes.
That means that the decisions made within that plan are probably to blame. And I know it's a pretty weak excuse, mate, but as the leader, it was your job to make those decisions.
Yep.
So I'm sorry, man, but...
It's all right, Trevor. I'll go down with the boat, mate. You understand that?
Killing me, man.
Brent, that makes it 5 votes, which means you'll not be Australia's first Master Chef. Josh, Julia and Lucas, you will not be required to reveal your votes today. So Brent, tell me how you're feeling now.
First word that springs to mind is actually disappointed. I think that I just got my feet in this competition, got my first real taste of the judges' favour, and was just gearing up for a really competent performance. And actually started to have the belief that, you know, I could make it all the way through.
Brent's a really good friend of mine. It was very hard to make the decision that I made today.
Brent, I've seen you grow, buddy, and I have belief in you. You know,
thanks, mate.
And you're a hard worker.
Yeah.
I respect that.
Lukey, I thank you.
It's all right, dude.
Food is the emotional giving part of my life. Something I do to relax, and it's something I do to give. I've got all the opportunities, I've got all the resources, and you know, everything and anything is possible right now with the resolve that I've got, that I've achieved. It's just going to distill down and I'll find the right avenue.
Well, Brent, it's time for you to say your final goodbyes.
Okay. Take it. Come here, Mish. Take care. Kitty cat. Yeah.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, no, mate. See you guys. Game on! MasterChef has taught me to be a lot more confident and assertive with my knowledge of food and with my abilities and what I have to give.
We're sitting in the house, we're all very relaxed, but there's still that knowledge that somebody's gone home and we're a little bit anxious about who that might be.
I'm looking to see if Brent's walking down, Michelle or Aaron.
Hey, Trev.
Yeah?
I'm ready to be angry if they've sent Aaron home or if they've sent Michelle home.
when I see them.
I was nearly in tears, to be honest. It was good to be home and to see people who wanted me there.
I am grateful to the Blue Team for actually voting according to performance on the day and not voting as some kind of popularity contest.
Brent did bring a lot of fun to the house and he is going to be missed by everybody.
I am sad to see Brent go. He's a guy who has really improved in this competition.
He's a very outspoken, jovial sort of guy. He's a big thinker, a great food brain. Yeah, he's going to be missed. No one wants to see anyone go, I don't think. But inevitably, 15 other people will go and there'll be one left.
Hey, babe.
Oh, God. I've discovered I've got a renewed energy and presence and commitment now. That's one of the single most awesome things I've done and the single most hardest thing I've ever done. It was, man, what a ride. Guys. Excellent.
It's you, our MasterChef.
I'm actually really proud of what I've actually achieved in these short weeks. I've learned some really good things about myself.
Tomorrow night on MasterChef Australia.
So you're here to become a chef, correct? Yeah?
It's time for our amateurs to learn from the professionals in another masterclass.
You come here to learn and that's exactly what you get.
As Gary and George show what it takes to join the culinary elite.
Look at all these textures.
And become Australia's first ever MasterChef.
See, that's eggs in heaven, yeah?
Last night on MasterChef Australia.
You're going to lose someone good here if it's me.
A shock elimination.
I feel like now it's a witch hunt because I'm at the top of the tree.
Brent, you will not be Australia's first Master Chef.
Tonight, Masterclass.
That's liquid gold, yeah?
It's time for our amateurs to learn from the professionals.
You come here to learn and that's exactly what you get.
As Gary and George show how it's done by the best in the business.
Delicious.
Masterclass is the pinnacle of the whole week. You come here to learn and that's exactly what you get.
We get to see two very, very successful, talented cooks show us how to cook. It's the best day of the week.
So welcome. Welcome to our second masterclass. Yeah. It's your opportunity in the week. The pressure's off. You get to watch us do a bit of cooking. You get to learn something new, we hope. And it's a recap as well of things that you've done in the past week. Somebody missing?
My vote is for you, Brent.
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 That's a big surprise. I'm really surprised, actually, that Brent's gone. As a cook, he actually stepped up to the plate and did a really good job. So what happened?
I certainly think that Brent wasn't the worst cook, and he was just very unlucky. Sometimes you get dealt bad cards, and he was very unlucky.
Interesting. Really interesting. All right, so you're here to become a chef, correct? Yeah?
Yeah.
I'm excited because I am one and you want to become one. So that's a beautiful thing, yeah? So let's go back to the start of the week. We had a mystery box challenge. Yeah, really exciting start to the week. A mystery box full of ingredients. You had a half an hour to cook a dish. Yeah, a dish to surprise us, and some of you definitely did.
So a reminder of what it was. I'm sure you remember. I hope you remember. So we had tomatoes, we had bacon, eggs, bread, and a couple of pantry items that really were just salt, pepper, vinegar, just to help you along. Out of the 3 winners of that challenge, Trevor, Poe, and Chris, we picked those dishes because of your creativity.
You could market those cheesy French toasts, I reckon. And in this dish, it comes together. And whether you're a truckie or whether you're a foodie, you're going to really enjoy eating that. So well done, Trevor.
It's an egg in hell.
Certainly, you got the soft texture right. What would you have cooked?
Well, for me, the standout were the tomatoes. I mean, these are, you know, beautiful vine-ripened tomatoes, great time of the year for them. So I would have done it like a little gazpacho or even like a little tomato tea.
Okay, so clear.
A clear
an
tea.
Essence of
An essence,
tomato.
yeah, which I absolutely love because it's quite, you look at it and you're thinking it's water, but then you pop it into your mouth and it's like mind-blowing.
The first thing that struck me was a little salad. I would have done like little matchstick croutons and blanched the tomatoes, deseeded them, taken the skin off, cut those into little battens and formed like a little nest. Poached the egg in cling film, which Julia did.
Attempted.
So you've got a poached egg in there and
Yes.
you basically formed up the cling film.
Yep.
Did you oil the cling film or anything like that?
That's what I didn't do.
Oh, I've given the game away, haven't I?
There you go.
So I think we should make that.
Yeah,
And
let's do that.
I think yours might go well with mine.
Okay, so we'll
merge. So if you
Merge.
make your tea and I'll make my little salad
Done.
and we'll
I'll
see
make
how
the
we
tea.
play.
Yep.
We play the game together.
So guys, tomato tea, consommé, there's lots of different names. Do we all know where the aroma comes from a tomato? Anyone? That's right. So the stalks are really important and I'll explain to you how we're going to get the aroma of the stalk into the tea, okay? All right, we'll just leave that under there, okay? So, quartered tomatoes, remove the core, because that's quite bitter. A little bit of red onion. A little slither of garlic goes in there. A good heap of basil and some salt. A splash of Worcestershire, just add another dimension to it. A couple of drops of Tabasco sauce for a bit of kick. And we blend it. Once we blend it, we use muslin cloth, yeah? Just something that's going to strain away any of those impurities. So with our little green stalk here, we just rip that up so it starts releasing that flavour, yeah? When the tea goes into the actual bowl. And then you'll see that, look at that. That's liquid gold, yeah? That is just beautiful stuff there. That's got full flavour of tomato, okay? All right, so we'll leave that aside and we'll end up with a beautiful clear tomato tea. Right, little bacon crumble, if you want to call it that. Just add a bit of texture to the dish. Yep. And we're actually going to put the bacon crumble over the egg so it adds a texture to the egg, yeah? Another definition, as well as salt and really smoky, beautiful flavour. So we've just shredded up the bacon and then we're finely dicing it, okay? Right, good splash of olive oil in there. Barry can give that a shake for me. That'd be great. We're nearly there. Thyme whole, so we can pull them out. Lemon zest, because I think bacon and lemon is just really delicious. Garlic, just to lift out some flavour. And literally at this point, we give it a shake. So it releases all that flavour in there. Herbs are lovely right at the end, yeah? Rather than at the start where you cook it out and all that aroma goes into the air and we lose it out of the food, OK? All right, and that just goes on the greaseproof paper. And Gary,
You're done, aren't you?
I'm done on this side, so I've got the tomato tea, the bacon crumble ready. Off to you.
In the challenge, the dish that I would have chosen to do would have been a little poached egg salad. I would have done like little matchstick croutons and blanched the tomatoes, deseeded them, taken the skin off, cut those into little battens and formed like a little nest. Poached the egg in cling film with the croutons. So, you know, in terms of how I would do the croutons, slice the bread, take the crusts off, and then cut little battens from it. And using an appropriate amount of oil to get those croutons really browning nicely and evenly. Put the thyme in, which flavours the oil. So you're looking for a good colour and to cook them really, really quickly and as evenly as possible. A little pinch of salt.
The heat that you had under them must be pretty important because they were very quick in and out.
Yeah, in and out.
So is that
That's
like
just the way, look, I've been taught, that's how I've been taught, you know. You can make croutons in the oven, but you're going to end up with quite a dry, crusty crouton, whereas those still have got a bit of chew in them. So what I'm going to do is, with the tomato, just replicate the crouton. A little pinch of salt, touch of oil, and we've got these little croutons now. All right, and that's sort of the foundation of my little salad. Now, Julia, you're going to come up and I'll show you how to do the eggs. So remember, Julia, when you were doing the egg and bacon challenge, Julia was struggling poaching her egg in cling film. Now, where did you get the idea of poaching in cling film? Can you remember?
No, I read it somewhere ages ago.
That's like reading how to fly a helicopter, jumping in and thinking you can do it.
Yeah.
It doesn't work. So, touch of oil. You just want to spread that over the cling film. And then you want to drop this cling film into the thing. This is what I saw you struggling with. Put the egg in. And then what you want to do is you want to draw up the cling film and then try and expel the air. All right? So you want to get it so it's like that. All right? And then what you want to do is you want to twist it once you've expelled the air. You want to twist it down to get the shape that you want. And then once you've got the shape, now you've got to tie it, right? And once you get it, so you've fed it through, you've got to push that knot down. Is you're trying to get it so it's like that.
Yep.
All right? Does that look like the one you did?
Not exactly.
Not exactly, but not far off. You were nearly there. If I could have got you just to take that, you know you were felt under pressure because you're running out of time. If I could have get you to spend that little extra minute or two, you would have achieved that, all right? So that's going to plump into water. It's just on a simmer. It needs to be in there for 4.5, 5 minutes. Julia, thank you very much. Go and sit down. Hope you learned something. I might construct my, my salad. Remember, I've got my battens of tomatoes and I've got my little croutons. Now, you've just got to be really gentle with this.
It's a bit of bacon over the top of the egg. Give it a bit of texture.
And then I'm just going to drop a few of these little shoots over the top. This is celery leaf, so it's young celery leaf, OK?
OK, so I've got my tomato tea, and I gently just pour that in and basically just flood the bottom of the bowl. That's all we need. And those croutons at the bottom will soak up that lovely tea flavour.
And just a couple of little dribbles of the olive oil. And I reckon, along with the little croutons, because we've got our dipping philosophy, and the tomato tea, that even though that's really two dishes put together, I reckon that's smashing. Poe, Trevor and Chris, if you want to come up and have a little dig around, have a taste.
We'll give you a bit more bacon.
Oh, yeah, nice. Thank you.
See, that's eggs in heaven, yeah? All right, guys, so in summary, it's a beautiful poached egg done in cling film. The tomatoes, you know, really key important with the tomato tea especially, get the best tomatoes you can get. Allow it to steep, poached egg, 4 to 5 minutes, and creativity, yeah? You know, as Gary was said, the way you cut something adds a different dimension to flavour, texture, so forth, yeah?
So the next one, a little bit of a revisit on our last challenge, which was a rabbit and 10 ingredients from the pantry, if you can remember. We were pleasantly surprised by some and really disappointed by others, weren't we? There were some bad dishes in there, but out of that, there were some good dishes too.
Delightful dish.
I think a 5-year-old could cook better than that. You've got some good basic flavours in there.
I mean, rabbit, let's be quite honest, in terms of breaking the beast down, it is difficult, yeah? All right, it's not simple, so hence why Gary's going to demonstrate that today. So, and think about how it's made up. It's made of balls and joints, it's made of sinews. That's what divides each cut of meat, all right? And then think about, well, how does the beast actually work? Well, it runs with its front legs, so what's going to be the toughest? The front legs. That centre bit there is the laziest bit of meat. It doesn't do any work. You know what I mean? So that's going to be tender. So a tender cut of meat generally means it doesn't need as much cooking time. Okay, where the back legs, which are really delicious, need to be braised or, you know, need to be boned out, stuffed and roasted in an oven with lots of garlic and thyme and all those beautiful flavours.
So we've got some lovely, lovely little bunnies that we're going to show you how to butcher properly. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to divide off the front runners. What you're following is a natural line of sinew and connectivity here. I'm going to take off the legs. And it's going to leave me with this sort of central saddle and rib cage, which I'm going to divide off. So I'm going to remove the kidney. All right, and the liver. Now again, on your rib cage, think of your own rib cage. There's no bone that connects it together. It's not fused. It's connective tissue. And like a surgeon, I'm going to divide the rib cage. Now a rib cage and a loin. Remove that little bit of spine because I don't need it. And then I'm going to hand this over to George pretty much straight away because I want him to crack on and make a rolled loin that Andre attempted to do. So I've got 2 loins of rabbit and the 2 little fillets. And these are bavettes, or the belly in French, OK? Which we're going to use. And that's going to go to George.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So just to recap, Gary, if I could borrow you, if you could just turn around.
Oh, no, sorry.
That's where the loins belong, and the fillets belong on the inside of Gary, yeah? OK? Directly in front of the loins, OK? The dish basically that myself and Gary are putting together for you today, similar to the little tasting plate you put together, Julie, just a tad more refined. So you're getting every part of the rabbit on a plate except for the legs. Right. We're going to roll the loin. One person that is in my mind that did roll loins was you, Andre, yeah? Sort of. Come up, because I'm going to show you how to roll these loins. Yeah. You had left a lot of that connective tissue on there that Gary removed.
It looked nothing like that.
Yeah. So what happens if the connective tissue's still on there? As soon as it hits heat, it will curl up. Yep. Because that's what happens.
That's exactly what happened.
Okay. Prosciutto goes down, or pancetta, should I say, goes down. Then we've got our little fillet here, our eye fillet, if you want to be a little bit more commercial, goes down. And then we look at it, we go the opposite way, yeah? So the tail end, and then we pop the fatter end of the eye fillet to that side, okay? Okay, so a little bit of olive oil on the foil. A stick of rosemary.
Even with the flowers, that's cool.
Yeah.
Yep.
Beautiful.
That was beautiful.
Yep.
I want you to roll that up and I want you to feel it, okay? Now remember, it's important that it's tight.
Tension comes from here.
Yep.
And then twist it like a bonbon, yeah?
Yep.
Like a Christmas bonbon. Okay, tension's important, a good amount of tension, because that will support it when you cook it, okay?
The reality of the challenge, I mean, I went in there looking for something like pancetta or whatever. If you didn't have that, could you still do something similar, just using the same technique?
In terms of other things to wrap, there was cavolo nero in there was leeks in there that you could open up, blanch in water, scrape and then roll up the rabbit loin. King brown mushrooms, slice. Now, we've got a pan here with rock salt in it. We pop our rabbit on top. That will actually conduct the heat. It won't be as harsh on the bottom. So if I put that straight into the frying pan without the salt, it's going to burn on the bottom, yeah? So we want the heat to be conducted evenly throughout it, okay? And salt holds heat. So that goes in at about 180 degrees, yeah? For about 16 minutes. That will come out. We'll let it rest for about 4 minutes and it will be delicious.
All right, thanks, mate.
Good stuff.
Good job. Well done, mate.
Good stuff, Aaron.
We soak some white beans for an hour. They don't need to be soaked overnight. In fact, beans really don't need to be soaked unless they're a kidney bean, because they've got a toxin in. But most pulses really don't have to be soaked at all. And you'll find with white beans and cannelli beans that if you soak them for too long, the skins come off, they wrinkle, they come off. When you cook them, they look really bad. But I've just basically covered them with water, brought them up to the boil, strained them, and then popped the chicken stock on and cooked them until they were tender, right? How do we know they were tender? Oh, yes, they're tender. We eat them, which is another little chef's trick. Right. So the borlotti beans are going to connect back into the dish. So if you remember, we're doing a roast loin of rabbit with pancetta with white bean puree and white beans, okay?
Okay, so first thing that needs to go in is the belly, because that's the bit that takes the longest to cook, yeah? While that's getting nice and crisp, we take our rabbit out. Okay, twist like a bonbon. So then we want to get nice caramelisation. So that goes into the pan. Our rack goes in, because they only take literally, 45 seconds to cook. Then our kidneys go in and our livers go in, yeah? Some butter love in there, okay?
Oh, George, even that was generous for you.
It's very generous for me. We're not going to eat all that butter. We're just coating it, giving it flavour and helping everything cook really deliciously.
How can you tell, how is the kidney supposed to feel when it's done correctly?
If you think about how small they are, they're going to cook almost instantly, So it's difficult. You've got to cook them and find out, but they should still feel quite pliable. And once they're bouncy, boing, then they're overcooked. Just while George is doing that, I wanted to make a vinaigrette, and you had a couple of things in the pantry. One of it was this chestnut honey, all right? So teaspoon of honey, teaspoon of mustard, squeeze of lemon juice. And we just whisk that, and then we're going to whisk 2 oils into it. One is olive oil, and one is hazelnut oil. Because essentially that's how easy it is, all right? And we're just going to use that on the rabbit and the beans, okay?
Right, so rosemary and thyme goes in, just to give it a little bit more pop. There's nothing better coming to this point, is it? Where you're just about to carve it.
Get all excited.
You get so excited. I want this cut into 3. Okay, so our 3 little bits of rabbit go down, our saddle. Our kidneys, we just cut in half, and they're nice and pink inside, yeah? Our little rack sitting at one end. We've got a kidney goes on. A little bit of belly. Look at all these textures.
And these are lavender flowers. So remember, this was lemon hazelnut vinaigrette. Are you happy with that, George?
I am absolutely thrilled. I'll put a little bit of sea salt on that liver there. And can I tell you, I'd pay a lot of money for that in a restaurant. It's absolutely delicious.
Tom, you did a lovely rabbit dish. Jenny and Trevor, you did well in your Invention challenge, so I think you guys should have a taste.
fantastic. And the bean puree is great. This is amazing.
Texture, flavour, and just this explosion of the flavour from the dressing.
Nice. Good. Vinaigrette gives it the pop, smooth, tender, crunchy.
Lovely. Trev, hope you're inspired.
Right, guys, a couple of tips for you about this beautiful little rabbit dish. Okay, so make sure when we break down a cut of meat or a whole beast, don't rush into it and hack it up. You saw that technique of rolling it into prosciutto, then into foil. Make sure it's nice and tight. Make sure you've got a rock salt frying pan, and you can do that in the oven. And think about all the other cuts that we use. We use the kidney, the liver, the rack, the belly, okay? And they all needed to be cooked at different points according to less they needed to be cooked, all right? A simple vinaigrette, you saw that. We didn't need to make stocks and sauces and boil bones. Something simple like that vinaigrette. It's absolutely delicious, and it just lifts the dish right up, okay? So you had the Invention Challenge at the start of the week. The theme was Italian, okay? That beautiful country with so many delicious flavours, cultures. I think now we're going to move on to something that apparently they stole from the Chinese. Marco Polo, I think it was. But we're not going to get to...
That's true,
we're not going to go back to history because they do it so well, and that's pasta.
Oh, you were the only one who made pasta. You cooked a sort of a rough pasta with shiitake mushrooms. A little bit overcooked, but it's nice. You've done a good job. So you must have been thinking of Marco Polo in the Far East.
I was kind of.
What was going on there? Shiitake mushrooms, Italian theme. You sure shiitakes are from Italy?
No, that was my invention bit.
I'm going to do a fairly classic pasta dish. I'm going to make a tortellini with George, and a very simple sauce using raisins and shallots and pine nuts. This is quite typical of a regional dish. So first of all, I'm just going to get this sauce going. I've got shallots. All I'm going to do is just slice a few of these. I don't have to do all of them. I've got them, but I just want to show you that, you know, and it's as simple as this. You know, on an onion or a shallot, you've got the end where the root is, so where it's in the ground, and obviously the stalk will come out of the ground like that. Try not to use the root, okay? And just nice and fine. I'm just going to cook those slowly. Pinch of salt, George, if I could. You could add a little bit of garlic to this as well. You could add some thyme leaves, you know, something just to sort of move it all along and develop the flavours, all right? But the key here is slow caramelisation, right? Start slow, cook the shallots a little bit blonde, all right? And then increase the heat as the sugars are starting to release from the onions, okay? Who hasn't made pasta? You've never made pasta? Tom, get up here. Let's go. We'll make pasta. Rule of thumb, Tom. 100 grams of flour will take 1 egg, splash of olive oil. I've got 250 grams of flour. I want 2 eggs and 1 yolk. Yeah, excellent. Little splash of olive oil. Put a splash of olive oil in. Where? Yeah, go on. Obviously, my splash is very different to yours.
So glug.
Yeah, there you go. No, that's a splash, mate. You need to redefine your splashes. And what you want is you're looking for a fine crumb. Tip that out onto the bench. Just before Tom starts to knead that, the moister you make that dough at this stage, right, the easier it is to handle. If it's too moist, it gets difficult to handle through this machine. If you were to rest the dough, so we're going to pretty much use it straight away. If you're going to rest the dough, what will happen is everything's going to settle and the moisture's going to react with the flour, the oil's going to react with the flour, and what will start off as quite a crumbly, tight dough will often turn into quite a soft dough when it's rested for an hour or so. So when you knead, you use the heel of your hand, you push it away and down, and what you're looking for is a really nice, soft, smooth, pliable dough. How we going? Let's have a look. That's great. Thank you, Tom. Perfect. Right, so we're going to put this to bed just to have a little rest while George makes the filling for the pasta.
So, ricotta, make sure it's nice and dry, guys. Yeah, it needs to be Needs to be dry as in pliable. I've got a little bit of egg here. Just, there's about half an egg gone in there. Some zest of lemon. When I get that aroma, I can just smell that releasing. It's just absolutely gorgeous. Okay. Lemon, thyme. We know those flavours work. We don't want the stalk because that's really difficult to eat. Okay, a bit of sea salt. We'll just give that a good stir. And we just give that a taste. Never with the same finger. Use another one. Justine?
Yes.
You want to come up and taste? So stick your finger on them. So you're looking for thyme, lemon, salt, smooth ricotta.
It's beautiful.
Yeah? Can you get that? What are you
Beautiful.
tasting?
Lemon, zest, thyme. It's light too, fluffy.
Yeah, good stuff. All right, filling's done, Gary.
Right, we just need to roll the pasta. Are you rolling or am I rolling? I'll roll.
We might get someone else out to help. Poe?
Just roll that thin enough so that it will go through the pasta machine. So this is what you did, essentially.
Yep.
And you didn't do a bad job, let me tell you. What you did do a bad job of was just your combination of flavours, OK?
Yep.
We've got this set on the largest setting, which on here is 1. So what you want to do is you want to put it through on 1 a couple of times. Now, basically, you can use this machine to go through as many times as you can. Much easier than rolling it by hand, isn't it?
Yes, I knew that I only had to do a few, so that's probably why.
George is going to put a little wet cloth over, and you can actually bring out what you need and keep the cloth.
Yep.
Because pasta, what does it do?
Dry out.
Dries out.
It's all in the detail. Right.
We need to cut some circles here. We've got to work really quickly because the pasta dough does dry out, and if it dries out, it's not pliable to make tortellini. So do you want to do a couple more?
What is the maximum time you can make the tortellini before you cook them?
Look, there's nothing saying what we made, what you make in the morning, if they're on a plate or a tray that's been dusted with flour in your fridge, not glad wrapped, okay? The next day they're fine.
Oh, even the next day.
For me, by the next day I'll use it. I don't really want to use it after that, yeah? All right. Okay, put it to bed. Pop our filling into a piping bag, just so makes life easy and we're not so messy. Some mix goes into the piping bag. So we pop some of the filling down. All right. We brush the outside, the top half, a little bit of egg wash. And we don't want too much egg in there or it's going to slip. Gently bring that together. And removing every bit of air, yeah? Because if we've got air in there, it's going to explode. Okay, then pop it down. Pop our thumb just in there. We turn it into these little caps. Yeah, like little sailor's caps. A little bit of egg there. And there we go. Got our little tortellini. Okay?
Okay, off you go, Poe.
Okay, well, not too much. That's plenty, that's plenty, that's plenty.
So put it on that, yeah.
Yep. Now, sit that next to, like, little friends, you know? Just sitting next to each other. Well done, Poe. High five. Well done.
Thanks.
When we boil pasta, we make sure that the water tastes like the sea, yeah? Salty, okay? We take our little tortellini, make sure we remove any excess flour, and we gently place that in the water. All right, that should take about 3 minutes.
You don't need to put olive oil in the water. It's an old wives' tale. I've just caramelised the onions and then add the balsamic vinegar. And we're just going to reduce those around the onions until they darken. And then we've got some currants, which I've blown or soaked and rehydrate, as in a sense, right? This sauce, this is finished doing its thing. We just put a few pine nuts in. And that's ready to go.
We need to pull these out.
We need to go.
Basically, they're all floating, so they're pretty much ready.
And the nice thing about that sauce is obviously you've got those nice caramelised shallots, so it's sweet. The balsamic vinegar is sweet again. The raisins, lovely and sweet. So when you put them in your mouth, they burst, and you've got that lovely flavour. And then you've got that sort of creamy texture of the pine nuts in there as well, along with the creamy texture of the filling. We've got some nice pecorino, which is a good alternative to a good Reggiano Parmesan, and we're just going to grate that all over the top. Generously. Come on, Miss Pasta and shiitake mushrooms.
I'm not going to live that down. Beautiful.
Delicious.
Poe, no more shiitake mushrooms and pasta.
Sorry.
Thank you very much. Hope you've learned something.
I have. Thank you very much.
So the pasta, guys, so we made our tortellinis with a ricotta filling, lemon, zest, thyme, a little bit of egg to bind, some salt. Hopefully you're taking some tips, some skills, yeah, and incorporating them into your challenges going forward.
So, this is the final lesson of today's masterclass. It's a short one. It's an easy dessert. Nothing better than berries and cream, unless, of course, you add meringue into it. That makes it really good. So what we're going to make is an eaten mess. And the reason we're doing this is because it relates to our off-site challenge from the blue team. And you did a Aussie mess for Curtis Stone. A brave move. Tell us what an Aussie mess is.
Well, it's based on the traditional English one, which is obviously berries and cream. So I did passion fruit and bananas, and I did it with a mango coulis instead of a raspberry coulis.
Yeah. Were you pleased with it?
Yeah,
Did it work out well?
Yeah, it did. The flavours came together.
What was his criticism? Can you remember what Curtis's criticism was?
Yeah, the meringues were store-bought, but with a barbecue, there was only so much we could do for the dessert, I think, and with time constraints, so...
How would you do it differently?
Oh, well, if I had the option to have my oven, I would definitely have made my own meringues.
You could have actually cooked your meringue under a barbecue.
It was something none of us had done before, so I don't think we wanted to take a risk.
Well, you all seem to be quite willing to take risks. I mean, you know, Aaron will cook a sparrow's wing with balsamic, so... you know, look, it doesn't take very long. You know, if you'd done your meringue first, you could have whipped it up, you could have piped it, you know, thinly, or spread it thinly, and you could put it on a very low barbecue, which essentially with a lid is like an oven.
Yeah.
If you think about heat, and this is really important as a chef, if you understand heat, then you can figure a solution. Okay, so we're doing eaten mess. Do you know where it comes from?
Yeah.
I'm English, you see, so I know. What is it?
It's the old Eton College thing where they used to take all the berries, the cream and the meringue, stick it in the bowl and mash it together at dessert time.
And the story goes that they took out a dessert on a picnic and a dog sat on it. And so it became eaten mess and it became a classic. Now, whether that's true or not, it's actually a really nice combination of flavours. Crushed up meringues, cream and berries, just basically folded into a flurry.
I think what makes, you know, a simple dessert like this is the produce, yeah? So, strawberries need to taste delicious. The coulis needs to be made fresh. And, you know, dessert doesn't mean sugar, OK? Dessert means natural sugars.
So, meringue, which is basically 1.5 or 2 times the sugar to egg white in terms of weight, right? So a little bit of sugar to start off with, just to get it going. So 1/3 in first, normally, and then followed by 2/3. A couple of minutes to be done. OK, look at that. Stiff peaks. That's what you want, right? That'll take about 4 minutes, I suppose. What was that, 4 minutes or so?
I've seen meringue and pavlova recipes that have a little tiny bit of corn flour, a little tiny bit of vinegar. How come yours doesn't need that?
Don't need to.
Don't need it?
No.
What does it do?
It just stabilises it. Meringue recipes often have a vinegar or an acid in there, which helps strengthen the protein strands, the albumin in the egg white. That's something you often see. Do you need it? No, I don't put corn flour in my meringues. And depending on how you bake these, you could bake these at 80 degrees overnight, 80 to 90 degrees, and they'll dry out. And you can make these any shape you want, but basically what I'd do is just make little sort of pavlova-type meringues. So 120 for, say, 40 minutes to an hour. All right? And you end up with something that looks similar to that, OK? A little bit gooey in the middle, which is what I like, and crisp on the outside, OK? A little bit different from what you bought, OK? So, we've used mascarpone and cream, a little bit of vanilla. All right, and that's going to go in the cream.
Yep.
A few lovely fresh raspberries. And also, just the difference between a good strawberry and a bad strawberry. I mean, one's like eating an apple, and the other one is just, you know, really sensuous and worth, you know, worth the effort. And some coulis. And this was raspberries and sugar. It's not cooked, it's just blended together. You don't need to cook it. Okay, so we're just going to break the meringue up. And then all I do, rather than trying to moosh the whole lot together, is I just try and create a little bit of a swirl, all right? Rather than, like, you know, mushing the whole thing up.
Do you want me to pop a bit of coulis on the plate?
That'd be great. Look at that. That's just sensational. Okay, Kate. Come on, try the meringue and tell me if it tastes shop bought. And your mum makes this, does she?
Yum. Yum.
So an Eton mess, all right? The classic English Eton mess is meringue. Berries, can be strawberries or raspberries or any bush berry, you know, blackberries, and cream. So, does anybody else want to taste?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Let's grab a plate and we'll all go and eat together, yeah? Julie's on food. Here's to another week. Here's for many more to come.
Cheers. Cheers, guys.
Next time on MasterChef Australia.
This competition is getting serious now.
Will the mystery box be a sweet surprise?
No! I could actually win this.
And the demands of the Invention Challenge.
A wise choice in the pantry could be the difference between whether you stay or go home.
See some rise to the test.
It's delicious. Well done.
If you want to stay here, you've got to do more than that.
While for others, it's heartbreak.
I'll tell you straight, I think it's crap.
Last week on MasterChef Australia.
So in an instant, you've just become event planners.
Two teams prepared a banquet for special guest Curtis Stone.
I had lunch twice. What a fantastic day.
And we said an emotional goodbye to three chefs.
I have to go home to my wife. I'm sorry, Linda.
Brent, you will not be Australia's first Master Chef.
Tonight, our chefs face two challenges.
But this competition is getting serious now.
The mystery box proves a sweet surprise for some.
I could actually win this.
While the demands of the Invention test will prove too much for others.
I'll tell you straight, I think it's crap.
At stake for the winner, the chance to work alongside Australia's culinary elite, a book deal, and $100,000 to make their dreams reality.
down to just 16 contestants now. It's the start of a new week and we've definitely got new challenges that we're going to be facing.
It's really important to win the first challenge. There's a bit of pressure on these first ones to try and get ahead of the pack.
Today turns out to be a mystery box. I seriously hope it's not a dessert challenge.
I'm really excited to still be in the competition and can't wait to get to MasterChef Kitchen.
Coming into the MasterChef Kitchen today, we see the mystery boxes out on the counter. This is our time to shine.
Hello everyone. There are 16 of you left in this competition, battling it out to become Australia's first MasterChef. Right now, you're about to face another mystery box challenge. Using the ingredients in that box, you'll be required to make the best dish you possibly can in just 30 minutes. You can use as many or as few of the ingredients as you like. Our judges, Gary and George, will be choosing the 3 most enticing dishes to taste. And from those 3, they'll then choose their winner.
The winner of this challenge will gain a massive advantage by being allowed to go into the pantry and choose the core ingredient for today's Invention challenge.
It will be fantastic to win this challenge just because it means you've got such a huge advantage over everyone else in the Invention test.
It's time to reveal the ingredients in your mystery boxes. You can lift the lid now.
My first reaction taking the lid off the box is, yes, it's a dessert challenge. I could actually win this.
No!
So you've got oranges, chocolate, sugar, coconut, eggs.
All that crap that I would never cook with if you paid me.
Don't be afraid of what's in front of you. Think about all the things you can make. Puddings, pancakes, custards, sabayon. There's a million things you can do there. Keep it simple, but take it to another level.
Your 30 minutes for your mystery box challenge starts now.
When we're told to start cooking, it's that usual flurry of people running around, pots clanging, stuff going everywhere.
Sam, we had to come to you first because when you took the lid off the box, you went, oh, no. You're not a dessert man, are you?
Not a dessert man at all.
Kate, you claim yourself to be a bit of a dessert queen.
I suppose you could say that,
Yeah.
so I'm guessing that the pressure's on today.
What are you making?
I'm going to do olive oil, orange zest and chocolate cakes. And I'm going to attempt an orange sabayon sauce with it. I think it's going to impress the judges because I don't think many people are going to attempt to make a sabayon today.
Lucas, how are you guys?
Good, mate. How are you?
I'm just making a little cake.
Do you make cakes?
Occasionally, but I tend to have a recipe, so...
You got milk?
I have got milk. Milk goes in it, you reckon?
I don't know. I mean, you know, you're the guy cooking it. I know how to make a cake.
Trev,
Chef,
what are you serving today?
Today I'm actually going to do a coconut and chocolate pudding. And making dessert is a big thing for me, so I'm just winging it.
All right, then. Well, we'll just have to see.
Thank you.
Confidence, Trevor. You're a mother, you're a grandmother. You must have cooked hundreds of desserts.
I have.
What are you
and
doing?
I'm just going to make like an orange cake. See if I can make some coconut underneath, some pipes, some melted chocolate underneath.
Good luck, Jenny.
Well, good luck. You got 15 minutes to go, so you need to start thinking about tying it all up.
15 minutes to go, and I haven't cooked anything yet.
Poe.
Yes.
How are you?
I'm good.
You well? What are you cooking for us?
I'm making some little chocolate pikelets to make a little stack.
You made chocolate pikelets before?
No.
OK, so you don't know how they cook, whether they burn or catch or...
No, I'm thinking it will catch.
But they may stick, they may burn.
They may burn.
OK.
Make sure you're not burning anything either. Really important.
OK, your time's running out. You've got 5 minutes to go. It's Kate. She's turned out a little muffin, a little chocolate cake.
Yep.
Do you think they've worked?
I'm still pretty confident that I'm going to finish my dish in the time left, and I'm pretty happy with the way I've worked so far.
Jenny, I think, you know, she's a grandmum, she's a mother. She would have made cakes and puddings, wouldn't she? And Poe's chocolate pikelets, orange syrup, creme pâtissière, that's a hard one, you know, that's a chocolate cream. You've got 1 minute to go. You're under pressure now. You have to put up your food. Time's up. Your 30 minutes is done. Everything down.
You've just had 30 minutes to make a dish using the ingredients in your mystery box. The judges will now decide on the 3 most enticing dishes that they saw. From there, they'll decide their winner. Now, the winner gets a very special advantage today. They get to go into the pantry first and decide the core ingredient for the Invention test.
But this competition is getting serious now. If you're going to open a restaurant, if you're going to open a cafe, if food is going to be your industry, you need to know how to make good dessert. So the first dish that we'd like to taste, a little bit different, and that's why we like it, is Trevor.
I got called out first. I was pleasantly surprised, let's put it that way.
Thank you, guys.
What did you cook?
It's coconut dumplings baked in custard.
Look, it's very sweet. That is so, so sweet. And it dominates everything. Sugar dominates everything. But as a pudding, and it's like a man's pudding, isn't it? That's a miner's pudding.
It's a miner's pudding, yes.
The custard and the scone mixture as a dumpling works quite well together. And if you refined it, I think you'd have quite a nice dish.
Thank you very much.
The custard's really nice and gooey and nice little concept, but yeah, just too much sugar. You're gonna give me a filling. The next person's dish that we'd like to see is Jenny.
I'm on the top 3. I'm really happy now.
Intense orange and chocolate pudding.
So the orange is really prominent. It's intense. Yeah, I mean, it's just a little bit raw as well towards the bottom. But nice try. Thank you.
The reason I wanted to taste this one is because you must have baked many cakes and puddings in your time. You substituted oil instead of butter. In essence, they pretty much do the same thing, right? They shorten the flour. There's got to be enough sauce and enough pudding to match perfectly. So by the time you've swept around with the last little, you know, wedge of cake, that the last of your syrup goes with it. So the last dish that stood out from the pack, that stood out from the rest of what you put together, is from Poe.
Me? What the hell? I I'm just feeling really confused and I can't understand why they picked my dish. Sorry, I wasn't expecting that.
What's the dish?
Chocolate pikelets with an orange sauce.
There's quite a few pikelets in the line. They're actually really quite light, and they're nice and chocolatey, not overpowering, nicely sweet. And the sort of orange syrup that you've put in there is quite nice. It could be better, of course, but considering you've never done them before, that's not bad, Po.
Thanks, Gary.
You did a good job to not get them burnt, but still get them cooked through. They're nice, you know. Sunday morning, a couple of them, yeah, it'd be good.
The judges are ready to reveal their decision.
First of all, well done. I think you're getting your head round these challenges and you're firing on all cylinders, you're having a go. So to the top three, the ones that we wanted to taste. Trevor, Jenny, Po. You obviously stood out from the crowd, but there can only be one winner. And that winner gets a serious advantage in today's invention test. It was obvious to us. The winner of today's mystery box is Po.
It feels very strange and I'm confused, but I'm happy to accept, based on what the judges told me, that that was the best dish, and I'm really happy.
Congratulations, Po. You're now off to the pantry where you'll choose the main ingredient for today's invention test. But before we do that, let's welcome back to the kitchen your third judge, Australia's top restaurant critic, Matt Preston.
Congratulations, Po. You've won yourself a fantastic advantage.
Po, you will head into the pantry and choose the core ingredient that everyone must use in the next challenge, the invention test. The invention test is about creating a standout dish from scratch. For the winner, they'll get a shot at a free ticket all the way through to the final week of the competition. For the three of you who perform the worst today, you'll be facing down the barrel of possible elimination.
Now, in this test, there are no recipes. You have 1 hour to prepare a dish, and more importantly, that dish must have a theme, and that has been chosen by us. The theme of today's dish will be Chinese.
Just knowing that it's Chinese, yeah, I do have quite a big repertoire, so feeling relatively confident about it.
Chinese. Huge range of opportunities, from the rice-based dishes to the south to the wheat-based dishes to the north. There's spice, there's Szechuan pepper with that numbing, kind of antiseptic feeling on the lips.
The flavours have to melt together. There has to be the right balance of sweet and sour, salt, sugar, vinegar, all those things that make Chinese food so delicious.
Texturally interesting, balanced in flavour, showing technique. Bring those to us, let us taste those sort of dishes, and you'll stand a good chance. Po, time to go to the pantry.
I'm a little bit worried because I'm not too sure what Po is going to pick as the core ingredient.
Right, Po, let's find out what's under here. Excited?
Yes, very excited.
prawns. What do you think about that?
Yeah, interesting. When I first see the prawns, I think I would consider using them.
Let's have a look what's under number 2. Mixed mushrooms.
Oh.
And I mean, have a look at them. They are just beautiful.
When the mushrooms were unveiled, I was pretty happy. And I also knew that people might struggle with that one.
All right, let's have a look at the last one. Duck. Peking duck.
When the duck is unveiled, I immediately just know I'm not going to pick it just because it was all pre-cooked. It would be just a bit of an easy sort of one-up because you don't have to cook it.
What's it going to be, Po?
It's definitely going to be the mushrooms.
You've got 5 minutes. Your time starts now.
My mind went straight to the recipe of sort of like a Buddhist vegetarian dish. The main ingredients in this dish are ginger, garlic, oyster sauce, a bit of sugar for balance, and flour.
Time's up, Po. Time is up. Shall we go and reveal it to the rest of them?
Time to go. You take those.
So, Po, reveal what you've picked.
Po chooses mushrooms. I'm not as confident as what I would have been if she had chosen duck or prawns.
This amazing bowl of all these different varieties of really interesting Asian-style mushrooms, and I think that's absolutely brilliant.
You'll all be working with mushrooms as your core ingredient to create a Chinese-inspired meal. You'll also get to choose an additional 10 ingredients from the pantry. Po had 5 minutes to do this. You will all have 2 minutes. The 5 of you here in the group are first up in the pantry. Your 2 minutes starts now.
I chose rice paper rolls to be the shell for my spring rolls. I'd seen a recipe for it and I thought that it looked interesting.
Guys, you've got 30 seconds to go.
I desperately don't want to be in the bottom 3 today.
Contestants, your time's up.
Next group of 5, your time starts now.
I was running around the pantry in a mad rush to make sure that I got everything that I needed. Got in there, grabbed the apron as a basket and started tossing in everything I possibly could.
Contestants, you've got 1 minute to go.
I don't want to have to cook for my life to stay here.
Time is up. Guys, your time is up. Come on.
Final group, your 2 minutes starts now.
Putting up a dish that the judges like is the tricky thing.
Guys, you have 1 minute to go.
Being in the bottom 3 means there's a possibility that you're going home.
You have 30 seconds to go. Time is up. Michelle, Aaron, now. You have 1 hour to prepare and cook the best Chinese-style dish that you possibly can. And your 1 hour starts now.
Gary says it's time to start, and as always, there's a mad flurry.
Po. So what's the dish? Remind us what the dish is.
I guess you could casually call it Buddha's Delight.
Buddha's Delight.
Yeah, because it's a vegetarian dish.
I know how to do this from doing it as a kid. My auntie, it's a dish that she used to make all the time.
It consists of as many types of mushrooms as you can get your hands on, basically. And I'm going to make a mock meat out of flour and water.
So they're like a dumpling then?
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
It'll blow up and crisp up, and then it has this sort of chewy texture after. Yep.
Looking forward to it, Po. Really brilliant.
Good luck.
Thank you.
I'm feeling really good about cooking this dish. Yeah, really calm about it all.
Lucas Parsons, what are you cooking for us, mate?
I'm going to do a braised oyster mushrooms with some tofu.
Why that dish?
The sauce itself is going to be quite strong, and I just thought it would balance really well with the soft texture of oyster mushrooms. It'll be like little pillows in your mouth.
This smells nice, so
yeah.
Best of luck. And tofu. That's the first tofu we've seen.
Yeah.
Look, today's important for me to do well. I'm comfortable making a vegetarian dish. I was very happy with what I got.
Michelle.
Yes.
You did want mushrooms, didn't you?
Well, I thought it's a change for me.
So what are you cooking for us?
So I'm just doing marinated tofu with shiitake mushroom.
Yep.
With some ginger rice and braised bok choy.
All right, best of luck. Thank you.
When they come to my station, they nod their head and they walk off. I hope they're enjoying the flavours, you know. I don't like no comment, I'd prefer something.
Okay, Kate, tell us what you're cooking and why.
Stir-fried mushrooms with vegetables and rice noodles.
And what sauces did you pick?
I've got soy sauce and oyster sauce.
Familiar with those or no?
I don't eat Chinese food.
You don't eat Chinese food?
I don't.
Everybody eats Chinese food. So do you cook Chinese food at all for anybody?
No.
You don't?
I've cooked Thai before. I don't cook Chinese.
Yeah, you can't rely on those desserts all the time, you know
I know.
that. Good.
I'm really worried about being in the bottom three today. This is definitely outside of my comfort zone, and I think that there's probably a lot more people here that understand these flavours better than I do today, so I'm seriously worried at the moment.
Okay, Julia, what are you cooking and why?
I'm making mushroom and vegetable dumplings with a mushroom broth. I decided to make dumplings because I really love them and I sort of know how they work and what goes with them.
So we're going to expect to see the little dumplings in the broth, is that okay?
Pretty much just a very light amount, very small amount of broth.
Okay, lovely. Thanks, Julia.
Good luck, Julia.
The most difficult part of my dish is to really balance the flavours. If it's too sweet, it's going to be ruined. Fingers crossed that, you know, it'll all come together and it will taste good in the end.
Okay, guys, you've got 30 minutes to go.
Half an hour left to go. I'm contemplating just doing a different dish because this is not good.
Right, Sam.
Yes.
Tell us what you're cooking.
Rice paper rolls served two ways. There's fresh rice paper rolls, which have bamboo shoot, carrot, spring onion, tofu, and shiitake mushrooms. And then I'm also going with the same mixture. I'm going to deep fry them as well. So you're going to get the fresh way and then the cooked way.
Any sort of dipping sauce or anything that
Yes, you're going to just get a ginger, sesame oil, and dark soy dipping sauce.
Okay. All right. Best of luck, Sam.
Thanks. I think I might have chosen the wrong dish.
What have you seen down the line?
Po's dish is... I'm excited. It's crispy batter that's going to go into a sauce.
Yeah, looking forward to it, aren't you?
Really looking forward to it.
Yeah, me too. I am. The other one that I picked out along the line there that's doing a really lovely job is Julia. She's made this little stuffing, this little farce. She's put some tofu, some mushrooms, some spices and things in there, and she's made a lovely little dumpling, but she's so neat.
They look fantastic, and honestly, it's definitely a technique there, and she's bringing that out in today's challenge.
Good. And she's made a nice broth, so I presume she's putting the two together. So I'm excited about that one.
go. So as they say in China, chop, chop. So whose dishes don't we like?
Kate is doing a stir-fried noodles. She's got no clear direction.
She cooked the noodles and then she tossed sesame oil through it. It just needs a couple of drops. She's actually used it like olive oil.
The other one, honestly, Sam, he's making spring rolls. I don't mind the spring roll he's doing itself, but there's no dipping sauce, really. And I can't imagine where the flavour's coming from. I've got this idea of what it's going to look like, and that's not positive at the moment.
When I look around and see some of the dishes that the other contestants have put up, I'm starting to worry that I have taken the wrong tack. I'm a little bit concerned.
5 minutes to go.
Look at my dish and it's just a bunch of raw ingredients sitting on a plate. It's not even cooking, really. If I'm not in the bottom 3 today, there's got to be some other people around here who've really stuffed this up.
10 seconds to go. Your time is now up. Tools down. Stop plating. It's all finished.
Our 3 judges will now taste your creations and they'll choose a winner as well as the bottom 3. The winner will receive a chance at a free ride through to the final week of MasterChef Australia. The bottom 3, I'm afraid, will face possible elimination. Michelle, the judges would like to see your dish first.
It's a tasty dish. I've made it as pretty as possible. I hope it's enough for the judges today.
Tell me what you've got.
Marinated tofu with a duo of mushrooms, baby bok choy, and ginger rice.
I'm disappointed in the presentation. You know, I don't like, Pac-Man made out of slices of ginger.
Food should fall on the plate like autumn leaves. Like, God dropped them down there. They weren't manufacturally placed on there, that they look like, they've come off a conveyor belt.
Looking at this dish, the first thing I see is these huge, great chunks of mushrooms, which aren't particularly attractive in terms of making you want to eat it. If you want to stay here, you've got to do more than that.
Lucas, you're up next.
Tell us what you cooked.
I've got braised oyster mushrooms with tofu.
I can taste the vinegar, which, it's quite nice. There's a little bit of sweetness there. It's refreshing. It makes me want to keep eating it, which is lovely.
It's got punch. There's a good thread of flavour. Good dish. I like it.
George.
For me, that's the best dish you've cooked so far. I think that's really, really clever, very understated, very simple. Good stuff. Lucas, nailed it. Well done, mate.
Thank you. It was the best comments I've had since the start. It's a lovely feeling, it really is.
Aaron, you're up next, please.
In terms of the flavour, I quite like the fact they're quite subtle. I think it's a nice dish, and I'd be happy to sit down and eat that.
Could do with a little bit more. But overall, a really lovely, clean dish. Well done.
Poe?
I'm just feeling really comfortable. I'm happy that I achieved what I wanted to do.
Tell us again what it is.
I've just called it Buddha's Delight, which is a traditional name for a vegetarian dish.
The texture of the dumpling's really interesting. It's sort of, you know, slightly crispy and bubbly and chewy.
I expected something interesting. And you've delivered that.
It's a great looking dish. What you've got is a dish that's subtle, that's a very good variation in texture, so congratulations, you've done a really good dish.
Julie, the judges are ready to taste your dish.
That's a good combination. And it actually looks quite appealing to the eye in terms of the brown and the green.
You've sort of pulled it off. It actually tastes very nice. I know it's a good dish because I want to dip my spoon back in and have another big mouthful.
Sam, your dish.
I wouldn't say I'm dreading the moment. I'm preparing myself for their criticism.
What is the dish? Tell me what it is.
Shiitake mushroom and tofu rice paper rolls with a ginger, soy and sesame oil sauce.
When you first bring the dish up, it looks nice. It looks nice and fresh, but there's nothing in there that makes me want to go for a second bite. And that is not one of those dipping sauces that you want to keep dunking back into. And it has to be at this stage of the competition.
Sam, an hour to make these?
You know, you've got some talent, and that's a shocking dish. When you get a really, really gooey bit, where the rice paper's got all gelatinous and claggy, yeah, and there's a lot of that there, and the tofu doesn't help because that's got the same gelatinous clagginess. All right. I reckon you're probably in amongst the worst dishes I've tried today with that.
Walked away from that thinking, I've taken a massive step backwards in this competition.
The next dish to be tasted belongs to Kate.
What's the dish?
Stir-fried mushrooms with Chinese broccoli and water chestnuts with rice noodles.
I'll tell you straight, I think it's crap. You've taken beautiful mushrooms and spoiled them.
What does food mean to you?
I just gave up my 4th year of law school to come here, so...
Look at the dish, go back to your station, taste it, work out what you would have done better, and tonight, go home and read every Chinese cookbook you can to get an understanding of what those flavours are.
I've never been told in my life that anything I've done before is crap. I've never felt like so much of a failure in my life than I did at that point.
Julia, you're up next.
Tell me what you've cooked.
I've cooked mushroom and vegetable dumplings in broth.
looks really nice. Just the care that you've taken in constructing those little dumplings is admirable. I don't think I could do as well as you did. And I'd be very, very happy to eat a number of those. Well done.
High five. Yeah. You know, you've showed skill, you've showed technique, there's balance in there. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Good stuff.
I so want to disagree with them, but I can't. That's fantastic. There is something impeccably right about putting the flavours of Chinese vinegar with dumplings. It kind of makes them savoury, and the vinegar has a little bit of a tang around the side of the palate. It really brings out the flavour of those mushrooms. So, absolutely, A1, cracking dish, well done.
Thank you. I think I've got a chance of being in the top 3. I just want to be recognised for making good food.
The judges are ready to reveal their decision. In today's Invention test, you were asked to make a Chinese-inspired meal using mushrooms as your core ingredient, plus 10 ingredients of your choice from the pantry. Now, the winner of today's challenge will get a very real shot at an express ticket all the way through to the final week of this competition. The bottom 3 will face off in tomorrow's pressure test. The worst performer in that test will be going home immediately.
We're getting to the business end of this competition, you know. We're starting to narrow it right down.
You managed, most of you, to get good, strong flavours, Chinese flavours out of those mushrooms.
We also saw at the bottom end some surprisingly mundane dishes that should have been better, and you know who you are.
Now I'm about to call out some names. If I call out your name, I'd like you to please step forward. Po. Julia. Sam. Lucas. Michelle. And Kate. Your dishes represent the worst and the best from today. The rest of you, congratulations. You performed well enough today to remain in the competition. We'll see you back here in the kitchen tomorrow.
It was kind of an awkward feeling for me walking out of the kitchen. My 2 closest friends, Kate and Sam, you know, potentially one of them could go.
If I call your name now, please step forward. Lucas. Po. Julia. Congratulations. You're our top 3. Thank you so much for 3 outstanding dishes that I'd be pretty happy to eat in almost all the restaurants that I go and review. So well done.
Congratulations, you 3. You've done an incredible job. One of you will be going head-to-head with a leading chef in our next Celebrity Chef Challenge. You'll also get a chance at a winning ticket through to the final week of this competition.
3 dishes we loved. 1 winner. That winner is...
The They called my name as being the winner of the Invention test, and it's an amazing feeling. It really sort of validates my abilities, and it means that I do sort of deserve to be here.
I've got to say, you beat two of my favourite dishes in the whole competition. So it gives you an idea of quite how good your dish was. Well done.
Thank you.
Poe, Julia and Lucas, you'll be glad to know it's now time for you to head home. We'll see you back here tomorrow. Off you go. Thank you.
Guys, you're our bottom three. That means you have to come back to this place and cook in the pressure test.
Sam, the proof's in the pudding. And when we ate it, it really wasn't very good at all, Sam.
Standing there in the bottom three had a massive well of disappointment inside me saying, you know how to do a lot better than this. I deserve to be standing here.
Michelle, your dish was... It wasn't nice.
I stand by my dish and its flavours, but I really am disappointed that I'm in the bottom three.
Hey.
I'm going to be exiled from the Chinese family gatherings for a while, I think.
One small slip, one loss of focus can cost you the chance of becoming Australia's first MasterChef.
I know that I have to perform my absolute best in tomorrow's pressure test if I'm going to even have a chance of staying in this competition.
The person that performs worst in that pressure test will be going home.
Tomorrow night on MasterChef Australia.
One of you will be going home today.
The bottom three face off in a pressure test.
This is a day where I get to cook for my life and hopefully dodge elimination.
To end the competition now would be just disappointing.
Very hard to call a loser.
I have a 1 in 3 chance of being sent home today.
Later this week, Julia goes head-to-head with celebrity chef Peter Evans.
I'm not sure how it's going to go.
Plus, the chefs go back to basics when they cook for Australia's fiercest food critics.
This could be your toughest challenge so far.
Oh, wait. That's just unacceptable, isn't it?
Last night on MasterChef Australia.
This competition is getting serious now.
An invention challenge saw heartbreak for some.
I'll tell you straight, I think it's crap.
And joy for one talented chef.
Absolutely. A1, cracking dish. Well done.
High five.
Tonight, the bottom three face off.
This is a day where I get to cook for my life and hopefully dodge elimination.
Cook from the heart. That's the most important thing.
Oh my God, this is going to go so horribly wrong.
To end the competition now would be just disappointing.
It's a pretty good effort.
Very hard to call a loser.
At stake for the winner, the chance to work alongside Australia's culinary elite, a book deal, and $100,000 to make their dreams reality.
Today is the day of the pressure test. This is a day where I get to cook for my life and hopefully dodge elimination.
I'm feeling quite nervous for Kate, Sam and Michelle doing the pressure test. I've been there before and it's not the nicest thing to go through.
You have 1 hour to prepare and cook the best Chinese-style dish that you possibly can.
As they say in China, chop, chop.
The judges have decided that you are the 3 worst performers today.
That means you have to come back to this place, you have to cook like your future depends on it, because quite frankly, it does.
I don't want to go home yet. I especially don't want to go out because I couldn't cook Chinese food. It's not something I ever want to do professionally, so it'll be tough if this is what knocks me out of the competition. I'm a law student from WA. I've got this dream of becoming a pastry chef. This is what makes me happy, and improving my cooking skills and being here and sharing in this experience with people who genuinely want to be here and have this passion for food. This is what I love and this is where I want to be.
I had a decent night's sleep. I got myself into the right frame of mind to cook to the best of my ability. I know I'm not ready to go yet. I'm a call centre manager from Melbourne, and I grew up as a Melbourne boy. I'm here because internally and individually I love cooking. It's an opportunity for me to express myself in a way that I otherwise can't in any other facet of my life.
I had a pretty bad night's sleep and I'm feeling absolutely exhausted, so it's not a good way to go into the pressure test. I'm a bookstore owner and a photographer, and I live in Berry. My dream is to cook and be around food. I'd love to produce a book, and I would also love to have a pretty funky little restaurant. I want to win this competition, and I do want to be a master chef. Yeah, why not? I'm going for it.
I think Sam will do okay. It's a toss-up between Kate and Michelle.
You only feel for one day.
How about you?
Yeah, for Michelle.
Yeah?
Not the rest. I don't really care.
Yeah. Same.
I've got full confidence that Sam will do well today, so I have no problem with him. Kate, if she can get her head right and concentrate, she should be fine. And just hopefully Michelle slips up.
I think mainly everyone's just happy they're not the ones, and I think everyone's just anticipating Kate leaving.
The reality kicks in that this could be the last time I sleep in this house. This could be the last time that, you know, I leave this house today. It hits home how much you really want it.
It's crunch time now. You've got to come in here and do the best you possibly can, or, you know, there's no point in staying in this competition.
The reality sinks in that you just may not be coming back. That's a bit of a bugger.
Walking into the MasterChef kitchen today, I'm completely aware of the fact that this might be the last time that I'm ever in this kitchen.
This pressure test is so important because if I don't stand up today, I'm gone.
Kate, Michelle, Sam, welcome back to the kitchen. We're searching for Australia's first MasterChef, but sadly, today one of you will be dropped from contention. The 3 of you performed the worst in yesterday's Invention test. And so today you must prove to the judges that you still have what it takes to remain in this competition.
I was gutted with what I did yesterday, and I haven't let go of that yet.
You're about to cook off in the pressure test, and the person who performs the worst today will be eliminated immediately. One of you will be going home today.
And the tension, it's like, you know, someone screwing up a rubber band.
This is the hardest challenge of the week. For you, this is the most important challenge of the week. The pressure test is designed to put you under the same kind of stress you'd feel in a restaurant kitchen. It'll sort out those that can handle the pressure from those that can't. The dish that you'll be doing today may seem simple, but as with all good dishes, it's going to be problematic. There's a couple of points that you'll have to do, and if you don't do them properly, it'll all go wrong.
At this point, I'm freaking out.
All of us were probably preparing ourselves for a disaster at this point.
Oh, crap.
So, this is the dish that you'll be cooking. A char-grilled and stuffed squid with breadcrumbs and garlic.
The dish we have to cook today is a stuffed squid on a salad mix of blanched beans, tomatoes and olives.
You have the recipe, and you have 45 minutes. And then, of course, you have to present the dish to the three of us. So I'm going to invite you up to taste. Kate, you're first.
God help me.
The taste is very subtle. There's lemon, there's parsley. It's a very, very lovely textured, subtle dish. It's beautiful.
Everything is so crucial with this dish. Cleaning it correctly, removing the spine, removing all the membranes, removing the ink sac, stuffing it properly, making sure there's no air pockets or it will explode.
I didn't know that squids could explode while you cook them, so I'm going, oh my God, this is gonna go so horribly wrong.
It's a beautiful dish, yeah? So let's respect it and let's produce something like that, yeah?
Think about what you saw there. What makes that dish so appealing to the eye? The char marks from the pan, the freshness, the colour of that tomato, the absence of skin, the detail, the shininess of the olives. That's what we're looking for. Try and recreate that. Try and give us something that looks beautiful and fresh on the plate.
So 3 crucial points. Make sure you clean the squid well. Don't overcook it, and don't overfill with the stuffing.
After you finish cooking, the judges will taste your dishes and they will decide which one was the worst today. The person who made that dish will be going home immediately.
I've got a copy of the recipe. I'm intensely reading it, making sure that I've got that recipe firmly in my head, entrenched in my brain, so that I'm ready to go.
My last advice is cook from the heart. You've got 45 minutes and your time starts now.
Good luck, guys.
As soon as the judges said start cooking, I got to prepping my squid. I've never prepped a squid, I've never grilled squid, and I've never stuffed it. I didn't really know at first how to go about actually separating the hood from the head and the body. It was disgusting.
I'm thinking, Michelle, stick to the recipe. I struggle with keeping to exact amounts.
My ink sac had burst before we even started, so I had a shitload of ink all over myself, even before I started cleaning the thing.
Sammy, you can roll it over itself as well to clean the inside better.
Josh is hanging over the railing above Sam and I shouting out advice as to how to prep the squid. I'm sort of lucky that we buddied up to the fishmonger in the house because I didn't really have a clue what I was doing at the start.
I had a little bit of help from Josh upstairs to get my fingers right under the wings of the squid and just pull away, and that actually does literally remove the whole skin in one piece.
The first squid turns out perfect. I thought I'd better just do the second one in case I have an accident. I've got a second up my sleeve.
Sammy's not cleaning the other one.
Within the first 10 minutes, I could see that Sam was working faster than me. I knew that I probably had to pick up my pace.
OK, guys, you've got 30 minutes left. All right, Michelle, how are you going?
Yeah, okay.
Read the recipe?
Yes,
all good?
Yep.
So did you have trouble cleaning the squid, or are you all good?
I think I'm okay. I'm opting to use that one. That's my spare. But
All right, Michelle.
Thank you.
Keep going.
Sam, how you going?
Okay, mate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bit of pressure.
And the stuffing, you feel comfortable with that? That smells beautiful. You've got garlic and
shallots
in there,
and
anchovies.
anchovies. Yep,
which gives it
correct.
the salt. And then, so then how are you going to put that together?
We've got the tentacles going in very shortly, and then combine it with the breadcrumbs and lemon zest and lemon juice, as far as I remember.
All right.
And then, yeah, combine it all and we'll stuff it inside that squid.
All right.
It's all going to be big. It's going to be right down to the last minute, isn't it?
Grill the calamari. It sounds like it might be. All right, mate.
All right.
Good luck.
Good luck.
I've fallen behind Michelle and Sam at this point, and I need to catch up if I'm actually going to plate up my dish today.
So you're making the sofrito now, which is
Yeah.
the onions, the garlic, and the anchovies.
Anchovy, yeah.
And then have you made your breadcrumbs yet?
No, I'm going to get onto that.
You know, you got your tomato to do, you got your beans to cook, you got.
I know.
You got your stuffing to make, you got your calamari to fill, and your calamari to grill.
Yeah.
So you've got to push it along, haven't you?
Yep.
All right then.
You need to move your ass, Kate.
I know.
You've got 25 minutes to go. Best of luck, Kate.
Thank you.
So what do you think, George?
They all need to move their butts a little bit, you know. It's, you know.
Well, some of them haven't made the stuffing, so they've got to make the stuffing, they've got to fill the calamari, and they've got to grill the thing.
Yeah, and that could take a couple of minutes to cook just in
panicking.
itself.
I'm
and then
panicking.
a little rest and then a carve. I'd be panicking.
Yeah.
I made a decision, a split-second decision. Go with your instinct. I'm not good with recipes. I love recipes to get ideas from. I'm not really a recipe person. To me, it's all about the taste, and I need to make it to my taste.
Right, I think you need to get a move on. This is my final word of advice. You've got just under 20 minutes, and if it was me, I'd be starting to feel nervous because I don't think you're far enough ahead to get this dish up in time.
Kate's just finished doing her breadcrumbs. Sam's de-seeding olives, and I think he's got most of his stuffing ready to go. And it looks like Michelle's just about at almost exactly the same point.
I've done my tastings, I've tasted my stuffing, I've probably got a little bit too much breadcrumbs. I'm not very good with precise amounts.
Right, guys, you've got 15 minutes to go. At this point, you should really have the squid stuffed.
I didn't. I had my squid tube ready and I had my stuffing ready, just not stuffed my squid. So straight away, I got my squid stuffed, made sure it was nice and tight, packed in, and got that ready to cook.
I'm squeezing lemon, I'm adding olive oil, I'm adding seasoning. I'm not measuring that because if I spend the time measuring this, I know for sure and certain I won't get this meal on the plate.
I'm thinking, I might not actually get this dish finished on time.
I've never stuffed a squid before. This is technically a more profound dish than what I'm used to doing.
Use the handle of the spoon, Sam.
Pardon?
Use the handle of the spoon.
That slippery little squid is a lot more hollow than I expected. I'm trying to get my stuffing in. I've got my thumb in there and I'm pushing that stuffing right in, but I'm not quite sure if it's reaching the bottom.
I should have had my pan on a long time ago, really. And I'm just starting on my salad, but at the same time, I picked up my pace and I've got a little bit of hope again.
How long does it take, you reckon?
Just till golden brown, throw it on.
Yeah, good.
And Sam, just run your hands down so it looks natural.
In terms of cooking the squid, I didn't cook it yet because I actually wanted to cook that last minute.
Give it a nice grill mark. Just let it alone.
Yeah,
leave
let
it alone.
it sit. Let it sit for a couple of minutes.
If I overcook the squid, it'll go rubbery and it won't be pleasant to eat.
My salad was pretty much done. I was trying to get all component parts of the dish ready to go so that, you know, once I'd cooked the squid, it was literally just plating that up and the salad was already there.
Check the squid, Michelle. Check your squid, Mish. Check the squid.
I've got a lot of support. Tom's called out, Justine, Poe, Andre, they're all up there, and you know, I know I've got a lot of support.
7 minutes, guys.
I was cooking this squid on the griddle.
Is that all right?
Obviously, the key is to try and leave it on the one spot to get the nice grill marks.
Don't you pop on me, you bastard.
I've got my squid on the pan, but it's not hot enough yet. Without the pan hot enough, I'm a bit concerned about how the squid is actually going to present when it's cooked, if it's going to be golden enough.
I think I moved it around a little bit too much. If the worst thing about my dish was going to be some off-centre griddle marks, I could accept that.
Should that be enough? Yeah, good colour.
Guys, 5 minutes to go, yeah? That's 5 minutes to go. You should be thinking about dressing your dish, yeah? Making it beautiful.
The judges tell us that we should be plating up our dishes, but I have not taken my squid out of the pan. Try not to think about it. I'm quite concerned at this point and that I'm going to have to plate up raw squid. I've never left plating up of a dish to that last minute. I've never been this disorganised. I'm really panicking that I'm not going to plate up in time.
I'd just taken my squid off. I thought, at least I'm going to get a dish out.
I needed to get everything on the plate, so it really is a pressure test. I mean, the pressure's awesome.
I'm a bit behind the others at the moment, so I'm freaking out. I need to focus, really.
There was a bit of slimy stuff that was still in the bottom of the squid, and I realised that my stuffing has not gone all the way to the bottom of the squid tube.
Sammy.
Yeah, mate?
Try to keep the olives shining up.
The moment I felt relieved is when I got that squid on top of those beans and started dressing it.
Don't serve your toothpick, Sam.
I know that.
Clean it. Clean your knife properly. Clean it.
The biggest worry is making sure that my presentation is right. You know, I've been hammered for my presentation, so this is up to me to get this dish looking right.
Michelle, above the sink. Less and scatter around.
Scatter
both sides.
Spread the tomato around.
And less.
I think I might have just got it in the end. I'm hoping that it's cooked. I've got the gold colour that I wanted from the squid.
You've got 30 seconds to go. So if you're not plating up, it really needs to go on the plate.
Other way, man. Other way. 90 degrees.
Take a quarter of that off.
Take your time. You've got plenty of time. You're right.
I think we're down to the last 30 seconds and I actually get that squid on a palette knife and onto my salad and dress the rest of the plate and then done.
Across the beans, across them.
Look at the balance of the colours.
What?
Look at the balance of the colours.
OK, guys, that's it. Time's up. Tools down, hands down. You're done.
Michelle, Sam and Kate, the judges will now head to the restaurant and one by one, you'll each take in your dish for them to taste. Their job is to decide who made the worst dish today, and that person will be leaving immediately.
Apprehensive. I'm apprehensive. The thing that I'm most worried about with my dish is that little air pocket that I didn't know was there, and I've cut the tip off.
So, Michelle, how did you go?
Because of the time restriction, I ended up tasting, and I didn't use the measurements per se. I actually just went on my instinct and my taste, because I felt if I was to measure everything, and it would have taken too long.
You feel you've done a good job?
I was happy with the dish that I've plated up today. I hope it's enough.
Okay.
The dish looks great. It's one of the best dishes I've presented so far. So I'm actually feeling relieved, and I'm feeling like I've done the best possible job I can today.
So, guys, what do we think?
She's cut it nice. Removing the tips a no-no.
I think she's made an error in terms of filling the squid. It's probably about a tablespoonful of stuffing missing there.
Yeah, I mean, having said that, though, it's got some good charring on it.
Yeah.
The tomato looks nice and bright. Yeah. The olives are kind of black and shiny. There's some definite positives, I think, about the dish. I think it's going to be one of those challenges whereby, because we've got 3 good cooks here, we're going to be looking at those kind of minutiae are going to be the difference between the dishes.
Yeah. Yep. Well, where's all my stuffing?
How about I give you a bit of my stuffing? Not that you can do that in a restaurant.
No. There's a little bit of caramelisation on one side, but not a great deal on the other, and stuffing missing. So I don't really have a lot of stuffing at all.
It's nice and tender. It's not overcooked at all, the squid. You know, you can cut it with a knife.
I think it's really good, but it does lack a little bit of citric zing. The reason why you read a recipe when the first time you cook a dish is to ensure you have a benchmark to work from.
She did say she didn't measure anything out. She cooked, you know, which is sometimes an issue if you've never done something before.
So not a bad effort for the first time.
Other than those 2 kind of quite fundamental errors in terms of the tip and not stuffing the squid properly.
You know, it's a relief. I've done what I can, and hopefully my instincts have worked to my advantage.
You're praying that every element of that dish, that there's the balance of the stuffing's right, that the squid's cooked right, that the beans are crisp.
Sam, you weren't too confident going to this challenge. How do you think you went?
I've never cleaned out a squid before, but I don't, you know, I do it again.
Anything you're concerned about? Any disasters that happen along the way?
I believe that the tomato's a bit overcooked, and I'm not sure that the stuffing's seasoned right. I think, for me, that dish needed to be almost faultless on the back of what I did yesterday. If the dish is even slightly incorrect, I think that there's every chance I'd go home.
Well, I reckon that's a pretty good-looking dish, you know. The greens are nice and bright, the tomatoes are cut quite chunky. It's a dish I want to eat. My only question would be whether he ran out of time, because I'd like to see a bit more charring down the flanks of the squid.
It is a little bit pale on the sides. Sam made the comment that he thought maybe he'd overcooked the tomatoes. I don't think he really has, to be honest. The stuffing's really strong. It's not lemony, like the dish that we put up as a taster.
He's definitely put more parsley in his than Michelle's.
And I'm not finding a great deal of those tentacles chopped up in there. He did have a second squid, he could have taken the tentacles off, and I would like to have seen a bit more squiddiness in that filling.
Squid's nice and tender. It's missing the lemon, and he could have been a bit more, you know, a bit more forceful with that char grill and giving it a nice char on the outside. There you go. What have you found?
It's hard to talk to one another about what the judges might say. It creates a sense of panic, I think, within yourself that, you know, there's nothing else left that you can do, but you just want to know, are you going to stay here or are you going to go?
The relief of having plated up the dish disappeared very quickly when, you know, it's time for the judges to actually taste the dishes. When I put the dish down in front of the judges, I'm a little bit worried that the squid's undercooked.
Katie?
Yes, George.
Are you happy with it?
I'm happy with the squid. I'm happy with the filling. I think that I got the flavour of the filling, which was important to me to get my flavours right today.
Did it have enough time cooking?
I hope so. I've never grilled it before, so I'm hoping that it's cooked enough. I'm sort of resigned to whatever decision the judges make now. The ball's in their court.
My question is, does it look a little undercooked?
It's pale. She's obviously run out of time.
I think she's undercooked the squid.
It is a bit under, but great flavour in the stuffing. You know, beans are nice. I like them crunchy.
It's by far the best stuffing we've had. It's lemony. It's got that lovely fresh kind of seafood flavour from the little legs of the squid.
The breadcrumbs aren't as fine as the other two, a bit coarser, but I actually like that.
I really like the technique she's shown with this dish. She stuffed it properly. However, she needed some more time at the end to properly cook the squid.
It's pretty nerve-wracking. We don't know what to expect from the judges. We don't know what we're about to hear from them. So I think the mood's pretty sombre at the moment.
Each dish has its merits, and I think between them, very hard to call a loser. Look, we have to pick the worst dish, so I think we should get them back in, ask them some pointed questions, and make our decision.
I know that my dish isn't far off the others, but I'm still painfully aware that I have a 1 in 3 chance of being sent home today.
The three of us are nervous. I can feel the energy from Kate next to me, and I can feel Sammy's energy up the other end as well. And we're all pretty stressed right now.
So, guys, difficult challenge. A simple dish on the face of it, and something I think that none of you had done in the past, especially cleaning the squid. And I think you struggled, each of you struggled a little on 1 or 2 of the elements going through. Michelle, today's dish, it looked good. The squid looked good. When you put the dish in front of us, it wasn't far from what you modelled your dishes on. But some of the details let you down. The first thing that struck us was that you clipped the end off the calamari, off the squid, and you'd missed actually pushing the stuffing or the farce to the very end of the squid, so there was a big gap. That's a bit of an oversight. On the positive side, the bar marking was good. It was charred nicely. All of us thought the stuffing was quite nice. Possibly lacked the lemon zest, the fresh lemon flavour that we got when we tasted the sample dish.
No, I did the zesting, but it just didn't come off the actual zester plane.
Okay, big difference.
I don't think Michelle's devastated by the judges' comments. I don't think that they were particularly bad comments to receive.
Can you tell me why you really want this?
I want to work in the food industry and potentially have a really great organic-based cafe-style place.
You seem to get frustrated through some of the challenges and a bit fiery and a bit upset. Is this thing still for you?
Gary, I can't apologise for my nature. I am a fiery person. I'm a fiery personality. It just comes out. That's who I am, you know, so...
All right.
Kate?
I'm not ready to go home in this competition yet. And I'm really afraid of what I'm about to hear from the judges.
Can I tell you what was the highlight? Your stuffing. It was nice and light and fluffy. It wasn't jam-packed where it was dense and oily and oozing. It was a tad undercooked. That's the flaw.
Timing is normally something I pride myself on. Today I let timing get the better of me.
What's the dream?
Don't cry. If I could have my own patisserie one day or head up desserts in a restaurant somewhere, that's been my dream.
Pastry chefs, they're the most focused individuals and they are like clinically perfect. And I'm a bit worried. Are you focused?
I know that I've lost focus at times in this kitchen, I'll admit to that. But when I'm in the kitchen, my head's in the cooking.
Remember this, your time management skills are something that you need to address, so you don't get yourself in a pickle and serve sushi.
It's a weird feeling. I don't necessarily know how to describe the emotion. You've got no control over what's about to happen next.
How do you feel, Stan?
Very nervous.
Why?
In the last, 14 hours since I left here yesterday has been an emotional roller coaster for me. I just hope that what I put up today was good enough to salvage the disaster that I had yesterday.
Do you think it was?
I think it was a decent attempt for someone who hasn't cooked it before.
It was a good dish,
okay.
But we've seen 3 good dishes today.
Okay.
Your technique was really good. You've got the filling all the way through. There was one major problem with your dish, though, Sam. What's that?
That's an olive pip, isn't it? That olive pip just looked like the nail in my coffin to me. It's dangerous, isn't it?
Yeah, it's extremely dangerous. It's extremely expensive, potentially.
Yep. Sorry. I'm thinking now that there's enough stacked up against me to send me home.
We understand that potentially this could cost you your dream of being Australia's first MasterChef.
I understand that.
And what will this potentially cost you?
It wasn't nice to see Sam cry.
Stuffed up badly yesterday, mate. I know I did. I'd hate to leave this show after putting up a dish that's that shit house. I would.
Sam, the squid you put out was good. It was well cooked. It was well stuffed. The stuffing had good texture. The other elements of the dish were good. But that olive pit is a concern.
3 very good dishes, in all honesty, so well done. But we have to pick the worst dish.
Knowing that they were going to decide who stays, who goes, you just go into a state. You just want them to hurry up and tell you whether you're here or not.
This has been a very tough decision.
Waiting to hear the judge's decision is tense. At this stage, I can't say which way the judges are going to sway.
So, Michelle, you cooked a nice squid. Really nicely done. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough stuffing in the squid to make it the top dish.
I went on my instinct. It may go against me.
Kate, lovely stuffing. Obviously impressed George with all the little tentacles inside, but you undercooked it.
My fate's up to them now, so I've just got to wait and see what they have to say.
Sam, really well delivered. But the olive pip, the stone, it's a big faux pas. Not good.
In a matter of moments, you're either going to have this opportunity ripped out from you, or you are going to be given a lifeline. You just got to suck it up.
One of the 3 of you could be Australia's first MasterChef. But for one of you, the dream is about to end. Kate, you're still in the competition. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you guys so much.
You're on life support now. It's your last chance. You need to go hard.
Sam and Michelle, it comes down to you two. It comes down to the dish you cooked. Sam? You're still in the competition. Michelle, I'm sorry, you're out.
Michelle, you've been an amazing strength in this whole competition, and I'm going to miss you a lot. Keep on keeping on, all right?
You should be proud. You've come thus far, you know. You've now got to take this amazing experience that you've had and translate that.
Take that talent, you're in the top 20, you've done amazingly well. Out of 7,500 people, well done.
All I wanted to say to you is that if you keep pushing forward, you know, keep challenging yourself, you know, tasting things over and over again, then you'll always improve and you'll always end up with a menu full of good dishes.
I think the competition allowed me to have a focus about where I wanted to go. I'll be going home and talking to a few restaurants in my area and see what happens from there.
So good luck and, you know, keep going.
And thank you very much indeed for enriching the competition.
OK, Michelle, it's tough and it's time for you to leave the MasterChef kitchen.
Thank you, gentlemen. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Walking out of the MasterChef kitchen for the last time, I actually think it's about walking into my future. This is the beginning, not the end. Being in the competition has just really, it's focused me a lot more. It's made me more determined, not less determined. I need a little bit of breathing space to, just to let the dust settle, and then really take what I want from this competition and run with it.
OK, guys, that was closer. Very, very close. Kate, that was really close. You're 20 years old, you're young, and you could have any career that you wanted, and for you to take this opportunity away from someone else isn't funny. So it's time to pull your socks up. And for both of you, we don't want to see you in another elimination challenge again.
Thank you, guys. It felt like someone had just lifted the weight of the world off my shoulders. I was so relieved at that point.
Leaving MasterChef kitchen tonight, I know that I have escaped by the skin of my teeth. One more slip up like I had in the Invention test yesterday and I'm out of here.
Who's coming back? Sam's coming back.
I think Sam and Michelle are coming back. I mean, Kate didn't have her shit together, so it looks like she's out.
But we've been wrong before.
We're all waiting, really trying to speculate who's going to walk through that lift.
Sammy! And Kate.
So the lift doors open and out pop Sam and Kate, and no one expected Kate to be coming out.
Surprise?
Yeah.
Welcome back. Oh, wow. When those lift doors opened, I just had the biggest sigh of relief. I was happy they were both back.
So that means that Michelle's gone, and I think a lot of people are very, very sad about that.
So what did you guys think? What did you think would happen tonight? Who did you think was coming home?
Oh, no, let's
We thought
there was
Kate
different levels.
No, but we had all.
Be honest.
No, we had all different levels.
It was kind of,
because there was.
I think people try to discuss the reasons why they thought she wouldn't have been there. And I think it created a little bit of tension. Kate sort of burst into tears.
No one wants me here.
People will have their opinions, mate.
Yeah, but people I even thought my friends didn't even get up. Like, people I thought my friends are actually disappointed to see that I haven't been eliminated.
There's always tension in the house after eliminations, always. On elimination nights, when your friend doesn't come home, obviously it's going to upset you, and some people deal with it better than others.
No, my mum.
No, I haven't given up on my dream of becoming a chef. That jacket fits really snugly on me, and I like the look of it. Hey, I'm home!
Just because I didn't like your tofu doesn't mean you failed. Oh, that's funny, because that was your signature dish.
I know. I'm really pumped, actually. Really, really excited about the future. I just cannot wait to get my hands in the food and just go for it.
Tomorrow night in MasterChef Australia.
This is your chance to shine.
Julia goes head-to-head in a celebrity cook-off.
We reckon you've got a bit of a chance today.
I'm not sure how it's going to go.
Will the amateur have what it takes to beat the pro at his own signature dish?
It's a challenging dish. If you do one thing wrong, the whole thing falls apart.
It's down to the wire in our closest celebrity battle yet.
Maybe she could knock off this impossible challenge that they put us on.
Matt, it's time to reveal the winner of today's challenge.
Last night on MasterChef Australia.
This is the day where I get to cook for my life.
3 chefs fought for their place in the competition.
Michelle, I'm sorry, you're out.
Tonight, Julia goes head-to-head in a celebrity cook-off.
We reckon you've got a bit of a chance today.
Will the amateur have what it takes to beat the pro at his own signature dish?
If you do one thing wrong, the whole thing falls apart.
Anything could happen. Maybe she could knock off this impossible challenge that they put us on.
I'm not sure how it's going to go.
At stake, the chance to fast-track to the final week of the competition.
Line ball, really, line ball.
I'm incredibly excited. I've won the Invention challenge and now I have to cook off against one of Australia's celebrity chefs.
Julia's really, really nervous. She was really nervous last night. Yeah, killer.
Pretty intimidating situation to stand up and cook against a chef. I think Julia's going to have a really good go at cooking against a celebrity chef. She's got a really good palate from all reports by the judges, so, you know, I think she's got a shot.
It's pretty exciting putting this on for the first time. You know, not many people have got to do it, so it feels pretty special.
You have 1 hour to prepare and cook the best Chinese-style dish that you possibly can. Okay, Julia, what are you cooking?
I'm making mushroom and vegetable dumplings.
Absolutely, A1 cracking dish, well done. That winner is Julia.
Now, in a couple of days, you'll be back here to test your skills against one of the country's finest chefs.
That's really scary, but so exciting. I just quit my job. It was a great job and I really liked it, but I had this real passion for food and this sort sort of real desire to get into that industry. I'm so scared, but we'll see what happens. We pull up at MasterChef Kitchen. I step out. It's a crazy, intense feeling. I have no idea what to expect, and I have no idea who the chef is. The judges and Sarah are there to meet me and basically tell me what my day is going to hold. So I'm not sure how it's going to go.
Welcome, Julia. Today is your big day. It's your moment in the spotlight as you tackle the toughest challenge in this competition. Today, you'll be cooking off against one of Australia's top chefs. If you win today's challenge, you will sail through to the finals, bypassing the challenges that could run you the risk of elimination. This puts you in an incredible position.
Julia, this is your chance to shine. So, how does it feel?
It's really crazy exciting. I was so nervous last night and this morning, but now I'm sort of getting into it and I'm really pumped.
We reckon you've got a bit of a chance today. And the reason for that is because you have a fantastic palate. You have the sort of palate that a lot of chefs dream about having. So play to your strengths, use your mouth, taste, 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 and who knows, you may be going straight through to the finals. Good luck, Julia.
Thank you.
You're going head-to-head today with one of Australia's most famous and talented chefs. At just 13 years of age, he started his career and he went on to build the award-winning Hugo's bar and restaurant empire. Please welcome to the kitchen, Chef Peter Evans.
I'm really excited because, I like what he does. I've got one of his books, so I'm looking forward to talking to him.
I think everyone's pretty excited. We've got all these books scattered around the house, so we're all familiar with him and his cooking.
Peter, how are you?
Hey, mate. George.
You good?
You don't have to. You want a hug, don't you?
Yeah. Just remember the next time in your restaurant.
My name is Pete Evans. I'm the owner and chef of the Pantry in Melbourne, Hugo's Bar Pizza in King's Cross, Hugo's Lounge, Hugo's Manly. We actually need 5 tables plus the mystery table. To be successful as a chef or any part of this food industry, you need more than passion. You need dedication, you need hard work, you need sacrifice. When I chose the path of food, it was really a life choice.
Peter, as our special guest, you get to choose the dish that yourself and Julia will be cooking today. What will that dish be?
We've got a tea-smoked duck breast with a ravioli of water chestnut, pear and duck liver with a blood orange sauce, a little bit of spinach and some crispy fried ginger. How does that sound?
Complicated.
What a great dish. Tea smoking, a classic Szechuan technique, easy to do in the wok, but very, very dangerous if you get it too smoky, because it's going to dominate the flavour of everything.
So, we have to leave you to cook now, so that we don't know who's cooked which dish. Good luck, Julia.
Thank you.
Good luck, Pete.
Thanks, Matt.
Julia, to even out the playing field a little, we're going to show you the dish that Peter's chosen.
What I like to call this dish is the Asian version of a duck à l'orange. What do you think?
It looks beautiful.
It's a challenging dish. I mean, if you do one thing wrong, the whole thing falls apart. It does. Whether it be the ravioli falling apart or the sauce over-caramelising, then you burn it or it becomes too bitter, or you don't smoke the duck enough. There are so many components that can go wrong. You really want the duck to be pink but cooked through, otherwise it'll be a horrible thing to eat.
It's beautiful. The textures are fantastic. The crunch inside the ravioli, it's beautiful. And the duck is really nice and smooth. I've never cooked anything like this dish before, so it could be a bit of a struggle for me to get it all together and make it as good as I can possibly make it.
Julia, you'll get a 30-minute head start on Pete. Good luck to both of you. Your time starts now.
The whole balcony is filled with everyone else in the competition and they're staring down. I'm scared about making a fool of myself, basically. I don't want to do that. I want to do a really good job. I'm looking at all the ingredients and I just really wish that I had a little bit more time to just really get the recipe into my head, but I don't have that time. I have to do it now.
So what's the process you're going to do?
While this is caramelising, I'm going to julienne the ginger, ready to fry it, and I'm going to get the smoking mixture together for the duck.
The first thing Julie does is chop down really finely the ginger. It's one of the last things to go on top of the dish, but I think she sees it as something she can get out of the way quickly.
That look good? Quick, quick, quick. So to make it even more crispy, a little bit of sea salt over that helps drag out the moisture. I'm basically taking through step by step how I would do it. You can put the juice in if you like.
I've done the full amount and I don't have enough juice, I don't think.
What I'll do, I'll give you mine. We're going to add some orange juice. We reduce that down until we get a syrup. That's the sauce. Say when.
It was good to see him help, and that support is a good thing to have. But if I was the chef, I'd probably just stand right at the end and stare, you know, just to really freak them out a bit.
The duck we're going to smoke it in a manner called tea smoking, which is a Chinese way to impart flavour into a dish. As well as the spices and the orange peel, the sugar is there to add some sweetness, but also to give it a beautiful colour.
Yeah.
As it's smoking. And the rice basically adds a little bit of flavour, but more so helps to bind it all together. The role of the chef is to educate, and hopefully I've helped her along the way of her path of knowledge.
Julia, that's the end of your 30-minute head start. Peter, your time starts now.
When Pete starts, my sauce is on, my ginger is done, and I'm getting ready to start smoking the duck.
She's well underway. Yeah, I'm going to have my work cut out for me now.
Pete is moving fast. You can tell he's done this before. He's, you know, chopping through things. He's almost like Dr. Octopus out of Spider-Man. He's just, you know, like a machine.
How you going, Julia?
Good. Wish you were still standing next to me, but good.
He looked very organised, knew what to go on first, got his sauce on, got his smoke ready. He looks like a, you know, consummate professional.
30 minutes to go, guys. 30 minutes.
I'm getting ready to start smoking the duck. It's crunch time.
The biggest challenge for Julia is going to be tea smoking the duck because you can over smoke it and becomes a bit bitter or overpowering the smoky flavour.
When he's cooking his, he keeps lifting the top up, checking it's not overdone. The colour is completely different when he pulls his out.
I don't have that helping hand of him sort of giving me little hints along the way. That's making me very, very nervous because I'm worried about the duck. But I guess that means I really have to step up and think and feel and really connect with what I'm cooking.
Julia, Peter, you've both got 15 minutes left.
When my duck was in the pan and I was rendering it, I thought it was done and I turned it over, but then I thought that the skin could have been a little bit crispier and more caramelised, so I turned it over again, which is a massive no-no usually. So I may have stuffed up a little bit there, but hopefully it won't really show through in the end product.
Julia's duck looks very dark, and when Pete's comes out, it looks very light, and we all think, she's overcooked it. And so we're worried at this point that, that Julia might have blown the challenge.
Julia, Peter, you've got 5 minutes until you present your dishes to the judges. 5 minutes to go.
I really don't have time to make mistakes. I don't have time to do it again. So getting things like the ravioli perfect is absolutely critical.
I'm actually a little bit nervous now because I've rested my duck, but because the time is ticking away, I haven't rested it for as long as I would have liked. I'm still confident I'll win, but I'm not 100% happy with my dish at the moment.
I'm actually feeling confident that my dish is going to be ready and it's going to be on the plate and it's going to look good.
One minute to go, guys. 1 minute.
Go, Julia. Come
Come on, mate.
This is the closest that any of the contestants have got to the professional chef. So at this point, we're thinking, hey, she might actually have this one.
Julia and Peter, your time is up.
I'm proud of my dish and I'm so happy that it's all done. And I feel exhausted, but really exhilarated as well.
Pete, if you could please bring your dish forward. Julia, if you could bring your dish forward. Pete, Julia, the judges will now taste your dishes. They'll each give your dish a score out of 10, and the person with the highest combined score wins this challenge.
The duck's not as pink as I'd personally like it to be. You can just get the hint of the tea smoke, maybe not as strong as I'd like it to be.
It's a very good dish. I'd be happy in a restaurant sitting down and eating that. It's a fantastic effort, whoever it is.
The things I notice is if you taste the bottom of the duck, where it hasn't had the sauce on it, you can taste the tea smoking. And when you taste the top of the duck that had the sauce on it, you kind of lose that because the sauce is so strong.
Well, this is going to be difficult. That dish is almost identical in appearance and in fact appeal as the other one. But there's a difference with the duck, and that's the tea smoke.
The duck is smoked beautifully. The balance of that sauce with the smoke is really just come together fantastically. The ravioli filling's delicious, but I don't know about the frying of it. It reminds me of an Italian crostoli. But in saying that, they're like, you know, they are lime ball, really, lime ball.
This ravioli seems like the chestnut and the pear has been cut a bit more chunky, and I feel a bit cheated because in this bit, there's not much pate there. And I love that combination of liver pate with duck. Having said that, that duck is impeccable. And this bit here, this little brown crispy, this bit here, which I know. No. Gary, you've got to have that because I know you're looking at it. There you go. The fact that there's a bit of duck on the plate that you and I would fight each other, probably to the death for, is a sign it's a great dish. What a privilege and a pleasure to be presented with two such fantastic dishes. Well, we've tasted both dishes. Let's go and reveal our scores.
Well, Julia, you've just faced one of the toughest challenges in this competition so far. You had to cook off against one of Australia's leading chefs, Peter Evans. Now, without knowing who made which dish, the judges have given both dishes a score out of 10. Judges, I can now reveal that plate one was Peter's. Gary, how did you rate plate one?
I scored 8 out of 10 for the first plate. The duck was cooked nicely, the skin was glazed beautifully, sauce was nice. We all agreed it was really close between the two of them.
George, what did you think of plate 1, which was Peter's?
8 out of 10. It's a beautiful dish, you know. It's got, you know, the fattiness of the inside of the ravioli, the sauce. I just could do with a big jug of it. Yeah, it's a beautiful dish, Pete.
Thank you.
Time for Matt to reveal what he gave the dish.
Eight out of 10. Good work.
Cheers.
Peter, that's a total of 24 out of the possible 30. Julia, if you now score more than 24 out of 30, you'll be getting a free ride all the way through to the final week of MasterChef Australia. Gary, what did you give plate 2?
I scored plate 2 9 out of 10. Those dishes were both really close. And what swung it for me was, Julia, your duck was cooked beautifully. And I just thought it had the edge over plate 1. And I was convinced that it was Peter's.
George, how did you rate Julia's dish?
9 out of 10. You can have a job in my kitchen any day of the week, yeah? That was brilliant.
I'm thinking she's won it. She really has won it.
If Matt Preston now gives you a score of 7 or more, you will win that guaranteed spot in the finals of MasterChef Australia. How does that feel?
I'm freaking out a little bit.
Well, Matt Preston is one of the toughest restaurant critics in this country, so anything could happen right now. Matt, it's time to reveal your score and the winner of today's challenge.
Nine out of 10.
I had beaten Pete Evans, I'd beaten the chef. I was never, ever expecting it, and I did it.
You cooked that duck like a 30-year veteran of a French kitchen. It was fantastic. I've not seen duck cooked like that for the last year. It was really, really impressive. Congratulations. Peter is obviously a fantastic teacher.
He is, definitely.
Julia, because you beat our celebrity chef today, that's guaranteed you a spot in the finals week of MasterChef Australia.
I'm not sure what you're going to do over the next few months, but if you're willing, I'd love to be a part of mentoring you with experience with myself and my restaurants and some friends of mine.
Thank you so much.
Julia, that's an amazing offer, isn't it?
Yes, definitely.
Do you think you will take that up?
I think I'm going to have to, yes.
Pete, we've known each other for a long time, and what you did today showed what a great sport you are. To come in here, to give Julia that half-hour advantage, to teach her everything you know, to be an open channel of all those great ideas, to show her how to plate up a dish like that so beautifully. It's a fantastically generous thing to do. So from all of us, thank you very much indeed for doing that.
My pleasure.
Thanks very much, Peter.
Well done, Julia. We'll see you back here in the finals week. Say goodbye to the other contestants because you're heading home.
This could arm me with the knowledge and ability to win the title of Australia's first MasterChef, which is a great, great feeling. Bloody little legend. Good on you.
Never expected this to happen, and she really deserved it. She did a really, really good job.
I'm actually looking forward to training Julia in all aspects of cooking, and I want to be part of that because I think it'll be a great journey for both of us. Today, Julia proved to myself and to everyone that she is one step away from becoming MasterChef of Australia.
It's definitely the reality check everyone needed that this is possible. She's a superstar now. You know, no matter what happens for the rest of this competition, she comes back the final week. She's shown us all that this is possible. It is possible with this experience to change your life.
Tomorrow night on MasterChef Australia.
This could be your toughest challenge so far.
Two teams face a race against time
Yeah, let's go. Boom, boom, shake the room.
as they cook for the country's fiercest food critics.
This is definitely going to be another chance for me to prove myself to my fellow contestants.
Everything can come to a head in that blue team if it all goes horribly wrong.
We've got no fruit and veg. How are we going to pull this off?
And only the very best will be safe from elimination.
There are people on the blue team who haven't had a win yet.
We're gonna crush the blue team like bugs.